members in total, and we're still building the foundation base. So through people who really connect with the vision, we're inviting them to become lifelong members for a small fee, and they become the founding members. So these people we work together with to co-create the sort of foundations and the understanding of how Bright Sky can grow stronger in the world as well. So, for example, a lot of those people run events and they have a practice of their own. They might run a clinic. They might be curious to just explore what their purpose is. But what they've got in common is that they have a sense of the vision and they want to be part of something together rather than being a lone wolf, you know. So it's a new way of working and a more connected way of working.
Yeah, and the lockdown together with COVID-19 also made a lot of changes and impact on us. You know, like Beth said, we already have 7 active hubs in the UK, which is Manchester, Bristol, London, Glastonbury, Frome, Totnes, and Stroud. And we were holding monthly meetings. Glastonbury was just about to step in. The first meeting was planned. And that is a beautiful way where we have online, like a platform which offers a lot of resources, but the connection with in-person support, it's a bridge from online into the actual world where we live in. And we had beautiful events there, but as soon as COVID-19 came and the lockdown came, it's like we had to adjust. We had to go back to the drawing room. How do we actually deal with all of this? But the vision, as soon as it's possible again, is that all those hubs are activated and that they are inspiring other hubs to grow as well, where then the same principle of collaboration and sharing resources happens. So imagine you have 20 people in Manchester who are working on creating the field for Bright Sky in Manchester, and you've got 20 people in London and 20 people in Bristol. All those work groups are made up by individuals who have a different way of looking at the world. So the ideas that are born in Bristol are available for Manchester. The ideas that are born in Manchester are available for the other hubs. So in that way, you can just see that from all angles, we're contributing value by contributing resources and ideas and thoughts and perceptions and engagement. And it's just growing like a garden again.
Yeah, I mean, I love the analogies that you give, and I think that definitely evidences the sort of permaculture links that Bright Sky has. You touched on COVID-19 there. I wonder, one of the themes of the sort of talks we're going to have today is a lot of the groups that we're talking to are sort of focused on the community, and Bright Sky definitely is all about that community. And I wonder, how do you think COVID-19 is going to affect that community? You know, are people going to rally together more to overcome this bigger demon, or are they going to be a bit more reserved, a bit more shy?
I think one of the things is like us people are made up by individuals, and I'm personally very touched by the insights that COVID-19 brought in my life. And you know, one of the strange insights I've had whilst building a project like Bright Sky is realizing that I was looking for my community a little bit too wide, and I was almost missing out what was right in front of my face. So missing out the kind of connections you can take for granted. You know, my son, I never take it for granted, but his mom, we're not together in a relationship, but she's so important to me. You know, she's so important to me as a friend. And through COVID-19, I've realized actually the importance she has in my personal life. So it helps me to slow down, and it helps me to create that sense of community in a little village where I just moved to in a different way. I'm more aware of what I need for myself. And all I can say is that I hope that many people have had similar insights in their life, and that when we go back into the world after lockdown, that they take those insights with them and that they nourish it and create change from that. Because if you look at what the world needs is a lot of change, but it can only happen from the inside out. So if whatever is alive for you, if you bring that into the world, that really creates change. If it comes from the mind, because you have to do this, that, or the other, it's not that effective. So I think that what COVID-19 has brought in my life, and I see that with a lot of people around me, is a realization of what is actually truly important. do we need to go on 3 holidays in planes somewhere else? Or can we just take our car and go 50 minutes away and walk by the river? You know, and so many things like that. Do we really need to go back to all the madness that we were doing? Or can we bring some beautiful changes collectively by doing it on an individual basis because we feel it's important?
Yeah, and it's like,
sorry,
yeah.
there's one sentence in Bright Sky which I want to mention as well, which catches Bright Sky for me very much, and that's meaningful connection through shared purpose. And what is meaningful for me, Tudor, might be slightly different than what is meaningful for you. But when you are talking about what is meaningful for you, I can feel it and I can resonate with your heart, being really excited about something. And in that place, we can more learn to celebrate diversity than just compare ourselves and either be better or worse, you know, which is one of those painful things which is happening all over the place.
Yeah, it feels like people are getting more in touch with, certainly the feedback that I've had and what I felt myself is that people are getting more in touch with what really matters in many different ways through this time. And I think that's kind of, I guess that's globally too. There's been a lot of pain in the world, and there's been a lot of suffering through this time as well. And I think it's waking places up in us. But in that way, you know, we can do what we can do on the ground here in the UK until we sort of start Bright Sky in Holland and then in Germany. And but in the UK, and the philosophy is, and the way we're working is that we're able to give 50% of the profit that Bright Sky makes from its membership fees as it grows back into community projects. So whether they be startup projects or projects that already exist that are doing really good stuff for the next generations or for the elderly or for, you know, for the community at large. And we also plant trees in the winter as well. So it's very much in our hearts to be, like Bart says, growing like a garden. It's bringing down to ground and rooting these principles in the ground as well, through the tree planting, through the community building, and actually the resources that support the practitioners within Bright Sky are like it's like an offering, and actually their offering is going back into the community as well. So anyone who joins Bright Sky can feel that sense that what they're involved in is already benefiting more people than themselves and their own family, which is a lovely way to connect and a lovely way to align with the work that you're offering in the world.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're realizing what's truly important to you is definitely true. COVID-19. I mean, I myself live in the city centre of Manchester, but I've still managed to learn a lot more about garden birds than I did beforehand, because I've just been out for more walks and appreciate nature a lot more. And I'm sure that's true of many people. So yeah, we've got 5 minutes left. I just wanted I was just really curious about how the Bright Sky idea came about. Was it something which you've been working on for a year? You said it's quite a new organization, but is it I mean, I suppose the principles you've probably been practicing for forever, but you know, how did the organization itself come about?
It's a long story. It depends on how far I go back. I would say that from my personal perspective, it's an accumulation of my life's journey, and part of Bright Sky has come from my despair and frustration, which might not sound so attractive, but it's just what it is. It's like all the things where I felt I didn't fit in, or where I felt like, why is it going like this? And the injustice has led to a journey which now goes into Bright Sky. But at the beginning of the journey, it led to a lot of hardship and addiction and things like that as well. But when I kind of moved past that in my life, I started a company in a time where not much later I went into a deep therapeutic process of like 15 months residential therapy to address the addiction as well. And in my company, which was growing, then I started to bring the things that I learned in therapy into my business. And that went quite well. I had sharing circles, there was feedback, people were crying, we were really creating friendship, but it could only go so far, because the original reason for people to be in the company is to make a living, to provide for their family. not much later, or in 2012, I went to the UK and I arrived in Osholila, which is a beautiful community in Dorset. And I tried to bring my business experience into community. But for multiple reasons, that didn't really work out in the way that I hoped it did. But as a result, all these experiences came together and are brought into what is now Bright Sky. And I say what is now Bright Sky because I'm working on it for 3-4 years in this format and have had a few tryouts which didn't really work, but brought me closer to the formula, which now really seems to work. Yeah. There's one little thing that I feel is really important to mention as well. We organize ourselves based on being inspired by the 8 Shields model, which is very much inspired by nature. And in the heart of our community is the Children's Fire. And the Children's Fire is a concept which is brought to the UK by Meg McCartney, who is one of our ambassadors, and who is like an elder and like a mentor in Bright Sky to us. And basically what it means is that any decision we make as Bright Sky, as an organization, need to pass the Children's Fire. And what it means to pass the Children's Fire is that we explore the impact on the next 7 generations to come. So the only decisions we can make as an organization need to be of benefit for the next 7 generations to come. And it's not just my children's children's children, it's also the animals, it's also the birds, it's also the plants. And it feels like, especially in relation to your project and the festival that we are happy to join in this way, that is really important to say. It's really about sustainability and leaving a better planet for the ones who are coming after us.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks for that, Bart. Just Beth, we've got a minute left. Do you want to just quickly sort of summarize? I know Brad did it quite nicely there, but we've been talking a lot at the festival about what my future planet might be. The hashtag we've been trending. Beth, do you want to kind of finish up with giving what your future planet might look like?
Brilliant. I can see a place where the children are happy playing outdoors, and that people trust each other, that neighbors talk to each other, that we kind of share the technology stuff that costs us so much money and starts to take the planet's resources, that we share stuff, that we have ethical businesses that don't take too much away, and sustainability, sustainability and shared leadership. And it's really important to us. Yeah. So much more to say, but I think that's we've been really mean, haven't we, today? We've kept it, trying to keep it as short as we can, and we're trying to keep it strict because we've got a full day of talks. But I just want to thank you both for joining us today, taking the time out. Really appreciate it. This video is going to go on YouTube afterwards, so if you want to direct people towards it, that'd be fine. It might be a couple of days before it's on there, and we'll put links in the bio to the website for Bright Sky, to your Twitter handle, and to the Facebook pages and everything like that. But yeah, so thanks a bunch, guys. Really appreciate it, and have a great day. Lovely to meet you, Kuda.
So thank you so much, and thank you for all you're doing with your beautiful project as well.
Thank you very much. Take care. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay. So now we're going to bring in the next speaker at past, who is on Trogi, and I'm just going to bring them into the room now. Good afternoon, everybody. I think I've got everybody on. I've been automatically on mute, so it's going to be a classic thing of joining a Zoom and being on mute. We probably have quite a bit of that today, so don't worry. I don't think you'll be the first one. Definitely not the last. If I just go around and introduce yourselves, and then we'll crack on with the talk. Do you want to start, Martin?
Sure. Hi, I'm really happy to be here with everybody in this festival. I think it's a really cool initiative. I'm Martin Calisto, and I am a PhD student at Utrecht University. I'm working now on the circular economy and the different discourses and policies that lead to it, including its visions of degrowth and alternatives from the global south, such as Buen Vivir.
Thanks for that, Dan. Just come over to you, just because you're next on the row of talkers there. Dan's actually one of us. So Dan, what I'll do then, Dan, I'm going to hand over to you to lead this discussion if you like, and I'll just take the back seat then, if that's all right with you.
Fine. Yeah. So welcome. Hello. So I'm also calling from the Netherlands by organizing a festival that came out of Manchester. This beautiful notion that going digital means that we can actually expand much further and have some really interesting conversations. So we're delighted to be able to speak about the circular economy with some experts, if I can call you guys that. You're happy with that? So yeah, for me, I'm really excited to be able to welcome these kinds of conversations into festivals, which festivals in general tend to be not so circular. And we've worked a lot to figure out how you can make that happen in communities and collectives and in general organizations, but it's a learning process. So I'm really curious to kind of hear more about how degrowth and circular economy in general affects our everyday lives, everything that we kind of interact with.
Yeah, that's a very interesting topic, and we hope we can provide some information that will be useful for you guys and for the audience.
Great. So I guess in terms of questions, I wrote them down, but obviously they're on Zoom, so I have to go into the background. So I gathered that you have a little kind of presentation lined up.
Yeah, that's right.
And you may want to do like a little introduction first to kind of go through your presentation. But yeah, when you're ready, obviously feel free to take it away.
Yes, sure. So maybe I can just share my screen and can I share my screen? Because now I see the host disabled participant screen sharing, because this would be nice. We prepare as a short PowerPoint and just
okay.
give basis.
I've just enabled that now.
Thanks, Judah. Glad you didn't go away.
Cool. So there we go now. You can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Perfect. So, well, good afternoon, and we're here on the behalf of the Dutch degrowth platform called Envirolution, and we're going to talk about degrowth as an alternative to the capitalist growth system. Degrowth is all about system change, about rethinking the way we organize our societies. That is why I first want to talk about the present system based on growth and why it is not delivering on its promises. Then we will introduce degrowth as one of the alternative ways forward. We'll talk about practices and principles that are being enacted already all around the world. Finally, we'll share our thoughts on how each of us can do something to build a new system that serves the people and the planet. Well, Martin already introduced himself, and my name is Olga Koretska. I'm doing a PhD at Erasmus University Rotterdam, and my focus is on making practices and how they can facilitate sustainability transformation beyond capitalism. Envirolution is the Dutch platform. We have a website, we also have a Twitter and Facebook accounts. And even though the name is in Dutch, a lot of content is in English. So if you're interested in the topic of degrowth, you're very welcome to join us and stay in touch. And now let's talk about growth. What is it? Growth can be seen as an evolutionary phenomenon, which has a very positive connotation in our cultures. We like to see plants, children grow. We like to talk about personal growth as something very positive, and it is. But economic growth as an objective has a very different meaning. It implies that no matter the circumstances, every year we need to accelerate the production of goods and services. It is a very recent phenomenon as well. It was introduced as a policy objective and a measure of a country's success only in the 1950s, so about 70 years ago. On the graph, which covers kind of our history from the first to the 21st century, you can see this thin blue line at the end, which shows the gross world product. So this notion has been around only for a very brief moment in time. Still, it really dominates our discussion and our mass media coverage. We talk about growth with connection to elections, pension systems, and even global pandemics, such as COVID-19. And we're often very much concerned with how these events influence the magic GDP number. And you can wonder what's wrong about that. Quite a few things, because GDP measures not just the amount of goods we produce, so the products that bring positive value to the society, but also the amount of bads, so products which bring negative value to the society, such as cigarette advertising, such as ambulances, such as locks on our doors, and the jails that we, that we built to lock people down. It counts the destruction of redwoods, and it counts the loss of natural wonder, as Robert Kennedy put it in 1968. The global economy doubles in size about every 20 years. And that's what we mean by exponential growth, right? And it means that every 20 years, we double the amount of extracted resources, and we double the amount of waste that we throw into our oceans and put in our landfills, because so far our economies have been built as very linear production systems. And ironically, it means that by this point in time, our growth has become uneconomic, which means that the cost of new products outweigh the benefits. And you can think of a plastic bag as an example. So we use plastic bag for like an hour or so when we go from a grocery shop to our house, but then we throw it away and it degrades for centuries, and it ends up as a microplastic in our blood and in our water. On the global scale, rate acceleration, or the exponential increase in water, energy use, plastic, paper production, and so on, directly correlates to the Earth system trends. So on the right side, the blue graphs, you can see the steep increase in CO2 and methane emissions, in ocean acidification, and surface temperatures. And these are not desirable dynamics, because they actually mean the death of coral reefs, of land degradation, they mean biodiversity loss. And only recently have we realized that our Earth has boundaries that we need to respect in order to secure a safe operating space for humanity. And with the present economic system, we are violating these boundaries one after another. And if everyone had lifestyles as we have them in the global north, we would need 3 planets to support such lifestyles. But when we think about redistribution of the fruits of growth, they are not so even. Only 5% of all new income from global north, or from global growth, trickles down to the poorest 60%. And globally, we know that 1% owns half of the global wealth. Well-being for average people has not increased since the 1970s. In fact, we see that societies experience no substantial increase in happiness after a certain level of growth that we achieve. For example, you can see GDP in the US is 3 times more than GDP per capita in Portugal, but still people in Portugal live longer, and which means healthier lives. And the final slide from my side, as COVID-19 has shown, when we try to push the brakes and slow down, we can see that the present system collapses, and we see recession, we see unemployment, we see wage cuts, the closure of schools and hospitals. And that is why we need to think of a systematically different way of organizing our societies, so that we can ensure well-being for all people, and thriving ecosystems that can support life for our generation and generations to come, whether some sectors of the economy has to grow or if they don't grow. And now Martin will go into this into more detail. So I'll stop sharing my screen, and Martin will continue. Martin, you're on mute.
Whoops, sorry, I was muted. I will share my screen and present the rest of our presentation. So basically, what is degrowth? It's an alternative to the growth system, and therefore an alternative to capitalism, because the current system cannot conceive of life and cannot operate in conditions of degrowth. So we have to think about an alternative. Just to briefly give a definition, Degrowth is a planned downscaling of production and consumption that increases human well-being and enhances ecological conditions and equity on the planet. Now, how to get there? What does this mean? As I said, it means not recession, as Olga pointed out as well. It means not having an economy that just doesn't grow and you know, has zero GDP growth or even minus GDP growth, or like the conditions that we've had now during the Corona crisis, because that would just not be good for anyone. It means a completely different system, one that does not need growth to operate, one that does not necessitate to continuously expand its capital and destroy nature and life and commodify everything that is in order to be. And well, there are many ways to conceive of degrowth. It's a plural system. It's not something that exists in a monolithic term. Degrowth is being conceived of as many post-capitalist worlds. As the Zapatista put it in Mexico, it is a world in which many worlds fit. So the idea is not constructing another uniform vision that we implement in a very kind of universal way above anybody, but rather trying to create a plurality of diversity of alternative ways of being that are post-capitalist and therefore beyond conceptions of development, of economic growth, productivism, of consumerism, of excessive rationality and in focusing too much on the things rather than on what is and what really matters, that is human happiness and well-being. So the idea is actually not new. Degrowth thinking actually really as a concept grew and originates from the 70s, specifically with new concerns about the limits of industrial civilization, specifically through books such as The Limits to Growth that were published in the 1970s, but also a myriad of alternatives that originated around this time, from design thinking, such as Design for the Real World, Small is Beautiful, that proposes Buddhist ecological transition, from anarchist the traditions, and from a myriad of different positions. And therefore, it's a very old debate that has been here for a long time, but of course, it hasn't get the attention of the mainstream debate because it challenges the very source of meaning in the system and the very source of necessity of reproduction of the system, which is growth. The term degrowth itself was first coined by André Gorce, a French ecological economist, that termed the idea of décroissance in his book Ecology as Politics in the 1970s. But there are many other ways to conceive degrowth from the global south and from the global north, such as buen vivir in Latin America, in the indigenous cultures of Latin America. But you also have voluntary simplicity, you have eco-socialism, you have transition towns, you have donor economics, and a lot of plural visions that properly develop an alternative to the growth-based capitalism. Now, to sum up most of these systems, and I'm just going to generalize a little bit because we're proposing an introduction of all this degrowth thinking, they all sum up to three main ideas: democratization, ecological sustainability, and redistribution and solidarity. Now, democratization means democratizing both politically, means creating democracies that are real, not just representative, but that are direct and that go from the grassroots to the top. And also democratization in the economic system, meaning worker-owned cooperatives instead of traditional capitalist enterprises. It also means redistribution and solidarity. You cannot have a degrowth system if you don't redistribute. Otherwise, the worst of citizens of the world will just be even worse off. The idea is to reconstruct the system and redistribute the gargantuan and unfathomable amounts of wealth in the hands of a few to benefit the conditions and the well-being of all those that necessitate them, and all while, of course, being ecologically sustainable. And this is the key three principles, the pillars, I think, that is present in all degrowth propositions. Now, let's go to some practices to have a better idea of what this looks like in reality. We have, for example, local cooperatives, as I said, so production systems where the workers are direct owners of firms instead of having it as a private property, you know, market shares and people that have nothing to do with the company owning a company. You know, in the degrowth world, companies and production processes are owned directly by workers through cooperatives. You also have ideas such as repair cafes, where people come and repair their goods. You have systems like the reverse supermarket. This is the SMIC-Val market in France, which is basically a reverse supermarket. People bring whatever old goods they don't need and let them there, and also take whatever needs and goods they see that they find useful, and it's just for free. And people come and it's actually been a tremendous success. People have had such a good response to this that it's been replicated throughout France now. And it's a tremendously exciting way to share resources, to get rid of things that we don't need and to give them to people that might need them. We also have democratic experiments such as citizen councils. Citizen councils are groups of randomly selected citizens that deliberate or talk about a specific issue. In this case here, I'm presenting a picture of the deliberative council created in France as a response to the Gilets jaunes protests, where basically 150 French citizens were randomly selected to represent generally the French population. Random selection is the birthplace of democracy in Athens and continues to be the most direct way to represent citizen voices in a system where there's many more people than can be sitting in a table. So by random selection, you get a real group of the real society presented there, and they were discussing how to lead to a zero carbon future for France by 2030. And they came out with the extraordinary propositions that are pretty much more sustainable and much more transformative than anything that any bureaucrat came through or any politician came through, showing that if you put citizens together in a democratic process, randomly selected people that didn't know each other will come out with more intelligent and more transformative choices than your random politician that is elected through these pseudo-democratic processes that just represent and replicate elite structures. You also have another system such as participatory budgeting, which is a system by which people determine the budget of the municipality through a participatory process. So all the funds of the municipality are channeled through these systems. This was actually first created in Porto Alegre, and it's a city in Brazil, in Latin America. And it now has been replicated in over 700 cities in the world, showing how extraordinarily effective it is to give power to people rather than to mayors. Another extraordinary degrowth proposition is green public procurement or public procurement policies. There's the Preston model in the UK, which has built extraordinarily well implemented form of this idea, which is essentially that with the power of public procurement, such as buying school meals and buying hospital meals and all the things that the state needs to buy in order to function, in order to provide the services we need as citizens, instead of buying them to large corporations, buy them to worker-owned cooperatives locally. And this basically transforms and brings lots of richness to the local economy rather than being siphoned out into economic and financial paradises. Other options, of course, other propositions of degrowth are community-supported agriculture, urban agriculture, and eco-villages, all of which green and bring biodiversity to our life and basically sequester carbon and transform the entire system of production of food into one that is actually beneficial to the planet rather than now that is one of the biggest contributors to the destruction of biodiversity and to the generation of climate change emissions. So there's also new forms of housing, such as co-housing, the rights to housing, housing co-ops, and community land trusts, which are basically non-capitalist forms of conceiving land ownership and land sharing, and allows the creation of communities of solidarity and trust. We also have platform cooperatives and open source technologies. So, for example, instead of taking a cab from Uber, you can use EVA, which is a ride-sharing co-op, where the cabs basically own the platform, and you can directly benefit them instead of a random corporation in the middle of the Silicon Valley and that probably doesn't pay taxes at all. Same with Airbnb. Instead of using Airbnb, you can use Airbnb that redistributes resources. You also have local credit unions or local currencies, which are basically local currencies used locally in order to buy local goods. Here we have the Occitan, which is from the region of Occitanie in France, but there are myriads of these. And essentially they maintain resources in the community rather than them be used or exported, siphoned elsewhere. All right, so also degrowth policies at the more national level, you have, for example, setting a maximum income. There's no reason for someone to be in any just or reasonable society having more than a certain amount of money. Why would anybody need to have 1 billion or even more euros? That is unfathomable. He will never be able to use it in his life, and perhaps not his sons and his sons of his sons. So there's no reason for that. And so maximum income is a very sensible policy to implement. Also universal basic income or job guarantee, reducing working hours, also green tax reform in order to tax resources instead of labor, and place a financial transaction tax is also very important, and a wealth tax in order to make sure that wealth is redistributed within society rather than just being siphoned to very few. We also have, of course, ending subsidies for polluting activities, supporting green activities instead, restricting advertising or even banning advertisement, especially for some specifically very polluting goods such as SUVs. There's no reason why we should continuously see our lives being denigrated by advertisement that tells us that we're not worthy, we're not good enough until we have the latest things. This is one of the biggest drivers of both personal misery and consumption, and that must be highly, highly restricted. And of course, replacing GDP as a goal with other indicators, well-being indicators. And there is a myriad of these that have been proposed and developed so far. I'm not going to go into them, but there are many alternatives. So how to get there? As I've shown some practices, I did show some policy options, but perhaps the most important thing to do now, right now, is to go to the streets and get it done and get it happen and force governments to get the changes that we need happening, because no political system is going to transform beyond its current structure, which is capitalism, and which we have to go beyond, because unfortunately the current system is not sustainable and cannot be, regardless of how we shift it and change it, no matter how much technology we put within it. We have to go to the streets and make a new one. And of course, elites are not going to just give away their power and let it happen. We have to take that. We have to make it happen, and it can happen peacefully if we go to the streets and all work together to generate this change. Thank you.
Hey, wow. Honestly, I really see the value of research in all of this. I mean, I have a lot of interest, and I'm sure a lot of people watching have a lot of interest in these things, but to see it all compiled like this obviously shows the value of being able to see these studies that, I mean, you talk about a lot of things that existed in the past, but maybe we're seeing a lot more of it being brought together in a really nice and understandable way. I think a lot of academia can be challenging for people to go in and out of a little bit at a time, but actually we're seeing so many of these working examples, it's really heartening. So I guess I have a couple of questions for both of you. You can kind of pick this up as you wish, but so imagining that I'm sat at home and I have an idea and I want to do something, I want to create something around degrowth where I live. What are the best resources to dip into to get started?
Olga, do you want to start?
You're talking about practices, so maybe you can start and then we just jump into.
Well, perhaps actually first visit our website. Well, if you're in the Netherlands, Envirolution, but there's also degrowth research on, well, if you put degrowth.org, and there are plenty of options to activate and to start doing things differently. Degrowth is not necessarily a goal in itself. It's rather a bomb word. As some academics call it, or a word that forces us to imagine beyond capitalism, because growth and capitalism are absolutely intricately related necessities. So if we think of degrowth, it's rather to think of a concept that cannot be co-opted, that cannot be used for other purposes, such as sustainability or sustainable development, that is so easily, used for other purposes. So yeah. Think about actions that lead to degrowing, sustainable, convivial world, and join movements that try to get there, such as, of course, Extinction Rebellion. There's also DiEM25, which is a democratic union of European in the European level, and it still applies for the UK. It sees Europe as a much more wider community, thankfully. and there are many movements that also the eco-village movement. So I think try to find a movement that you enjoy, that you identify with, and join it, and go to the streets with them, and do what you unite in a common and solidarity way.
Yeah, I could just add that again, there's Wellbeing Alliance, there's Economy for the Common Good. You can find Degrowth is just one alternative, and there are many, and they all have this idea in mind that we need to go beyond growth, beyond capitalism, beyond profits. So I think, in my opinion, we can create resources. So power is something that we can create. So important thing, as Martin said, is to organize, to get together, to discuss things that don't work and that need to be changed, and to have a courage to imagine different worlds, to have a courage to imagine different systems, and just go there and to get your voice heard.
Amazing. So I guess I would finish by a lot of the concept of Envirolution this time. We've been focusing on the idea of how everyone wants to see the world, the planet look like post-pandemic. And obviously we've discussed a lot of future solutions. So I'm kind of curious how you see your future planet in terms of the next few years. What do you think will kind of happen with a lot of what we're talking about? What comes next? What do you think?
You mean in terms of the economy or our
work? the things, the trends, the things that people are really picking up and you're seeing kind of happening?
Well, we can see, like in New Zealand, you see in Scotland, in Finland, the heads of the governments, they start adopting well-being budgets. You see in Amsterdam, the donut economy strategy. So those are very little steps forward that are being taken by local and national governments, and are being supported by really inspiring people such as Kate Raworth and others. So there are positive things happening, but of course they're not enough, because we have, as the science tells us, 10 years to address the climate emergency before we lock ourselves into a very dangerous trajectory. So I think that we maybe need to let ourselves to be inspired by those examples, but also push further. And as with the Black Lives Matter movement, you can see that a lot of changes are happening in the US. So we do have this power, and we need just to be very, just have a voice and to go there and discuss things. Sorry if I'm repeating myself. Martin, maybe you have to add something.
No, I agree absolutely with you. I think I just read the other day that protest movements have risen tenfold in 2019. And if things go as continuing and if the economy continues crashing without really thinking about a different and alternative system, we're just all gonna bear the burden of a crashing society, and the least well-off will be even more hurt than they already are, and the wealthy will just stay safe. And of course we have to go to the streets as we did in 2011, but I think this will be much more massive. If you're looking at protests, as Olga said already, with Black Lives Matter and the protests that will be coming later on, now that we will be out of confinement, I think we really have to push. I mean, there's children in the street for climate change, there's people in the street for racial equality, there's people in the street to promoting for solidarity in France with the Gilets jaunes, in Ecuador, indigenous people fighting for their rights, in Chile, students fighting for a fair society. There is just way too much discontent, and it's just going to pop up. And I just feel like this crisis, the economic crisis, is just going to put even more pressure on the system. The system, of course, cannot respond to it by creating a new one, because that will make the elites lose their position of power. So it will just try to reinforce the cables as it did in 2011. But this time it just won't work. I mean, the loss of GDP and the loss of hope for the system that we've seen is much wider, I think. And I think people are much more conscious and are much more organized than they were in 2011, in 2008 when we had the previous crisis. So I think now is our time. Like, if before they co-opted the movement, if before they were able to impose their own way, now we will be able to fight back, and we shall. And I think that's why we should really rise up to the occasion and rise and join a movement, join the Extinction Rebellion, and join DM25 if you're interested, and go to the streets and make it happen, because it's not going to happen by itself. Otherwise, we'll basically not have a planet to live in. So it's either we do things now, or really, I mean, it's hard to even imagine a future where we can even be having this discussion at all.
Well, it's good that we have all of the knowledge to learn how to take action. At the risk of running over, I will hand back to Tudor, but there's a lot more than we can say in half an hour. So I really recommend that everyone goes and checks out your website and finds out a lot more and starts to be inspired to take action.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Thanks to the speakers. Yeah, fascinating conversation. One that, yeah, we've been really meaning to try and make you squeeze within half an hour, but you've done a really good job. Anyone who wants to join the discussion on degrowth, then yeah, get in touch with these guys. I'm sure they'll be happy to help you out on Twitter. Go on, look on the Envirolution page. You'll find links to the website for those guys. So thanks a lot, and thanks a lot, Dan, for hosting that one. I'm gonna say goodbye to you guys now. All the best, in the Netherlands, and yeah, we'll see you again soon.
Enjoy the rest of it. See you soon.
Bye, guys. Okay. Okay, so that brings us on to the next speaker now, who is Diana from Eden Project Communities. There was a slight mix-up on the website in terms of timing. So if you hear from Martin Kemp's talk at 12:30, that's going to be in half an hour at 1:30. And obviously, Otrogate were an hour before. That's my own fault for getting mixed up with Dutch times and UK times. There's a lesson to be learned there. But without further ado, I'm going to bring in Diana now, and we're going to crack on with the next talk. Hello, Diana. I've got you on mute. Do you want to unmute yourself? Oh, after that, there we are. How you doing?
Very good.
Yeah.
Hello.
Thanks for being patient. Yeah, we're trying to keep as tight as possible, but you know how these things are sometimes. It's a festival after all, isn't it? I guess. So thanks for joining us. Do you want to sort of maybe introduce yourself and introduce Eden Project Communities, and then we'll crack on from there?
Yes, absolutely. So my name is Jana. I am working for Eden Project Communities as the England Network team leader. And Eden Project Communities is one of the projects or programs that is run by the Eden Project, which is obviously the tourist attraction, the biomes based in Cornwall. Do you want to tell me a little bit more about the Eden Project and where we come from, or?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's so much that the Eden Project does. If people don't know, then I think they will know, but they won't know that they know. Basically, there's so much stuff that goes on with the Eden Project. Maybe do you want to start by perhaps how long you've been involved and the kind of things you've been up to recently? I know the big lunch was only a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been with Eden Project Communities for 4 years, and the Eden Project Communities program, well, we are pretty much the people behind a campaign called The Big Lunch. And The Big Lunch is our annual Thanksgiving Day for Neighbours. It's always happening first weekend of June, bringing people together up and down the country to have lunch with their neighbours and just to start creating connections in their local communities.
How did you find that with it being obviously COVID-19, getting together with your communities around the table wasn't something which the government kind of advised you to do and it wasn't safe to do. So how did you find it running that this year?
Well, obviously, as so many other things in our program, we just moved it online for now, just for safety reasons. So the Big Lunch this year in 2020, our Big Lunch weekend turned into the Big Virtual Lunch. And we encourage people to either just do connect with people over Zoom or Skype or FaceTime or whatever technology they like, or just simply also using the actual phone, and just spend some time during that weekend to check in with friends and family, but also with their neighbours or people they may haven't talked to for a longer time, and share some food and some just building this connection and thinking about how you can build it virtually as well. There have been some social distancing big lunches, events or moments kind of over the garden fence, obviously with 2 meters apart and keeping the distance happening as well. But I think it was, for us, it was important to showcase both ways, in a sense, because obviously some people are still shielding, and even though the first week, well, this first weekend of June, you were already allowed to go out to a certain degree, but not encouraged to obviously mix with a lot of people. And there's also some people feeling quite anxious about it. And as a Big Lunch is all about creating connections, we felt we wanted to offer something which really had the ability to include everyone.
Yeah, cool. That's I mean, it is. I mean, the Big Lunch is a fascinating thing. If anyone hasn't heard of it, then I definitely suggest you go check it out. I mean, how many people do you usually get each year for that?
So in normal circumstances. So previously, in previous years, we had up to 6 million people involved all around who attended, Big Lunch events or participated. And often Big Lunch is happening. So we try to encourage people to do it at the first weekend of June. Just sometimes it's nice to say, well, everyone is doing it at the same time. But we know Big Lunch events are happening all over during the summer. So, but obviously this year we don't really know. We just had a survey out to find out how many people have been involved this year. I would think it probably will be really different because there obviously was this feeling of we can't really do what we normally do, which is bringing people out together, quite often with street parties or in the physical world. So I'm really interested to see what comes out of that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really interesting. And of course you've there's obviously the big development going on at Morecambe, isn't there? I mean, how's that going? What's the latest on that one?
Well, so Eden Project now is in Morecambe Bay. It's in partnership with Lancashire Enterprise Partnership, as well as Lancashire University, the City Council, and the County Council. I think what is happening with that is obviously there was an agreement around a land deal just happening in March, just before COVID-19 happened. But I think so I'm not on this team. So this is run by a separate company called Eden International. It is a very separate team. So I basically know as much as, the public knows. Yeah. But I think there is a deep commitment towards this project. And one of the reasons for that is that Eden Project North is probably the closest project of all the different ideas and other projects Eden Project International is running, which is really the closest to what Eden Project is like in Cornwall, because it is really about a transformative project for a local community. So when the Eden Project was started 20 years ago, it was all about bringing opportunity and jobs and educational opportunities, and generally just this feeling of something great happening to a community which felt quite, the inland communities in Cornwall actually are quite deprived. They really suffered from the closures of the mines, and as well as, the decline in fishery. So bringing a project like the Eden Project there was quite deliberate. And I think that is the same what is happening now with Eden Project North. So I think there's a really strong commitment towards that project. But obviously, at the moment, quite things seem to be on hold. But I know there's a lot of work happening in the background.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a mammoth undertaking. I'm sure. I mean, I've been lucky enough to go down to Eden Project in Cornwall, and you kind of get a sense of the scale of it. And I think when you look at the photos, it doesn't really do it justice about the actual size of this thing. I see you've been down there yourself to the Cornwall.
Yes, I think what people often don't see about the projects are that it is really, for us, it is really about transformation. So we are an educational charity, and we are all about creating connections or reconnecting humans to each other and the living world through the power of transformation. So it is really all about demonstrating this huge transformation that we can all do together when we collaborate, and especially when we bring in the local communities into such development projects as well.
Yeah, that's really cool. So, I mean, the subject of communities is something which all the speakers so far have touched upon. The Bright Sky community at midday really focused on that one, and it's something I suppose which is which is why it links with Envirolution so much, because it's something we really try and enshrine within our principles. And a question I put to the guys before was, how do you think COVID-19 is going to affect those community bonds? I know it's something which people are talking about a lot. Now we're emerging from COVID. Are we built back stronger? Those, clapping the NHS on our doorsteps. That wouldn't have happened a year ago. Does that show that we're closer together, or do you think that we've moved further apart?
Well, I'm very strongly in the closer together camp on this one, and it's a personal experience, but also the experience of working with our network of community-minded people from all across the UK. So this is something I'm hearing not just from where I live here in Nottingham, but also from people all over the UK saying, and because I think the last 3 months showed us two very distinctive different things. One is that they showed us that there is something about resilience, and that actually a lot of our communities already have a certain degree of resilience. Because when you think about how quickly community and community projects adapted and organized a response, that happened within days. In some communities, this was literally, people have to shield, 2 days later, here is the number you need to call if you need support. So there is already a degree of resilience. But obviously, we know that a lot of our communities are facing really strong challenges. I think the other thing, and a really positive thought that I hold, is that wherever you are, and I think there was a bit of a media story of like, affluent communities are organizing and having a better response than, more deprived communities. Well, it's not what I've seen happening. What I've seen happening is that informal networks of neighborly support that have been there, kind of underlying those communities before, have been just kind of reactivated to respond to the additional needs that their community then had. And for me, it's really, wherever you live in the UK, I think the last 3 months should have shown you one thing, and that is, in a crisis, there is someone living in your community who cares and who will be stepping up and going in and helping to try to support each other. I think that's very, very positive. I think the other thing which the last 3 months have shown us is also, obviously we are facing, COVID-19 obviously is it's a pandemic, which we some people were saying there might be a pandemic, be prepared, but we never knew what this will look like. And it's one of those risks which you don't feel like preparing for. I think everyone is like, we don't know when this may or may not happen. However, there are challenges. We know that they will be happening. We know about climate change and obviously other, especially environmental or also economical crises that we know we're going to face and we know we have to face in our communities. I think there is something about, we have seen that people are ready to make change and to collaborate when necessary. Big question now is really, how do we rebuild our communities so that they are ready to face those challenges together as well?
Yeah, and I think I hit the nail on the head. It's that rebuilding, isn't it? But you said there's a lot of cause for hope, I think, isn't there, from the whole COVID thing? And I think you more than anyone at Eden Project communities must have seen the best side of that, seeing people rally together. I mean, that must have been fantastic just to see all the like I said, the help networks and stuff like that, which carry on going after that. So yeah, I mean, is there any specific examples of where you saw something which really stood out for you as a sort of a shining example of people working together?
Well, I think what you've seen is quite quickly. So what happened in a lot of places in community hubs and community centres, which obviously are all about creating connections, bringing people in, those have been shut. And there was, I think, the first week after COVID-19 happened, we had a call which we just put on Zoom, just an open call out to say, if you're running a community hub or community centre, and you had to shut, just let's discuss what's happening next. And there was a lot of, this will be really, really difficult, because a lot of community projects and hubs are now run as community businesses. So if they have to close, they lose their income. However, then really quickly afterwards, they started to transform and to say, well, we can use these spaces still to, organize food projects or organize help parcels, or, you know, where you may be packing the food parcels to then bring into, you know, to people who need it. So I think it was, yeah, you could see that happen really in a lot of places. But you also, what I found really positive is what you've seen is different community projects actually working together, because it wasn't so much this whole kind of, quite often, you know, funding opportunities sometimes create a little bit of, you know, oh, you might be applying for the same funds as I do, so there's not so much of like, oh, we should collaborate. But this really was like, you have the space, you have already the volunteer base, you have kind of the ingredients, or you already have you know, food stock which you need to get rid of. Let's just bring it together. And one of the examples, one of the social eating projects where I'm quite often go to, they had to shut because obviously you can't bring the community together for community meals. So they just simply gave all the food they had. They gave that then to another project, and this project then packed lunch boxes for children of key workers.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think that there's that necessity, isn't it, which kind of draws people to do, and it's great to see that people do, you know, as much as people like to do, like have a doom and gloom outlook, you know, people do the right thing a lot of the time, and I think there's a lot of good things out there, which is the Eden Project definitely shines a light on. Another thing which is obviously being very topical is the kind of Black Lives Matter and the movement around inequality in the UK. Yeah. I wondered how Eden Project communities has faced up to those challenges. You know, is it something which you experienced within Eden Project? I know in the environmental sector generally it's a sort of open secret that you know, the environmental sector struggles with representation from the BAME community. Have you any thoughts on that?
I guess as a overall sector, we are all struggling with representation to a certain degree. If it is coming from representation of people, like say from different parts of our communities or different backgrounds. I mean, I think a lot of our organizations are far too white, far too male sometimes, and also sometimes far too middle class. So yes, I think it's an overall problem, and I think we also struggle with that and try to find ways of how to overcome that. I think when it comes to equality or inequality, which we see in our communities, there is something about that, especially with the big lunch, what we've seen is in some communities, it's all about, you know, you see a nice street party, you know, with the semi-detached houses and the bunting and the cupcakes. And that's all lovely, and it creates really positive impact, and they love it and they do it, and that's great. But for us, it is when the communities who may already struggle resource-wise, when they come together in the more deprived areas of the country, because a big lunch and the connection it creates, and often, the connections that are created with events like the big lunch, they then can lead to something where you actually put resources together to actually create impact for your wider community. And I think that's, so it is really positive for us to think, when we run our survey, what we see is that we are actually overrepresented in deprived communities, which I think is very positive, because this is where we want to create, where we think the need is greatest. But I think the other thing about inequality is obviously it is about communities talking about it. I think I've seen a program by a UK newspaper where they sent people out and you know, to take wax pops from outside of London. And one of the really scary thing in one of those programs was when I saw them going up to the northeast and interviewing all these amazing community people, and I thought, like, yeah, these are exactly the people we work with. They all said they're not going to vote, and I felt, ooh, that's, you know, wherever you are the political spectrum, but not taking part. And I think for me, it was personally, I find it quite scary to think these people who have such a transformative power in their own communities not going to speak up or to take part in our political system. Well, that is something I think which, I find quite scary, and I wonder how we will be able to overcome inequality. I think it is about building it up from the grassroots to give people a voice and to say you need to use that voice.
Definitely, I think reattaching people with their with their political power is would have a transformative effect on 100%. Yeah, like you said, it would give people, they have a voice when they go to the ballot box, don't they? And it's scary, the amount of people who don't exercise that right. As a sort of young person, it frustrates me all the time that people my age don't get involved in voting.
I think it is about equality of opportunity, equality of possibility as well, isn't it? I think if you are fighting for your survival, then you're quite exhausted sometimes. So what we see, and I think that is, we see people who experience a problem in their community, say food insecurity or or pollution or whatever the issue is. People who have been at the suffering end of that problem quite often are the same people who then step up and say, we're going to build a project to overcome that problem. However, they then obviously focus on their local community where they want to see the impact created. I think it has a lot to do also with just, that is very exhausting to do. So the people we actually need to hear more from are the people who are already, completely overworked.
Yeah, I mean, the next question I was going to ask is kind of like where, in the years to come, how for you, what would a positive future look like? We've been hashtagging my future planet. For you, for Eden Project communities, would that be? It's funny, kind of one of them organisations where your ambition is to probably not exist because you don't want to have to be there. Your idea is you want communities to be able to do that kind of stuff themselves. So in your view, what would a positive future look like?
Yes, so I think again it's always this thing where you say, if my job is redundant, then that's a happy future. If there are no people needed to do certain jobs or roles, then communities doing it for themselves, then that's job done, great. For me, I think the positive future really lies in this overlap, and I think there are already a lot of great examples out there where you have a project that doesn't only focus, say, on the environmental impact, but also on the social impact, on the political or the economic impact. So I often use the example of things like transition towns or South East London energy cooperative, places or projects that, for example, when it comes to renewable energy community projects, it's not just about the green effect, it's also about the effect of, fighting energy poverty in a community. Or when you look at something like, Incredible Edible or other projects like super kitchens, which are not just about feeding people or doing, kind of like growing projects, but it is also really about the connection that creates, social connection created for volunteers. So I think for me, it is about when we see those things, not just as small community projects, but as ways how we want to live. When this becomes the norm, I think that is where we're coming toward this better future.
Yeah, it's like that kind of holistic view of it, isn't it? You need to kind of change the way things are, on many levels. And I think something which we've been learning about a lot of sustainability. It's not just environmental; it's social. It's economic as well. And I think that's what the Eden Project, which we've already alluded to today, kind of focuses on. It's picking people up who may have been neglected economically. Okay, yeah, thanks for that. I mean, is there anything else you wanted to touch on then before we've got 5 more minutes now?
No, I think what's one point is, I think my own experience. So I've been I worked as a campaigner for a long time, really focusing on bringing people in. And it was always about why don't they understand my work, especially on climate change issues. And I think there was a lot around, why don't they understand? Why are they not seeing the threat? And it was often because the solutions we kind of told them they needed to get behind were not to their benefit. And I think now, especially since I've been working with the Eden Project and Eden Project communities, I really see that bringing people in communities with us, creating positive impacts for communities as much as, say, a renewable energy project. I think this is the way forward for us, not just environmentally, but also democratically.
Okay, cool. Actually, yeah, it's an interesting point. Yeah, thanks for that. been really interesting chatting today, actually. I mean, have you got any projects in the future, anything which you want to direct viewers to within the Eden Project community?
Well, Carl, if you just check out Eden Project Communities on our Facebook page, we have loads of online Zoom workshops happening at the moment around all different kind of topics, and where we just start to chat with people about, especially around what community projects will be looking like now we're coming slowly out of lockdown. So if you're interested in that, just join us there and join one of our workshops.
It does sound really interesting. Yeah, and people can check that out on. I mean, we'll have links on our social media as well to the Eden Project communities. But yeah, we'll definitely tag in that. So if anyone fancies joining any of their workshops, then is it Eden Project communities on Twitter and Facebook? Is that right?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Eden communities on Twitter and on Facebook.
Fantastic. Okay, thanks, Diana. Well, thanks for joining us today. Really appreciate you giving you time for a Saturday afternoon. Especially now it's the one day of the week where the weather's quite nice. I'm sure the places people want to be. But yeah, I really appreciate your time, and all the best to the Eden Project community in the future, and especially emerging out of lockdown. I really look forward to seeing what you guys come out with in the next few weeks.
Great, thank you so much, and I hope to visit you guys when the festival is happening again in Manchester next year.
Yeah, all right then. Well, I hope to see you then.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Cheers, Diana. Bye-bye. Okay, we just got a short couple of minutes now until the next talk. So we'll just take a minute. Hello, everybody. Hello, Envirolution. Thanks for joining us here on the talk stage. It's now 1:30, so we're going to get going with the next talk. I hope you're enjoying the festival. Loads of things going on today, loads of talks, workshops, and music on as well. I'm looking forward to checking out some of that later on myself. So the next speaker we have on now is Martin Kemp, and he's going to be talking about learning from lockdown, kind of values-based mass collaboration as seen by COVID, offer a practical pathway to decentralized sustainability. So what I'm going to do now is just invite Martin and Kaya into the Zoom, and we'll get cracking. Hello. Hi, Martin. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to be here. I'll just switch to sharing screen. Can you hear me okay there, Judah?
I can hear you loud and clear there. Yeah, thanks. I haven't checked Kaya's microphone, but do you want to just check you're coming through there? Kaya, can you hear me? Good. Okay then. Okay, Martin, you say I'm going to hand over to you. Get cracking, or perhaps you want to introduce yourself and introduce the talk. Although I'm sure you're probably about to do that.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you very much. It's an honour to be here. I think while we're all spread out geographically, it's nice to be able to sort of come together digitally and sort of have that opportunity to collaborate. So to do that today, I've got a little tool called Menti that we'll be using to sort of help facilitate that. Yeah, and thank you for making it. I heard that there was a bit of a timetable change, so if any of your friends were trying to see this at 12:30, now's the time to message them and invite them to join us and come along and see this one. And if you're watching it on Envirolution website and you're wanting to participate on the YouTube chat, then do click through to sort of watch on YouTube, and then you'll be able to see that chat window and be able to chat to the other participants as well. And also Kaya's with us on Zoom. I think she's going to be monitoring the YouTube chat as well, and will bring bits to my attention, which is brilliant. So without further ado, I will just try sharing my screen, and hopefully you'll be able to see this okay. Okay, does that come up okay for you, Judah?
Yep, I can see that one.
Brilliant. So it should say learning from lockdown and mass collaboration. Great. So there'll be a couple of opportunities for participation. So for those, if you've got like a phone or something like that, if you want to go to menti.com and enter the code that's on the top, that'll give you the opportunity to make this a bit more dynamic. So that's menti.com, and then it'll ask you for a code, and the code for this presentation is 991032. So that just gives you a chance to co-create this session and share your experiences. So it's not just my experiences. I know there's a lot of people at Envirolution all doing great things. So hopefully we can bring some of those out through Menti. Yeah, as you know, the talk today is about sort of learning from lockdown, and can we use sort of this values-based mass collaboration to offer a practical pathway to sustainability, especially in the light of what we've learned from COVID. Just to sort of check in with everybody, obviously it's great to be part of this festival and just see how people are feeling today. So obviously facilitators are welcome to do this too, and yeah, to just if you try going to that menti.com, entering the code, and just see if we can describe in one word how you're feeling today. I'll just give this a couple of minutes, but it also gives people a chance to use this Menti tool. I think one of the things that we've probably all seen through COVID is that there's been a mass utilization of more digital skills, and perhaps this can be another example of that. But building on those digital skills that we're all learning together, but perhaps we're also learning some other skills as well. So yeah, thanks for those contributions. I'll just keep this going. Just to sort of set the context of what we did, we basically worked on providing personal protective equipment within our community. We had sort of seen that there was a shortage in the news. Obviously, we're very well aware of sort of austerity and NHS privatisation in the long term. Personally, I've been doing some work on the sort of positive uses of advanced digital technology, including for climate change especially. And it just made sense, like learning about COVID, to see how I could apply that, but not just seeing the broad context, but really getting to loads of local needs. I was really lucky that in our local community, a friend who's a nurse had got some experience of working with Ebola and was able to share that. So we got a bit of a head start. And obviously we know that within Manchester, there's quite a history of a lot of movements. And I think I remember the suffragettes statue, which says sort of deeds, not words, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's like it's saying, you know, what can we practically do? So these were our offers. We were providing face masks, visors, and scrubs effectively. Yeah, I'm conscious that there's a lot of experience and there's a lot of different ways that we could take this. We just got 15 minutes together. So any special requests or general comments of sort of what you would like to see in the next 15 minutes? Is there a certain area that you're especially interested in? Is there something that you've contributed, so you're thinking, well, actually, that you're already doing some work in the SEC community, and how could it apply to that? So any quick comments are welcome. Now, I'll just hold this open for about a minute. If there's no special requests, then obviously we have something prepared for you anyway. But if there are special requests, then we're quite happy to gear it towards those.
I'll just say, Martin, I know you directed people towards it at the start, but just in case anyone's just joined us now, the details you can see there, menti.co.uk, also www.menti.com and code 991032. If you put that into your browser, then you'll get through to the screen, and then you'll be able to answer the questions there with Martin. Sorry, Martin, just wanted to make sure in case anyone had joined the stream.
That's great. Thanks, Judah. Yeah, it's great to include everybody that's just been joining. And I think that's, and thanks to whoever's just put that in. Yeah, certainly it's, a lot of this is about rapid responses and rapid practical responses that can be done at a community level. And obviously we've seen a really beautiful example of that recently with the food for schools, with obviously Manchester also playing a key part in that as well. So if there's any other things that come up and you think of, feel free to drop them in the chat. I'll just keep moving on because we've just got a few minutes together today. But there'll be opportunity to collaborate further in the future, I'm sure. So the approach that we took, sort of learning around climate, was to say, and around COVID especially, to say, well, actually, who's already had this problem? And certainly I've got friends in Northern Italy and also quite involved with the open source community. So managed to learn from communities in about 16 different countries of what they were already doing to practically help and sort of and build on that, because obviously we've got a lot of passionate people, but it's how do we have the maximum benefit from that, basically. And then we kind of created a shared vision of what we wanted. We wanted to, so our slogan, as you may have seen from the poster, was how can we protect those who are protecting us? And we carried on that initial learning with mass communication within and between communities. So we were using a whole range of fabrication techniques. One of the things that we learned from people around the world was that they had supply shortages, or one technique didn't work and they weren't able to quite meet their plans. So we kind of took 3 approaches. Instead of having like a just-in-time kind of traditional management of everything just works, or just too late, however you're framing of it is. We kind of took a resilience-based approach. So whenever we needed a material, we'd order like a third of the total from each of 3 different manufacturers. We had 3 different approaches. We were hand making visors, we were 3D printing them, we were laser cutting them. I know there's a lot of people around Manchester that have been laser cutting them, especially, which I think is a great approach. Between those 3 approaches, we were effectively just doing everything we could to make sure we could meet the local needs, especially of the medical community. And I think obviously the way that we're taught from a systems innovation perspective. In fact, that's one of the other projects I do is about systems innovation on climate change, and as does Kai, who's also on the Zoom. And we, taking that sort of systems innovation approach, obviously one of the first things you do is always a needs analysis. You learn what people want, so that you can then meet that. And it was really interesting talking to the medical community when a lot of them hadn't necessarily been asked before, which was also an interesting story in itself, and how the legislation and best practice and what the medical community wanted, all three of those were quite different specifications. So I thought that was quite fascinating as well. So there's all sorts of learnings from it, but one of them was obviously that we wanted to provide approved clean designs for free. And I think one of the things that I wanted to highlight was that this was a mass global collaboration. And I think especially when we're looking at climate change, I think the fact that there's loads of people all around the world who are all collaborating and offering their time, their skills, their resources, their passion to really protect frontline workers and overcome the challenge of COVID. And when I, personally, when I see this this global mass collaboration, which is values based, people saying we care about, the people who are protecting us. We want to look after them because they're looking after us. That values based mass collaboration, especially from a climate change background, it just makes me think immediately, like, can all these people collaborate on other things as well? Now we've built this infrastructure, now we've got all these people collaborating. What other things can we collaborate on? And certainly there's some of that we're seeing already. Certainly on the 3D printing front, which is this is an example of, we're actually seeing mass collaboration being based around creating prosthetics, for example, because prosthetics obviously need to be individually made. They need to be produced in quite a large volume, but they also, every single one's a different need. So you need these sort of rapid prototyping techniques rather than mass manufacture, which is perfect. Then you need this local micro companies that can do that kind of thing. And when those micro companies are then all collaborating rather than the larger companies competing, we can then actually be offering something which is a better quality service. So we offer a better service. We offer things for humanitarian needs, whether it be health or climate or any other sort of key challenge that we're facing, that we can all use this, utilize this resilience and the new capabilities that we're building now to really combat climate change as well. So I think that's really interesting. And I think what we're seeing is sort of the real power of communities, that actually within our communities is, we've got all the skills that we need. So for example, we know in Manchester, there's quite a big digital and green sector. We know that there's quite an exciting overlap between those two. The two areas of the industrial strategy, the two areas of the industrial strategy that Manchester is trying to focus on. So you can see this overlap between the sort of the digital and the green and the opportunities that are there. And I think Manchester could play a part in this, but I know that this is going out globally now, which is wonderful. And I think it's the power of communities all over the place, when actually a lot of these skills are available. And I think one of the things that I've found so incredible learning through this is learning about the capabilities that are already around, like whether it be within ourselves, whether it be within our local communities, our impressive neighbours and our talented communities. I think it's quite a powerful learning. So it's one that I wanted to share, and was very pleased to be given the chance to do that. But it's just this is just kind of to list all the different skills that we just found locally. And I think we just started, and I think this ties into Kaya's talk. I just started from someone has to do this, nobody's doing it. It just feels right. And actually, from starting from that perspective, like just going, this feels right. I reckon if I do something that feels right, other people might start helping me. And actually, all these people came out, these designers, engineers, systems thinkers, illustrators, coordinators, manufacturers, microbiologists, logistics, all these skills all came out. They just appeared within the community. and we collaboratively met the local needs. And I think that was what was so exciting. Yeah, we created some visors, we created some PPE. That's part of it, but I think it's more than that. I think it's about the power of those communities. So that's kind of what I wanted to get across. So this is kind of again a beautiful collage that was created by someone that lives a couple hundred meters away from me that I've never met before. But I just said, oh, could we, is there a way of having like one image which shows all the different things that they're doing? And it was just like, yeah, I do illustration, and like, it's just beautiful, I think. And again, this is all skills that were within the community, and it also lists a lot of them as well. We had people sewing, 3D printing, laser cutting, fabricating, hand making, all of these things, all at the same time. And I just thought it was only fair to list some of the people. In fact, it wasn't long ago that I created this, but even now, there's way more people than that have been involved. There's a full list on the website, which I think is linked on Envirolution. That's it's moralit.uk, and there's a link to COVID, which has got all the people. There's about 60 people listed there now, I think, or perhaps even more. There's people adding to it every day. But I did this presentation recently, and I was saying, that there's tens of thousands of people in the UK, and that there's quite a lot of people in Huntworth, and people are saying, okay, well, how does that compare? So they just asked us to throw this slide, and Huntworth is where I'm based at the moment. I used to live in Manchester in Wally Range, but I'm now based in Huntworth, which is like a little town just on the southern edge of Snowdonia National Park. I think some of you know it from a climate perspective, because there's quite a lot of climate stuff that goes on around here. We've got quite a few links, which is great. So how does this community compare to others? Here we've had people doing community stuff on climate change for 40 years. We're very lucky that it's about 20 years ago there was people that planted 500 trees for the 500th anniversary of the town. So I mean, there's all these things that have been going on for a long time that we're building on. A community newsletter might sound really simple, but that was a really key part of it. That was how we were able to meet a lot of the skills. So yeah, there's a bit. The short version is our little small town did sort of punch above its weight a little bit. So it was about 3% of the town. UK average was about 0.03% on this area, so it was about 100 times that. So how do we do it? That's the more interesting thing, right? Because that's something that we can replicate everywhere. And I think we had a clear mission. We said, well, actually, we want to protect those who are protecting us. That was a really clear mission. And we've seen, the clap for the NHS thing that was going on. There's a lot of people that believed in that, right? There's a lot of people that thought this is something that's really important. And it's interesting that actually, when we look at climate change, we look at some of the best data we've got is pre-COVID, and obviously COVID will affect this. But when we look at some of the global values index, we see that 84% of people globally said that they found action on climate change as an important value for them. So I think there is a huge number of people that really care about these issues, and when we can give a clear mission, then a lot of these people will help us. And we started trying to seek international best practice. It sounds obvious, but I think that was something that was new. And I think certainly when we look at some of Westminster's actions, perhaps they didn't seek international best practice, and perhaps we've seen the impacts of that. I think we've all sort of witnessed the impacts of COVID, which both not only on lifestyles but obviously on lives, and the impacts that has for all of their connections. Certainly, we've been providing support to a lot of nursing homes, and hearing the stories there were very dramatic. So we know the impacts. Obviously, the talk today is about the solutions, and I think if we can honour those impacts by building really strong solutions, by building things back better than they were before, and I think part of that is about seeking international best practice first. so we can, you know, stand on the shoulder of giants, all that kind of jazz. Collaborate across and within communities, because we know obviously there's international best practice. We've got designs from Prague, from the US, from Nottingham, and from South Wales, North Wales, all over the place. We've got designs and collaborations, and it's also, but it's not just about those different places. It's also about within communities. So where we are, there's quite a few different sections of communities, like there is everywhere. And I think one of the things that makes Manchester so exciting is its multicultural nature. And I think that that's a real amazing celebration in its own right. And I think if we could, I believe both when I was doing Zero Carbon Britain and when I've been doing this, I think it's the more diverse, the more diversity we have when we're co-creating solutions, the stronger those solutions will be. So if we can collaborate across and within communities, I think we can create something that's going to be really amazing. And obviously, we act to meet those local needs, and that's a real driving force. So not only have we got all of this international best practice, we've got amazing communities, we've got those skills, those are then utilised to meet real local needs that have been clearly articulated. And obviously, bringing this back to climate, the Committee on Climate Change has said basically it's COVID has shown the importance of planning well and facing the risks of the country, which is kind of the same as what I was saying. But I think it's nice that the Committee on Climate Change is saying the same as we're saying it. And obviously, we're seeing more recently that they're saying that this is a real like right now is a real opportunity. I was on a call with a bunch of people who are working in the sort of low carbon innovation space yesterday, and they were saying actually it's not a few months, it's literally the next few weeks that are a real key turning point for all of this. And I think we're really lucky to have this festival here today to be helping catalyze those and build these connections that can bring together people with mutual goals, so that we can create something which is really powerful together. And I've got some ideas on that. I know that we're recording this, so a lot of the value may well be delivered afterwards rather than immediately as well. But if there is anybody that's still got their phone open on Menti, or if anybody wants to open it on menti.com and enter that code, the 991032, then I think one of the questions here is, what we're seeing with COVID is that public health and the protection of life has been centre stage in policy making, especially when we look at an international context. So if we do say that the protection of life internationally and public health are really important, we build on that. What could we achieve together? And I think as as I'm waiting for I'm going to give this about 30 more seconds in case there is anybody still typing, but I think one of the things that I would suggest is that one of the things we can co-create together is this sustainable pathway that I've been hinting on, and that if we are obviously the challenge of climate change is really a challenge of protecting human life as well. We've seen all the IPCC's work on the impacts of 1.5 and 2 degrees. Obviously, the reason that we had that target of 2 degrees wasn't to say that that global warming, and that was global warming is something that that we want to stop. The 2 degrees thing was obviously largely linked to tipping points, and the tipping points maybe before that. So I think we know the impacts of 1.5 degrees, we know the impacts of 2 degrees, and we really want to protect life, and that's why a lot of us are here today to take action on this, and to be able to build back better. And I think there is definitely this shift in values and mindset. And I think one example of that is we had lots of people sign up to volunteer. There was one person who never had actually volunteered, and then he suddenly changed, and he was really enthusiastic. And I thought, well, you know, this just seemed like a real example for me. And I thought, well, so I asked him what it was that made him choose to suddenly get involved. And he said, oh, well, I couldn't just sit back and watch all the amazing work that you have done. And I think that's exactly it, right? You know, I think all of this work that we do does create ripples. People see it. However small we might think these things that we do in the community are, you know, all of these things can really inspire people, and they just ripple out. And I think that's really powerful. I think the innovation is certainly part of it, like looking at things in the long term, which I think both of those hint at, that we can take the strategic approach, but we can also act quickly, which is exactly what we've done with COVID. So I think that's really exciting. I'm conscious I've got just a couple of minutes left, so I wanted to say, yeah, thank you for your attention, and yeah, in conclusion, again, to repeat this public health message. But I think when we're sort of looking at not just words, which I'm quite happy to give those words, but also the actions, right? And I think one of the things that we've acted on COVID, which I'm very pleased about. We've been working on sustainability for some time. And one of the things that we're doing at the moment is that we're co-creating a course on pathways to sustainability. So, you know, the work I did on Zero Carbon Britain, having this vision of saying, actually, you know, the idea of a sustainable future isn't just something that we dream or love. Actually, all of the technology is already there. This is something that is practically achievable. So I think we've got that visionary stuff. We've got this leading education, whether it be about biomimicry, like understanding the incredible knowledge of nature, whether it be these new connections that we're creating through community work, and also having all of that with an action focus, so that people can find their own pathway, focus on what they're personally interested in most, but whichever path they choose, they can be part of the sustainable solution. So yeah, that's what we're working on at the moment. There's contact details there for you to get in touch if you're interested in either co-creating or being part of that in another way. Then yeah, please do get in touch. And yeah, I think I've got about 30 seconds left. So just to say thank you and get hand back to Tudor.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Martin. I really appreciate that. Yeah, as I said, if you want to check out the links there to the community interest company, then Kick. Yeah, okay, brilliant. Yeah, just dead quickly, just for my own sake, as a bit of context. What did it look like practically? What did it look like at the time? Did your community interest company decide, right, we're going to make PPE equipment, or were you already making stuff in the past and you decided to change what you were doing? I know it's quite a big question to ask with 30 seconds left.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was really, I'd done this work partly linked for Manchester on like the utilisation of advanced digital technology in the green sector. So it was like my research work was all around how can we use technology for good, right? Specifically for climate. And then so I've kind of got that angle. And then I was also some friends were doing so I do some energy modelling stuff. And some of that modelling capacity was then being redeployed for COVID. So there was a couple of COVID projects already. And from that framing, kind of thought this could be a practical way that we could help out. So yeah, we hadn't really done PPE before. So that was it was great to have that mass collaboration there, and to be able to gain the knowledge of all the different people in the medical community to help get us started. So yeah, that's kind of where we came from. It's redirecting that sort of systems innovation knowledge, really.
Brilliant. Okay, thanks for that, guys. Thanks, Martin. Thanks for as you mentioned before, this recording is going to be put up onto YouTube for people to view afterwards as well. I really like that Mentimeter website and that engagement tool. That's something which I've taken away from this. So I'm definitely going to be using that one afterwards. So thanks a lot for that. Plenty of ideas. Yeah, plenty of discussion to be had there. So yeah, the details on there for anyone who wants to find out more. I'm sure Mark will be happy to take questions on that. So yeah, thanks for that, guys. Without further ado, I'm going to have to cut it there because we've got the next speaker. But yeah, I think Kai we'll see you later on for your workshop. But otherwise, take care, guys, and we'll see you again. See you again soon.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Gina.
Take care, guys. Bye bye. Okay, so that leads us on to just gone 2 o'clock now. So that leads us on to the next talk today, which is one where we're bringing in some young activists who are at the forefront of the Greater Manchester youth strikes last year, that big movement, if you remember that far back to the pre-COVID days. I've got 3 of the guys joining us now, and they're going to talk about their experiences in the strikes. But just before we do that, I just want to direct you towards, if you're watching this via the website, remember you cannot ask questions if you go to the YouTube channel and pop your questions into the YouTube comment section. When you're looking at the video, you might have to go off the website to do that, and then you can ask your questions in there, and then I'll fire them off to the guys who are joining us here now. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Charlotte and Claudia. I'll bring Charlotte onto the talk. Hello. I've got you on mute. Hi, Charlotte. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Yeah, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, we're managing to keep the schedule, which is quite good considering it's a live festival. And then we've not done it live.
That is really good.
So how are you doing anyway?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, a bit stressed because university is all in the air, and then I've just been like throwing myself into like doing stuff for UKSCN, doing stuff for Youth Strike Manchester. So it's been all a bit hectic at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure it's been a bit mad. I can imagine for someone in it's a big period of your life, isn't it? As a young person, when you're kind of going through that period of waiting for university, and to have this, there's one upheaval is ending school, let alone with COVID thrown into the mix. So I don't envy you guys at all. We're expecting Emma and Harrison as well joining us.
Yeah, I've just messaged them. I think they might have been having some issues with Zoom.
Right, okay, no worries. That's understandable. Yeah, so we'll crack on anyway. Do you want to introduce yourself then, and introduce what it is you've been up to in the past with everything that you've been doing in the youth strike?
Sure. So I'm Charlotte. I'm 18, and I've been volunteering for Youth Strike Manchester for a year and a half now, which is kind of crazy because my life has changed so much in a year and a half. So we started out in February of 2019, but we weren't organising it. No youth were involved with organising Youth Strike Manchester when it began. Mm-hmm. It was organised by Fridays for Future, who had been going since I think November of 2018 or December. So we were kind of like just going to the strikes as normal strikers. So on my first strike, I was literally shaking. I was so nervous being there. It was absolutely crazy. And it just shows how much I've grown as like a person. But I was there at the first strike. I was shaking so much, like reading this speech like this. And it was like wet and cold and everything, but the atmosphere that was created was absolutely incredible, and I loved it so much. So the February one went by and the March went by, and I went to both of them. And then Jenny, who had been organising them, put me and Emma together. She made us contact each other. I was like, well, I think the youth should be organising the youth strikes now. Emma, this is Charlotte. Charlotte, this is Emma. Off you go and organise it. And me and Emma have just been doing it ever since. And I don't think either of us would want it any other way, because we love it so much. But yeah,
so I've actually got a great photo of the youth strike. I think I can see you both on there. Let me just share my screen and I'll
Oh, jeez.
let me just share this.
I've removed all memories from the February youth strike of 2019 because I look so young. You look at photos and you're like, that is not the same person.
Yeah, so it's interesting that the youth. I mean, because everyone remembers the youth strikes as kind of springtime last year when it all sort of really took off, and then it was when Greta Thunberg started sitting outside of her Parliament building, I think in Sweden. And yeah, but Fridays for the Future was going along before that then.
Yeah, it was. So there were people that were outside of the library, Manchester Library, St. Peter's Square, just that every single Friday, like campaigning and making a statement that the climate crisis is real and it needs to be addressed by the government and by local governments as well, local councils. So they've been there for like a lot longer than us. But it's the youth strikes that kind of got the momentum going on a lot of things and opened a lot of people's minds and changed a lot of opinions, which is always good. But yeah, they've been going on for a lot longer and I don't think people realise it.
So what encouraged you to get? I mean, I'm interested. Sorry, sort of as an activist or someone who's just started being involved in activism yourself, or yeah, we've been doing it for over a year now. But what was the first thing that drove you? Was it kind of was it someone else? Was it someone you knew was doing it, or was it kind of you had like a desire to right, I'm going to change things now?
Well, I saw a post on Facebook of like events that you might be interested in, and it was the youth strike for February, and I was like, oh, okay, I might have a look at that. And Jenny, who was organising it, was like, right, I need young people to make speeches. I was like, well, I'm a GCSE drama student, I can do this. Oh yeah, that's me. Yeah, so I'm so there's Lilia in the middle, which is a little girl that always comes to strikes and she's absolutely incredible. I'm to the right of her and then Emma's to the left of her.
Yeah.
But
brilliant. And I think that picture kind of sums up. That's in the centre of Manchester, is it? I think.
Yeah. So this is us marching down to Ancoats because they want to build a car park there. So we were marching down to Ancoats to protest against that and get more green spaces in Manchester. But yeah.
That's brilliant. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I just really like that photo. I thought that was brilliant too.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, sorry, I interrupted you. You were sort of discussing how you got into it in the first place.
Yeah, so Jenny said, I would need young people to make a speech. And so I was like, oh, I'm a GCSE drama student. I've got confidence to do this. I didn't have the confidence to do it. And it was kind of a last minute decision because on the Thursday night, I was like, no, I'm not going. It's not for me. But then on the Friday morning, I was like, you know what, I've got nothing else to do today. I may as well go. And I'm so glad that I did because it really genuinely changed my life. Like just like the atmosphere.
It's quite hard to it's quite hard to put into words the sort of atmosphere you get when you get to a protest. And I think that is it. Yeah, would you say you're kind of addicted to it now?
Yeah. Definitely. I'm definitely addicted to it. And like, I just want to, like, I miss it so much because I love doing it so much. So it's kind of weird not been doing it. So we cancelled our March one because of COVID. So our last one was the February one of 2020, which was the Valentine's Day strike. And I like look at pictures from it. I'm like, oh, I miss doing this. Like, honestly, my entire time has just been like looking at old past strikes and pictures and stuff like that. So yeah, that is absolutely crazy. But I just, I saw a Facebook post, decided to go for it, and I've not stopped. I got kind of stuck on the little stage. We use like the benches in St. Peter's Square as our little stages, and I accidentally got stuck up there. So I was there like with a little microphone, like, please, somebody else take the microphone away from me. So I just like started chanting and stuff like that. And it's hard to put into the words like what I actually feel when I'm at the strikes. Like it's just a mix of so many emotions and everything. It's absolute madness.
What's been the most memorable part for you about the movement? I mean, from my point of view, it's been incredible to see how it's grown from from Fridays for the Future in the end of 2018 to this kind of movement that coincided with the climate emergency. It coincided with Extinction Rebellion. There was so much going on at the time. What was your highlight? What was the most memorable moment for you?
I've kind of got like two. Like one is just like generally like people all coming together and like chanting, and just like the energy you get from the strikes, like just because everyone's there for the same reasons, and that everyone's there like campaigning for this one cause, and there's so much solidarity and unity when you're at the strikes. And then the second like highlight was like the September strike, because we had 3,000, 4,000 people attend, and
really, wow.
We had spent months planning that strike. I had so many trade union meetings that I went to. I had to discuss at length with the police what was happening on the day. We had to campaign for months and months and months to try and get as many people as we possibly could. And yeah, that was crazy. September was definitely the best part of like last year. And I'm sure Emma can agree that September was just a whirlwind of absolute madness. But yeah, we organised that for months and months, and it was honestly incredible. The feeling of just, honestly, at the end, me and Emma were just like, oh my God, I can't believe we've just done that. Absolute madness.
Thanks for that, Charlotte. Hi, Emma, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Sorry I'm late. Got confused.
No, don't worry. Me and Charlotte have been having a good chat, actually. Don't worry at all. We've just flashed up the photo of you, that photo of you of the youth strike, and I just asked Charlotte what her favourite moment about the youth strike was. But I think for the benefit of those watching, perhaps you want to, should we get like a little introduction about yourself and how you've been involved with the youth strikes, and maybe some other things that you've been up to?
Yeah. I'll go. Hi, I'm Emma. I'm 16. I'm from the Bury, so I'm Youth MP for Bury, and I'm also part of Youth Strike for Climate Manchester and lots of other kind of national and international environmental activism. So I got involved both as a Youth MP. I got elected in February of 2019, and the first Youth Strike in Manchester was also February of 2019. So that's kind of when everything started for me, really. So I found out about the first Youth Strike on Facebook, which is the same place that Charlotte saw it. And for me, it was basically just a way for me to channel kind of the climate anxiety that I was feeling and the sort of like helplessness that I felt as a young person with the fact that I couldn't vote, into something active to try and push for change. So I went to the first youth strike and kind of took that step, which made me feel quite nervous. Obviously it was going against my school, which as a 14-year-old was quite intimidating. But I think when I got there, I met Charlotte and I met so many other incredible kind of young people. And I think it wasn't the biggest turnout in February, but to be honest, because it was the first one, and it was such a big act for young people to take to kind of not go into school. It was an incredible turnout. And from there, me and Charlotte kind of took over from say March, April time. And it's just kind of grown exponentially from there. So I've kind of since then got to speak at conferences, do lots of different political stuff. It's just been a big blur of kind of like moving with the momentum that's been created by the youth strikes. It's been absolutely incredible. Yeah,
it is quite momentous. I mean, so now you're both kind of veteran campaigners. Where does it go from here? Do you see yourselves going into politics? Is this giving you kind of like a step in the door, or is it something which you kind of just want to keep doing on the side and carry on doing with life university?
I mean, I never thought about politics before I joined Youth Strike Manchester. Like, I didn't care about politics. Like, I did it a little bit in history, but I hated it so much. And I've actually had more of an education about politics through the youth strikes than I actually have in education, which is saying something. Because I had to learn, I had to educate myself, and people at the strikes educated me. And obviously, because Emma's a youth MP, she's definitely like helped me and like taught me things, which is really helpful. And
so are you sort of saying that joining a protest should be part of the national curriculum then?
I think learning about politics should be part of the national curriculum, but I always like try and get my school, because we have like a school council, I always try and get the teacher that runs the school council to bring the kids to one of the youth strikes. It'll teach them so much about politics and democracy and everything. Please bring them. And he actually did one time, and I was like so happy. It was like a win. But I've never thought about going into politics because I just think it's a dirty game in a way. Like it's just portrayed as that. But I do want to continue campaigning. Maybe like work for Greenpeace or something one day, just like fulfill my hippie dreams, something like that. But I want to continue campaigning. I want to continue doing stuff like this in the future. But yeah.
Brilliant. Okay. We're just the final piece to the puzzle. Harrison, thanks for joining us. How are you doing today?
Good, thank you. Sorry I'm late. I had some awful technical difficulties, so I do apologise for that.
Don't worry at all. Do you want to give a little bit of an introduction about yourself and how you've been involved in the youth protests and general protests as well?
Yeah, definitely. I'm Harrison Humby. I've been involved in the youth strike now for probably more like 5-6 months sort of so. Not nowhere near as long as the other two, but when I first came to it, when I first heard about it, it wasn't something I just leapt straight into. I was more focused on my exams and thinking, oh, I'll deal with this. I'll deal with the environment in the long term when it comes to it. And then it crept on me about a year later that really we don't have that time just to think, I'll deal with it in the future. It needs to be sorted now. And that's when I realised that I need to join this group and try and make a bit of a difference.
That's interesting. It seems like a theme which is coming up quite a bit. Was that it's not. I remember when I was your age. It sounds a bit patronising, and I do apologise. But when I was, go do my GCSEs and my A levels, we didn't. Like you said, it was something which you thought I'll do that later on. But it's incredible that you guys have been able to get involved. And Harrison, what was it that got you involved with the protest? Do you remember the first time that you kind of thought, right, I'm going to go out and protest?
Yeah, well, Emma was telling me about it for a while, and she kept trying to get me involved. And I eventually said, you know what, I'm going to go to one of these. And it was just amazing to go. And I got there, and I was like, this is nothing what I thought it would be. It was an incredible experience, really fulfilling, and it's worth doing. It's worth going to and just seeing what it's all about. And once you go to one, you just think, right, I've got to keep doing this because it's brilliant fun.
You've been bitten by the bug. That's what we said to Charlotte before. A bit of an addiction. Great. So Emma, what's your most memorable moment been of the whole movement since you've been involved?
I'm sure, as Charlotte said before, it was September, because I don't think you can get any better than what we got there. We've done a good 4 months worth of work for that. We've kind of done collaboration with so many adult organisations. There was a lot of intergenerational work. It was a worldwide movement, so there was just so much energy and effort going into it, and that really paid off on the day when it came to the 20th of September, because just the momentum and the atmosphere. It was a beautiful sunny day, which definitely helps as well because the weather impacts it a lot. But kind of everything just fell into place in that day, and there was such an incredible turnout of kind of such diversity, so much intergenerational activism, and just the atmosphere was so sort of rejuvenating in a sense, because it's so easy to get burnt out as an environmental activist. But I think September kind of set the fire up in our souls again, and it really just kind of gave us the reassurance that we needed, both on like a local level but on a worldwide level, that there was that push for change, and there was people kind of all around the world experiencing the same fear and wanting to do the same thing, and to be able to do that all in one day at the same time was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I suppose it must be quite humbling to feel part of that wider wider network is something which I think is been really incredible. And you see a lot with protests and the Black Lives Matter protests as well. Is that it's you might go out and protest in Manchester, but you're part of that global movement. There's one thing I wanted to touch on actually, Charlotte. Have you how is that linked to the global network? What does it look like for you guys? Is there kind of the things you get involved with on that level, or is it kind of do you try and stick to local protests?
I mean, we definitely don't try to stick to local because it's a global issue that we're dealing with here, and a lot of the Indigenous people that are being affected do not have a voice, and we just try to uplift their voices and actually tell their stories, not for them, but like just telling their stories and telling them to like just it's hard to explain, but like these Indigenous people, like they're on the front lines of the climate crisis and they are being ignored. And we like the climate crisis like movement is mostly middle class white people who have the resources, have the time, have the ability to go out and protest every single month, where some people don't, and some people are dying because they are campaigning for the climate crisis. So it's definitely a global thing, and we try to do as much as we can to kind of connect with everybody globally. I'm in a few group chats, Emma's probably in more, where we talk to international people and like hear their stories and like what's going on in their countries, which is like really great to see. But Emma can probably explain a little bit better than I did.
Yeah, no, so I'll just to kind of add on to that, it's definitely been a development that's come as I personally, but also as a group, we've kind of got more involved, because at the start we were very much about climate action and about saving our future, because we didn't know that much about climate activism. It was something very new. And I'd definitely say it's sort of like a self-discovery sort of thing that you go along, it's a journey. But as we got more involved, we came across kind of like climate justice and the importance of kind of on an international level protecting those that are most vulnerable, which are often those in the global south, of ethnic minorities, Indigenous groups. So as we've kind of developed, I personally have gotten way more involved in international things. I'm part of Fridays for Future Digital, which is like all around the world about kind of online striking for those who can't physically strike. So those in places like China, Philippines, where there's actually laws in place that could have them arrested and kind of much more extreme things for actually taking a stand. So environmental activism on an international level, I'd say, is fundamental to the organisation, especially because we're in England, which is a very sort of colonialist, privileged country. Yeah. So it's really important that we expand that and make sure we support others with our privilege.
Definitely, and I think you kind of touched on it there, because it's the two things on the news this year have been COVID-19 and Black Lives Matter protest, and I think one thing which I'm proposing for some of the speakers today is how do you break the trend of the environmental sector being that kind of that traditional kind of white middle class, male dominated often as well, in high levels. How do you break that? I know it can be quite a challenging question, but Harrison, do you have any thoughts on how the movement can sort of embrace those values and be more representative?
Definitely. Well, with what we believe, we always write out our ideas in clear bullet points to show what we believe, and pushing for this. We always say in equality for everybody, pushing those ideas, saying this is what we believe. Everybody has the chance to come and join us and to stand for what we believe. And it isn't about the colour of your skin or how you feel. It's about believing in the fact that we can make a difference. And that's what matters at the end of the day. And as long as we push that through social media and other resources, I think the numbers of other different groups of people will come together, and we will unite together and make a difference.
Definitely, really interesting. Thanks for that. Yeah. And what about COVID-19? I suppose where does that leave us then? As a group who have found a name for themselves by striking every Friday. Where do you go from here? Is it virtual strikes, or how does it look?
I mean, honestly, when we first, because we cancelled the March strike because of COVID, and it was kind of like, okay, so what do we do now? Like, this is going to get much worse. And as a group, we were kind of stuck in like March, we were kind of stuck like, okay, right, what do we actually want to do as a group? So some of us had been doing digital strikes every single week. Some have been doing it monthly. We've been working on things behind the scenes that we can launch later on in the year, which is really exciting. But I think COVID has like been a blessing in disguise for the group, because we've been able to like regroup ourselves and actually like decide, why are we here, what are we doing? And we're starting to write our own Manchester demands. Wow. And just starting to kind of come together more as a group. We've been having weekly Zoom meetings. We've been doing so much more as a group, and just been getting to know each other as well, which has made working together so much easier and so much better. Obviously COVID is like a horrible thing, and I can't believe that it's actually happening. It feels a little bit sci-fi in a way, and people that use it say like, COVID, look at what it's done for the environment. Like, no, that's eco-fascism. We don't need that. But it's definitely given us a chance to regroup and get more members in and try and become more active and do a lot more things behind the scenes, because we've not had schools and everything else in the way. But yeah.
Nice. Thanks for that. Yeah. We've got a few minutes left, so I want to give you the opportunity now just to sort of maybe give some final comments on where you think what the future holds. You know, we've been sharing the hashtag #MyFuturePlanet. Harrison, would maybe come back to you, but what does your future planet look like?
Well, definitely fully carbon neutral is something we should all be aiming for. Every country, not just those that. If we can get to that point, we should be helping others to get to that point. Other countries that are maybe have less stronger economies, which we should be helping, not just for us to accomplish it, but we should be looking to help other countries accomplish that. And just on one more thing, I think it's really important for anyone thinking of joining this group, or parents looking at this and thinking, what are they doing? This isn't just a bunch of kids running around being afraid. This is a bunch of young children, young people having hope, and that's what it's about. It's not fear. It's the belief that we can make a difference. So if you believe you want to be a part of that, definitely come and help out.
Brilliant. Nice little rallying cry there at the end. Yeah, I like it. Emma, what about you?
Yeah, definitely kind of building on Harrison's point, because that is definitely something that we fundamentally need. Just embodying climate justice as a whole on an international level is so important. We can have a carbon neutral future, but if it isn't an equal one, where there's equal rights for Indigenous groups, ethnic minorities, genders, kind of sexualities, it has to be there. Social justice and climate justice come hand in hand. And a lot of the time, I think the government, especially kind of governments around the world, separate the two. And they feel as though they have to tackle them as two separate issues, which you don't, because if you tackle one, you will tackle the other. And it's so important that we as individuals embody climate justice and we fight for equality, but also that we kind of push on governments to make sure that any acts they do when it comes to the environment also takes into account climate justice and that sense of equality. But as Harrison said, kind of the climate justice movement and climate action movement has grown so much in the past year. We're young people that have kind of taken our future into our own hands. We can't vote, but we haven't let that stop us, because in the end, we're supposed to trust the government and we can't, because they are not acting on our future. So we're young people that have decided to not take that and to take our future into our own hands.
Fantastic, thanks for that. Charlotte, do you want to add to that really briefly? I think we've up maybe
I mean, how could I follow up from how beautifully Harrison and Emma have explained it all? But yeah, climate justice means so many different things. It's like racial justice, LGBTQ plus justice. It's just everything. And we have to like not separate the two, because they are intertwined and it's important. And yeah, honestly, I couldn't follow on from it. Honestly, you two are too good. But yeah, just climate justice is like the most important thing I think we're campaigning for, because it's just so important. And I think people need to go out and do their own research about it, because we definitely went out and did our own research and we found that word and that concept to be the most important thing for our group.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that is a good position to end it there. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to stay chat with you guys for longer. I feel like we've only just scratched the surface, really, of the whole protest movement. But thanks a lot for joining us. Thanks for joining. Eventually, I know that don't worry about the technical issues. There's always going to happen with things like this. Okay, I'm going to ask you. Got to bring the next speakers in now. So thanks, guys. Have a good day, and we'll see you again soon. Hopefully, get to enjoy the rest of the festival.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Very much.
Okay, I'm just going to give a minute now, just before we bring in Claudia for the next talk, which is going to be live from Plattfields Garden. So we'll just make sure all the links are okay there, and then we'll get cracking. Hello again. Just had to nip off and get some new headphones, but we've done that, so that's fine. And I'm going to bring in the next speaker now, who's Claudia. So without further ado, just to let you know again, if you've got questions and you want to ask and you want to pose them to our speakers, you can do that by going on through the YouTube channel and looking in the comments section and adding the comments in there. And I think we've got Claudia here now. Are you there, Claudia?
Hi.
Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm really good. The sun is out, so I'm happy.
Yeah, you've picked a good day you've picked a good day to be the only person who's speaking from outside, I think. So congratulations to you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I know it's a shame that we can't, Envirolution usually in Plattfields Park this time each year. Unfortunately, we can't be there this year, but it's good to know that someone's in Plattfields Garden, Plattfield Park to fly the flag. So do you want to give us a little introduction to yourself and then the Plattfield Market Garden?
Yeah, so I'm Claudia. I've been a volunteer coordinator / general project assistant helper person at Plattfields Market Garden, which is an organic community garden in Fallowfield in Manchester. We sell veg boxes. We've been doing plant sales. We run workshops. We've got volunteering sessions. Yeah.
Brilliant. That's really cool. So how long has it been going for?
Say again. Sorry, you're lagging.
Sorry, I wondered how long. I wondered how long it's been going for the market garden.
The Plattfields has been going for, I think, 4 to 5 years now. Mm-hmm. Around that. Yeah, it took quite a while to get the place ready for everything, but yeah, only like in the past year it's been very, very active, and there's been a lot of excitement around it. We're inviting loads of different people down. We've got loads of chefs on site at the moment learning how to grow food. Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, so today you plan to talk to us about composting, I believe.
Yes, I'll be talking about the basics of composting using just like a traditional compost heap, and then I'll talk about the slightly less traditional way of composting using worms or vermiculture.
Yeah. Sounds cool. Well, shall I let you crack on then, and then if you've got any questions, I'll stop you to ask them. But otherwise, I'll hand over to you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I can hear you. You're coming through fine on my end.
You keep breaking up.
Okay.
Okay. Should I just get into it then?
Yeah, I think so. I think let's just get cracking.
Cool. Right. So, yeah, like I said earlier, my name is Claudia. I've been volunteering at Platfields Market Garden for the past year. I'm also running my own little project called the Branch Project, which is just me learning or teaching myself and others about sustainable growing. Today I'll be talking to you about compost because I'm very passionate about soil health. So I'd love to tell you about how we can build soil health from the comfort of your own home in 2 different ways. So you'll learn today about how to start your own compost, what conditions are needed for a compost heap to function at its best, and how to compost when you can't actually have a compost heap. This is where the worm composting will come in. So what actually is composting? So this is a very simple diagram to show the process. And composting refers to the process of breaking down something that was once living. So for example, any food or garden waste, it's broken down into its primary basic components, retrieving any leftover nutrients from the previously living material. So you're turning all this waste into nutritious fertilizer that can then return to the land, nourish it, and allow us to grow healthy food, as well as ensure our soils are functioning how they should be. And the key to this decomposition process is the variety of soil organisms that help us out. So as you can see in the diagram, we've got snails and slugs, we've got earthworms, we've got wood lice, and also the invisible bacteria and fungi. Right. So yeah, and this is just some more of the plethora of things that help us compost. So why bother making your own compost? Well, first of all, it's a really easy way to replenish soil nutrients. So like if you imagine a huge farm and it's filled with kale, for example, the soil on that farm is being depleted with every bit of kale that is grown. And once that kale is harvested, it gets taken away and along with all those nutrients that it's been absorbing to grow. So if you add nothing back, there's less and less nutrients available for the next crop, and you may struggle to produce sufficient and healthy food in addition to your soil health just deteriorating. Yeah, similarly, compost promotes healthy soil because it promotes water retention, so the soil can hold more water for the plants. It also provides air spaces in the soil, so it promotes airflow and then prevents anaerobic or no oxygen conditions. We want aerobic or oxygen conditions for decomposition because that's when it happens most efficiently. And also the organic matter in the compost provides great conditions for all the decomposer organisms that we need, so the bacteria, fungi, soil animals. They munch away on the organic matter and kind of break it down. Yeah, also composting is great for reducing your carbon footprint. So it prevents food waste from going to landfill and being a source of methane, where it breaks down in conditions when there is not much oxygen. So again, breaks down in anaerobic conditions. And this releases methane, which is a greenhouse gas that is more potent than CO2 because it's more effective at trapping heat. So it's worse for global warming. So we don't want that, obviously. And a statistic I found says that about 11% of all the greenhouse gas emissions that come from the food system could be reduced if we stop wasting food. So that's pretty cool. And also making your own compost saves you a little bit of money. You don't have to worry about trying to find affordable compost that's organic and peat-free because you're just making it yourself. So how do you start a compost heap? So when I'm talking about a compost heap, I'm referring to an outside compost pile like a wooden bay on the left or a plastic container in the photo on the right. And just a note here as well that there is many different ways of composting, and once you're comfortable with the basics, which I'm covering today, I definitely encourage you to research all the different methods that exist, such as hot compost or composting animal waste or even human waste. I'm not going to be talking about that today. I'm just going to cover the basics of how to compost your garden waste and your kitchen waste. So So the way decomposition occurs in nature is that leaves and branches, fruit, and any other bits, they will fall down onto the ground. And over time, a variety of processes will happen that slowly break that stuff into these smaller and smaller components that eventually feed the soil. This takes a bit of time in nature, so we can actually manipulate these processes to our own advantage and speed up the decomposition process at home. So if you have if you're building a compost pile, let's say you've got a wooden bay like in the last photo, you want to make sure that it's placed over any existing soil, and that's because you're allowing easy access for these soil microorganisms that we need, microorganisms and organisms. You're allowing easy access for them to all this waste so they can start breaking it down. If you're not using a compost bay, if you're using a more of a closed container, what you want to do is you want to take some soil from outside or get some ready compost that you may already have to kind of inoculate your new compost heap with those organisms, because they won't get there, they won't get in there otherwise. Right, so you've got your compost heap built, and now you can start adding your compost. So kind of the golden rule in composting is that you need a good mix of greens and browns, where greens refers to things like the fresh, still living material that's a source of nitrogen, including food scraps, grass clippings, coffee or tea. And then browns refers to the more dead stuff, so that acts like a source of carbon, and that refers to things like cardboard, paper, leaves or sticks. And here, don't get too bogged down with the details of this, but the ratio is supposed to be 2 to 1. So for every 2 parts nitrogen, you have 1 part carbon. So for every 1 bucket of browns you add to your compost, you want to add 2 buckets of greens. However, that's not always, that's not very practical, because if you have compost, you just want to throw it in. So by all means, go ahead and just do that. Just make sure you have a good mix overall. So why do we actually need all this mix? So if you have too many greens, you have too much nitrogen in your compost heap, and it'll begin to smell, which I think is because the bacteria can't use up all this nitrogen. So it's left over and it's converted into something called ammonia, which stinks. And if you have too much carbon, the decomposition can slow down again, because you don't have that right balance for the microorganisms to carry out the decomposition. It's also important to have a variety of different sized stuff in your compost heap. That's because it just allows oxygen flow, allows these air spaces that promote aerobic conditions under which decomposition occurs very efficiently. And this can also be promoted by mixing your compost heap once in a while, so you can do that as often or as little as you want. I think the more you do it, the quicker you'll get your compost. And also do remember that you've got, or you should have, a bunch of soil animals and critters moving around through your compost heap and aerating it for you. Yeah, but I feel like the one time you should definitely turn over your compost heap is if it gets waterlogged. Oh, sorry, that's just a diagram of all the greens and browns.
Can I ask you a quick question, Claudia?
Oh yes, go ahead. Yeah.
I've looked into compost before, and I thought the ratio was the other way around with the greens to browns. Is it always the same, or is that a golden rule, or does it change depending on what your green and browns are?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, so it's like, so the 2 to 1 ratio here kind of refers to the actual material you add, right? Like, because I've seen the different ratio that was, I think, the one that you're talking about, and it kind of, that ratio refers to the specific like chemical components, if that makes sense. So like if you were to add a bucket of pure carbon and pure nitrogen, that's what that ratio would play in. But then this ratio, it kind of accounts for the fact that when you're adding in a bucket of greens, they'll have some browns in them too, and like vice versa. Does that make sense?
Yeah, great, thanks for that.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so right, so you want to, if you're in an area that receives a lot of rain, or if you're in a period of heavy rain, you want to try and find something to cover your compost heap, such as a little roof or a piece of cardboard, or even some old carpet. Just make sure the compost pile isn't closed off completely, because it prevents the flow of oxygen, and it can promote anaerobic conditions, or low to no oxygen conditions. And the reason we don't want these anaerobic conditions in our compost heap is because aerobic organisms, or the ones that live in the presence of oxygen, are better decomposers than the anaerobes, which live without oxygen. And in addition, the anaerobes can sometimes release compounds that are harmful to your plants. And they also release hydrogen sulfide, which stinks like rotten eggs. So if you want efficient decomposition and a compost heap that doesn't smell bad, then you want to ensure there is oxygen in it. And as without it, the aerobes will die and the anaerobes will take over. In addition, you also want to prevent too much rain getting in your compost heap, as there is a chance of nutrients being literally washed away with it. So all the stuff that you're working for, all the stuff that you want will just get washed away with heavy rain. So you want to prevent that. However, it is important to maintain moisture in your compost heap, because this promotes the right conditions for the decomposer organisms, especially earthworms, like I'll be talking about later. So if the weather's really hot, feel free to water your compost, but remember, it should never be waterlogged, so you shouldn't be able to squeeze water out of it. It should just be moist. And one thing you can do to speed up your compost is to chop up your waste. So you can shred your leaves, shred your grass, shred your grass, cut up your food waste. And that provides a larger surface area for the microorganisms to act on. So now, what can you add to your compost heap? So the greens, what you can add, the browns, what you can't add. So the greens, like the usual newspaper, cardboard, food waste, eggshells, but not eggs, sawdust, wood chips, coffee grounds, cotton, tea bags, the things that you can't add. So you can't add anything, but you can add anything other than cooked food. You shouldn't add dairy or meat, as this can attract rats and can be a source of disease, so you should avoid that. Don't add anything that's been exposed to chemicals. Don't add any diseased plants in your compost heap. Don't add any coal ash, because this can have chemicals and heavy metals that can be harmful to your plants. And also don't add any black walnut branches or twigs or anything like that, because that is an allelopathic plant. So it has a chemical called juglone, which it uses to kind of suppress the plants growing around it when it grows, which is a really interesting way of growing. So how do you know when your compost pile is actually working? So if you put your hand on it, it should be relatively warm, and that's because that's just a byproduct of the decomposition process. With time, you should no longer be able to recognize the materials that you've been adding to your compost heap. The compost pile will shrink with some time as things are being broken down into smaller bits, and it should have an earthy smell. I think the average time in the UK it takes for compost to be ready is between 6 months to a year, but obviously you can speed that up. That's just, the average time. And once it's ready, use it as soon as possible, or store it somewhere where it's sheltered from rain, so you don't lose all those nutrients like I mentioned earlier. However, not everyone can have a compost heap. So what do you do then if you want to compost? Well, this is where the worms come in. So vermicompost is essentially a compost pile that is enclosed in a container with the earthworms as primary decomposers. So the worms will eat through green waste and also through any present microorganisms. They will excrete that out, and that's called worm castings, and that's your vermicompost or your worm compost, also referred to as vermiculture. And the worms used for this are not the ones that you'll just find outside. The ones for this are red wrigglers or tiger worms. There's been research done on them, and they seem to be the most efficient at composting, and they're also the most adaptable. I think it's because outside they live in the top layer of the soil, so they're the most comfortable with being in the contained space somehow. So why should you vermicompost? Well, the main attraction, I think, is that you can compost inside. So you don't need you don't need a garden or anything to have a compost heap. You can just literally do this inside. You can keep the worms in your garage. You can keep them in your kitchen, under your kitchen cupboard, or in your kitchen cupboard. So it's friendly for those that don't have outside space, and it's also friendly if you're moving a lot. For example, I'm moving house soon. I can take all my compost with me, which is great. Also, studies find that vermicompost is very nutritious, so it promotes plant root and shoot growth, and it promotes seed germination, and it's also just really fun to have. So now, how to set up your vermicompost. So you'll need a container, so ideally a plastic one, so you ensure that the worms can't run away, but then you can also drill holes in it, so you promote airflow. So my worm farm's like a plastic storage box that you'll find in any shop. It's a 65-litre one. You can also use something like a sink or a bathtub. Ensure there is airflow, and then you need to add bedding. So what I did with my wormery is I added 5 inches of bedding. That's just a random number. That's just the amount of stuff I actually had. But the bedding is something that stimulates soil, so it's something that the worms will move through and live in, and this can include stuff like, actual soil, coconut fiber, shredded cardboard, shredded newspaper, any litter, any leaves you might find outside, or any compost you may already have, maybe some sand, even some cotton or wool. So then you also need the worms. So like I said, you need red wriggler or tiger worms. I bought mine from the Yorkshire worms online, and they've been doing pretty well. And I think they've been reproducing as well, which is pretty cool. In terms of feed them in moderation. When you get your worms at first, you want to wait like a week or two. You want to feed them, but they will take some time to kind of get used to the new environment, so they won't eat much. You don't want to add too much food because it will start to smell, it will start to rot away, and that, I don't think it's terrible for the worms, but it can't be good either. So just kind of, you have to observe your worm rate and see if your worms are eating stuff or not. Like if you're noticing they're not eating things, just take them out. Yes, you want to keep them in a cool, dark place, and you want to maintain moisture. So this is because worms need moisture to basically they breathe through their skin, and they do this by kind of dissolving oxygen through their skin, and to do that they need moisture. So again, you need your wormery should be moist but not waterlogged, because if it's waterlogged they will drown. And you want to keep it in a cool, dark place, as with like the sun, the worms don't like the sun because it can dry them up. So like I said earlier, they need moisture to breathe. And yeah, you want to keep them somewhere that's between 10 to 20 degrees because they can cook at higher temperatures. My friend had that experience, so yeah, not nice. And you want to add some bedding every few weeks because they will eat through that, so just throw it in whenever you remember. And what can you add to your vermicompost? So it's literally the same stuff you'd add to your outside compost pile, like I said earlier, but here you want to avoid acidic foods. So no citrus, no onion, no garlic, they just don't like it. But they do really like boiled rice. So you see that disappear quite quickly. And also banana peels are really cool to add because you see them decompose slowly. And coffee grounds I like to add as well. When will your vermicompost be ready? So I had worm castings ready in about 1 to 2 months. Not much because my wormery is quite small, but you can go as big as you want. You kind of know it's ready. The same as for the outside compost, it should smell earthy. You shouldn't be able to recognize the stuff you added. And also it's quite soft. It's like, it looks like compost, but it's the kind of thing that's quite hard to describe. You kind of know when you have it. So it's like compost, but it's fluffy and smells really good. Yeah. And in terms of harvesting it, so you can just either grab a handful of it out of the wormery and then you can use it, or what you can do is you can place all your food scraps to one side of the wormery, and with time all the worms will move to that side, leaving the other side ready for harvesting. But obviously have a look through that to remove any stuff that hasn't been broken down yet, or to move any worms. Some other things that you can do if those methods don't work, if those methods don't suit you, is that you can try the bokashi method, which is where you buy this microorganism which you add to your food waste, and it's great because it can break down meat and dairy, which you don't really get with any of other composting methods. And it's also quite friendly for people who live in flats. You can ask your local community garden or garden centre if they accept compost. We accept compost at Blackfield's Market Garden, so if you live nearby and if someone's on site, do drop it off. And you can also look into community composting groups. If you Google that, there's so many guides as to how to set one up. Yeah, that is me. So you can find me on Instagram at branch.project, and then Blackfield's Market Garden on Facebook, and also there's a website if you want to volunteer or check anything out. Yeah.
Brilliant, thanks for that, Claudia. And I just need to put my microphone in again. 1 second. Great, thanks for that. Yeah, it's really interesting. It's really great to have someone who's so enthusiastic about composting, because it's not something which is traditionally some things which people find interesting. But personally, I've taken an interest in it over the past couple of years with coffee grounds, and I know there's companies who have tried to look at it sort of as a good route for coffee grounds to go to, and I wondered how you found. You know, is it a case, can you overload compost with a certain type of green product, or does it have to be, or can you get just one green product and make compost with that?
I mean, as far as I'm aware, I don't see why things would go wrong if you were just using coffee, as long as you still have a good mix of greens and browns. So if you have just coffee and let's say just leaves, that should still break down. But I guess having a wider variety of things for the microorganisms to eat means that you'll have more microorganisms and it might happen a bit faster. That's just my theory, but yeah, I don't see why you should be able to overload your compost heap.
Sure. What do you use the finished product for your vermicomposting? What do you use that for? Where does that go?
So I've just been using it for my house plants and my garden plants. Yeah, just that. I think if you don't want to use it straight away, you can just like bag it up and keep it somewhere. Yeah, just my house plants and garden plants.
All right, cool. And how big is the composting operation at Platfield Market Garden?
So we just set up a vermicompost bit. It's like 3 feet by 3 feet, like this old plastic tub thing that we found, and we've recently just added some worms to it. We had 500 grams of worms, which means roughly 2 kilograms of food waste composted each week, because I think one worm can eat half of its body weight in a day.
Wow.
So yeah.
They're pretty hungry things.
Yeah.
Amazing. So do you get people who bring their waste down to you then, or stuff you bring yourself?
Yeah, so we encourage the volunteers to bring food waste down, and also we do have just like random passerbys that bring it down, but we do ask that people bring it when there's someone on site, because if someone leaves a bag of compost like outside the garden or something, we get in trouble with the council. So
yeah, that was my next question, was going to be what, you know, I suppose you've got in the allotment space, so there must be a lot of composting going on there, but yeah, have you ever had any issues with things smelling or becoming sort of a bit nasty?
In my personal vermicompost heap, I haven't had any issues. The only issues I have had is pest a little bit, because I kept my worm rate in a place that's a bit too warm, and I think that provided good conditions for like a variety of things to start living in there. So I need to sort that out at some point. But yeah, in terms of Platfields, no, it's fine. I think someone magically looks after the compost heap. It's always like fine. Yeah, if something smells, something's gone wrong. You know, it shouldn't smell.
You can spot it. That's well, it looks lovely where you are. Anyway, looks nice out there. One thing I was going to ask about when you were talking about the the things that can go in it, and you see a lot of so when you go out for coffee or you go out for food, even restaurants now will serve everything in these biodegradable eco cups and plates. Are they really that compostable? Can they really would you be able to throw loads in your compost bin?
Mm-hmm. Well, I heard that like all the not e-cover, what are they called?
Eco leaf, is it?
Something like that, like the popular like biodegradable coffee cups. I heard that you can compost them, but they need to go in like a special bin and be sent off to a special place so they can be composted in special conditions, you know.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know if it's just like a gimmick. But I know we do throw like compostable cutlery and stuff in our compost heaps. I think it breaks down with time. It should do, you know, if it's made of the right materials. But yeah, I think the best thing is to just have your own cup, but just keep using that cup rather than keep getting new cups, even though they're compostable. You know, you're still consuming raw materials each time you take one, so it's not worth it.
But you don't put those kind of cups in your compost then?
Say again?
You don't put those things in your compost bin, those kind of biodegradable cups and stuff?
Oh no, we do because we get a lot of them. Like when we used to have any like food events, then it all goes straight in there, like paper plates and stuff. I think
it's a really interesting principle of kind of like having things that biodegrade and being put back into the ground. It kind of, you know, there's that kind of circular economy notions come into it. So I think there's definitely one to look out for in the future. I hope you'd agree.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a nice idea, but like, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot that we don't know about. Like I said, like, are things as compostable as we think? Because I know there's some things where they have to be labeled that they're compostable at home, so that's when you know you can compost them in your own compost heap, whereas some things are compostable but only if you take them somewhere else, you know. But obviously it's great that I know Manchester's quite good for having compostable cutlery and stuff, so it's a step in the right direction, definitely.
Brilliant. Okay, Claudia, well, we're running out of time now. There'll be a minute left. So I'm just going to let you just direct people towards where they can find out more, maybe get involved. And then I'm going to ask, and then we're going to move on to the next speaker, if that's okay.
Cool. Yeah. So, yeah, all our like links, is my screen still sharing? They should be on there. And if you want to volunteer. Yeah, so if you want to volunteer at Platfields, we do have a waiting list at the moment because of COVID, but if you go on wearemud.org, you can sign up for volunteering and we'll get in touch with you at some point.
Brilliant. Well, thanks so much for joining us today. We appreciate it, even live from Platfields Garden.
Thanks for having me.
It's nice to be having a representative down there. So yeah, and as I say, this video will be going on YouTube. So if you want to, so we could be able to direct. If anyone ever asks you to do the compost, just send them to the YouTube channel, and you know you've already done it now. But yeah, thanks, Claudia, and you have a good day. Enjoy yourself in the garden.
Yeah, you too. You enjoy the festival.
Thanks. Take care. See you soon.
See ya.
Bye bye. Okay, so now it's 3 p.m. So 3 p.m. now. I realised I've just had a comment in the YouTube section about compost. So sorry about that. If you just put that comment in, I'll do is I'll forward that on to Claudia today, and I'll try and get a response for you there about that. Otherwise, you can get in touch with her on the Platfield Market Garden social networks. But what I'll do is I'll forward that question onto her. Sorry, I just didn't quite catch that one at the time. So now 3 p.m. I'm going to invite Lizzie in, who's going to be talking about the plastics film story of plastics. So without further ado. Hello, hi Lizzie. It's connecting audio. Oh, are you connected? I think I've got you on mute.
There we go. Can you hear me? That's great.
Cool. Good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How's it going? Must be a busy day.
Yeah, there's plenty to keep us occupied with. Yeah. Oh, I think I've got SB as well joining us.
Oh, great. Cool.
So here we are. And then we'll have everyone. Yeah. So have you had a chance to have a look at the other things going on in the festival today?
Not yet. No, I've not long been back, but after this, I'll go and check it out. But there's loads of things, aren't there? I think I might maybe go to get some music streamed. That might be nice.
Yeah, plenty of things going on there. Okay, so we've got Lizzie, and then do you want to introduce yourself and what you're going to be, what your talk's on today, and then we'll go on and introduce everybody else.
Yeah, great. So is SB here now as well? Well, my name is. She might be. Okay, I'll start then. So yeah, my name's Lizzie. I'm a volunteer involved with Friends of the Earth for a couple of years. We watched the film The Story of Plastic a couple of weeks ago, so we thought we'd open it up for people to watch today as well, so that we could have this discussion about the plastic problem, which obviously is affecting everywhere. So yeah, that's me.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, my name's SB, and yeah, I kind of jumped into the Friends of the Earth call 2 weeks ago. But yeah, in my life, I do some work with a charity called Food for Life get-togethers, and we do a lot around intergenerational food activities. And our next big event is World Food Day. So for that, a lot of the discussions were around kind of climate-friendly food and how to kind of improve, access to food as well without the use of plastic, I think is a really important thing. So looking at locally grown food and connecting people to cook food and share it a lot more, to kind of not rely on processed and packaged food so much. So that's, yeah, some things that I kind of feel like the plastic thing is really important in terms of that level of organising around food.
Okay, cool. So you guys have been involved. So you're both involved with the same organisations in the Greater Manchester area.
Well, yeah, no, we just met the other day at the Friends of the Earth thing. So yeah, just been learning a bit about SB's work in the last week or so.
Yeah, like I know people from the campaign and through other Greater Manchester campaigns, like around housing and other environmental stuff. So yeah, it's kind of been nice that this has been a way to do some action together. Before, I've not really done that much with Friends of the Earth that way, so it's been good that way.
Cool. So yeah, let's. So shall we? Oh, hang on. So shall we crack on then and get stuck into sort of the reason why we're here, I suppose. I mean, I don't know, SV, do you want to start with any of your thoughts on the film or on the issue of the plastics in general?
For me, I think, yeah, like the biggest thing that stood out was that, like, how do we join the global movement, because there's like really great work that the film demonstrates is happening with Break Free from Plastic as a global movement. And yeah, it's about changing the narrative, which, you know, I've heard so many, even just having small conversations in the lockdown with people, and there's all this thing about this like littering, and it basically dehumanizes the other as the person being, you know, these people are bad people because they litter. But that's been a narrative that's been put on us for you know, 65 years since the boom in non-renewable plastics. So it's kind of like created that divide even in communities, saying that, you know, we're gonna shame and you know, blame all these other people for being the problem, when plastic actually is, you know, like a really damaging product on all scales, not just that disposable level.
I think it's breaking down that kind of us and them. I think in the environmental sector in general, I think it can be guilty of that sometimes. It kind of thinks, oh well, we're here, we're doing well, but you're out there and you're not doing as good. But like you said, it's you know, especially environmental issues as well, they're so much more deep rooted than that. And you know, it's not on us and them. It's we're all in this together. I think that's a really interesting point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where the plastic, for me, like the plastic campaign at Friends of the Earth was kind of quite a useful starting point, because it is such a visual thing that people can see on the street. It's almost like a gateway to get into, for some people, maybe into like campaigning and environmental work, because you can see the problem so clearly, and then how it links to like wider problems at the source of production. So I definitely found that useful, because I just kind of needed something that I could say, right, there's a problem, I can see it, let's try and do something about it. But then you realize it's so much bigger than that. And so yeah, that was kind of helpful for me.
Yeah, I think it's easy to get sucked in and feel guilty for not solving all the problems at once, isn't it? And I think there's a lot of benefits to be had from sort of narrowing down onto focus on one specific issue, as it were. Yeah. I wondered then what the key themes were that came out when you had. So you say you had a good discussion about the film a few weeks ago with Friends of the Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, and SP put together some a bit of a summary of the film for perhaps for people who haven't seen it. I don't know, did you get a chance to see it at all?
I saw part of it.
Yeah. So yeah, do you know if there were other people that were they able to join into this chat, or they can see it elsewhere?
So if people want to join into this, people want to join the conversation, then what they can do is they could go onto the YouTube channel, and they'll be able to put the comments into the section on the YouTube channel there. That's where we're going to be, and I'll be able to pick them up. Did you have people? Did you know people are going to be joining us?
Not specifically, no. I just didn't know if I'd be able to see them on the screen now, or if they were like in some.
Yeah, no worries. When questions come through onto the YouTube channel, I'll pick them up and fire them your way. I just throughout the day that I think people haven't been able to find the comment section as easily as we might have liked, but yeah, we'll see how we get on.
Yeah, I mean, I could share a bit of that summary that SB's put together if you like. So
yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Is that okay with you, SB? So if I share that now, yeah. Okay, so it's about 10 minutes long, and it'll link to the chat section if people want to enter into that. So that's great. Okay, cool. There's another one happening live in my conservatory, so try and ignore that. Okay, I'll share that with you now then. Right, let me just make sure I get the right one. Very noisy people there. Right, I think that's it. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, I'll just put the sound up a bit for you. Okay. Right, here we go.
Hello and welcome to the Story of Plastic group discussion following the film link that has been live for people coming to Envirolution today. For a little context, this film was watched by Manchester Friends of the Earth 2 weeks ago, and we had a group discussion. And one of the actions that we took was to get involved in the Envirolution Festival by hosting another film screening. So if you're interested in doing something similar, please get in touch, and we can also share this presentation. The idea of doing a presentation to start the discussion is that you can join in through the chat functions to comment as we go along, your thoughts, your opinions, your ideas, and then at the end of this, after around 10-15 minutes that it'll last, we'll ask people who commented to read some of their comments out, and then we can have that as discussion points later on. So, to get you all in the mood of commenting, please enter true or false. All plastics are recyclable. I'll give you 7 seconds for each. You ready? It's false. Recycling is subject to markets and market prices, so recycled material is rarely cost competitive. Plastics are better for the environment. True or false? The answer to this one is false. Plastic has enabled lighter packaging than glass, but the shift to disposable has normalised wasteful, throwaway culture that has caused widespread environmental damage. Plastic pollution is a problem because consumers don't recycle. Again, 7 seconds. Is this true or false? The answer is false. Pollution comes at every stage of plastic extraction, production to disposal, where 8 million tonnes enters the ocean every year. The final one, it takes 75% less energy to make a plastic bottle from recycled plastic compared to using virgin materials. The answer to this one is true. And according to CIEL, in the next 10 years alone, emissions from the collected plastics life cycle, if we continue to use virgin materials, could reach the equivalent to 295 coal-fired power plants. Thank you for engaging in this round. As the slides go on, please feel free to keep commenting and talking about what's been said. Plastic is 99% fossil fuels. Created from the waste product from oil companies, supply is higher than demand. The companies profiting from plastic deny that the product is the problem, declaring the issue is bad waste management. Oil and plastic producing companies blame the consumers for not disposing correctly. Anti-litter campaigns date back to the 1950s when non-renewables began to soar. They blame the countries that America and Europe export their waste to, who receive no funding for waste management systems. 60% of ocean plastic comes from 5 fast-growing economies in Southeast Asia, say businessmen in the West who aggressively market there. In the infographic from Break Free from Plastic, a global campaign, you can see that the plastic supply chain is a linear economy. It goes from the extraction and production of crude oil through fracking and using non-renewables. The waste is then put into manufacturing to create plastic, where we distribute it point of sale, and consumers are left with the product, which goes either to incinerators, landfill, or into our water. So what do Break Free from Plastic do? They fight petrochemicals. They push for corporate accountability. They promote systematic solutions and build zero waste communities. What drives their actions is shifting the narrative, changing policies, and movement building. And these are some of the things that we find in Manchester Friends of the Earth and wider in Greater Manchester that is what we can do from learning about this today and sharing our thoughts and our discussions. Plastic pollution. Here's some statistics around where our plastic ends up. 40% ends up in landfill somewhere. 32% ends up in our environment. 14% is incinerated, and then 14% is recycled. But of that, only 2% is effectively recycled, where it is as good as it originally was. So the other 12% is downcycled, and it becomes something worse. In the pie chart, out of 7 different sectors in the EU plastic waste generation of 2015, packaging was 59% of that waste produced. Around 40% of plastic is used in packaging, and the UK generates around 2.4 million tonnes per year of plastic packaging waste. Of this, around 1.7 million tonnes is from households. In this presentation, there is links out to all of these statistics, and if you want a copy, then please do let us know. The problems with recycling. It requires people living in poverty to work in toxic conditions with waste products to sort and separate in dangerous landfills. People living near landfills' life expectancy can drop up to 30 years. When recycling the higher value plastic, it is separated and chipped, washed with water, which ends up in rivers along with soaps and pollutants. The plastic chips are then melted, producing harmful VOC gases, which are linked to many different cancers. They're stretched into spaghetti strings and then finally being chopped into pellets, waiting to be used to make something bigger. Of all the plastic that has ever existed, more than half has been produced in the last 5 years. 91% has never been recycled. The Alliance to End Plastic Waste, committing $1.5 billion to clean up, whilst $204 billion goes into 334 new petrochemical facilities. The cost to produce new plastic is subsidised by $5.2 trillion. This disincentivizes the use of downcycled plastic and alternatives. The story of plastic illustrates how we can't recycle our way out of the plastic pollution crisis. Please, in the comments, include your thoughts around these few questions. What steps can we take to address the problem at the source? Does the film make you question your own, or your school, or your company's plastic use and recycling methods? What can you do to address the problem? Plastic pollution evidences that the linear economy model has failed. In the graph here, you can see that there is the global plastics production. In the line graph, global plastics production has increased from 0 tonnes in the 1950s over 65 years to 350 million tonnes of plastic produced in 2050. So let's talk about circular economy. In a circular economy, waste from factories would become a valuable input to another process. Products could be repaired, reused, or upgraded instead of thrown away. There's an infographic with zero waste collection at the end point of the life cycle, which goes back into the next life cycle of the next product through effective recycling, reuse and repair, while using it as compost to create local agricultural products and renewable inputs. In Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham and the Green Summit produced a 5-year plan which has ambitions to move towards a circular economy. So where are we now and what can we do next? The film reveals links between the plastic crisis and other pressing issues: climate, human health, environmental justice, and the global waste trade, among others. Comment in the chat with your ideas for the following. What are your reflections on these intersections? What steps can we take to address the problem at the source? What actions do you know that have been taken recently? For example, Friends of the Earth campaigning against the greenwashing of sports events by plastic producers and fracking companies, and campaigning to improve the environmental bill. Currently, it does not guarantee that existing eco laws will not be watered down post-Brexit. So whilst you write some answers to those few questions, this page has links out to other resources to continue learning. And a lot of these are toolkits and things to share your knowledge and your experiences and build campaigns locally. That is the end of the presentation part of today's talk. Now we're going to go into an open group discussion, taking some of the comments that you've had and sharing them to lead on discussions further and take some actions as a community and decide what we can do to be able to break free from plastic and share the story of plastic too in our communities.
Thanks for that. We just have one question there into in the YouTube, which we'll kick off with that one. It says climate.
Hang on 1 second.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, that was me putting it in on YouTube.
Oh, right, okay, bro.
That's just a question from the.
Cool. Well, do you want to mention them then?
So it was just one of the last slides of questions was about reflecting on those intersections. So climate, human health, environmental justice, and the global waste trade. Whether that's something that we could start a discussion around.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one of the things that really hit me from the film. Like I was saying, you can see the visible impacts in our communities, like with litter on the street and stuff like that. But when you go back and think, actually the production of these products is limiting the life expectancy of people at the source, then it really kind of hits home the kind of scale of the problem. And so yeah, I think that's a definitely important thing to talk about. Yeah, I know a lot of the campaigns that Friends of the Earth have done so far, linking with sea straw, was around that end point of use and going into bars and encouraging them to make switches from like plastic straws to paper straws and things like that. But now I definitely think there's a bit of impetus with people from Friends of the Earth to kind of change the focus to make it more about the source of plastic, and kind of.
It's interesting. So do you think the debate now? I remember when Sea Straw they actually did a talk for Greenpeace Manchester about this time last year, maybe a bit earlier, and that was around the time when the plastics wave was kind of hitting. I think it was after the David Attenborough documentary when they sort of highlighted the issues. And a lot of people, and you saw a lot of the time people were moving, bars were saying, oh, we're going to sell paper straws, or we're going to sell, we're going to move away from plastic straws and stuff like this. And I think now, do you think we've turned a corner a little bit in the whole debate, and it seems like we're less kind of talking about sort of those, all right, we're going to stop selling plastic straws, and like you said, it's more about those kind of deeper rooted issues. Do you think that we've hit that turning point?
Yeah, I think for me, that's definitely the case. I went on a bit of like a personal journey of like, okay, I'm going to really try and eliminate it from our kitchen, from our bathroom, and not use it, and taking that kind of sense of ownership on with the things I buy and the things that I use. But like the film highlights, it says that's a good place to start, but a terrible place to stop, because there's so much more. And that's the kind of feeling that I get, that people are they've seen the David Attenborough documentary, they've seen it in the street, and now they're thinking, okay, there's way more to this, and let's get some energy around that. Because the other part of the campaign that Friends of the Earth did was around speaking to takeaways and encouraging them to change their plastic use. But that's a lot of pressure on small businesses to make more expensive changes, and which, you know, cost their businesses, but actually it's these massive corporations like, you know, Coca-Cola and Nestle that are producing things on a huge scale. So that's where I think we need to focus.
How successful have those campaigns been on a local level?
Well, I mean, it's hard to pinpoint any one thing to say, okay, this, you know, sea straw did this and so on. But I think I definitely feel it's, you know, it has had a big impact. You go, you know, McDonald's changed, didn't they, to paper straws? So it's definitely widespread, and there's a lot of people trying to get, you know, even big companies like McDonald's, but whether that's, you know, a greenwashing sort of strategy to appease a few people, it's still being talked about, which is hopefully good.
Yeah, I think just having the discussion is probably better than not. But I do think there's sometimes you get a company will change from plastics to one thing, and you think, actually, hang on a minute, is that worse on an environmental scale to just having the plastic ones? Because, so say for instance, a metal straw, you know, is that worse than having a plastic straw? Or like, you know, like a classic example is plastic bags. Some people would argue that you shouldn't, you know, bags for life, although, you know, heavier plastic are more energy intensive. You know what I mean? There's these kind of like debates which are thrown up, but I think you're right in terms of having the conversation is better than not having the conversation.
Yeah, yeah, this is it. Sometimes those changes in terms of like when you measure the carbon footprint of a paper straw compared to a plastic straw, it actually like performs worse. The plastic actually performs better in that sense. So yeah, it's really difficult to measure. So that's why the film, and what Esty was just saying in the presentation there, is that any disposable item is damaging. So we can only really look to a zero waste economy, because, you know, glass is worse, paper's better on this but not on the other. So really zero waste is the only thing that's helpful.
In the film as well, it talks a lot about, so it's in some of the stories are coming from like global, you know, where waste is really at its worst and people are living amongst landfills. And there was a man from India who was sharing about, you know, their culture was always about reuse, and, you know, there was never that kind of need to throw anything away because they would have their system set up. But then since the Western businessmen have marketed so aggressively the single-use plastics, and it's 1 rupee for like a single sachet of a soya sauce or something, when normally they'd go with a glass bottle and fill something up. It's that kind of like erasure of what cultures were as well, just to be able to make profit through plastic production. and sometimes like that, it really like demonstrates that there is
like temporary damage as well. Like if they don't realize what it will cause in the future, so we're trying to deal with what could be.
Yeah. So it's really interesting in that. It's like, I guess it puts it in the 50s when consumerists like advertising was really kicking off, and that, you know, really looked at making products not last long. And we still see that in modern day society, like things aren't built to last, things are made to die after a few years, like electrical waste,
and ultimately to make corporations money.
And then the fumes and the toxicity of throwing away, and like throwing away old electronical goods as well. It's not just necessarily the sachets of things and small plastics. It's like really big scale.
I just wanted to say, sorry, my name's Jess and I study biology. I'm doing I did my last year's report was on how pollution affects people and why do people not do enough about it. So I kind of did a study, and it wasn't huge, but it was enough. And corporation for me was like the big area that I was thinking they're not doing enough. So in terms of like different kinds of people and in different communities, I think they're the ones to blame at the minute because they have a lot of influence as well.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, the film uses that analogy, doesn't it, of this like bathtub filling with water and all the waste. And actually, if we can turn the tap off, it'll save a lot of us trying to bail it out with a teaspoon. So yeah, I think that's definitely got to be the new focus. Well, obviously there are things, you know, different campaign groups are already trying to do that, like the one SB mentioned with Friends of the Earth's campaign against Ineos when they sponsored the bike team. What was it, the bike team in the Tour de France?
Tour de France team, yeah.
So yeah, I think that kind of campaigning I don't know much about, but I feel like that's where I need to put my energies.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, thanks a lot, guys. We appreciate that. And I know we were a bit tight for time, unfortunately, because we did have a question on YouTube then, but I think we kind of touched on it. It was about the argument that non-reusable costs more environmental impacts, and there's a question about kind of the weight of glass bottles to heavy bottles. I know I've where I work, they were debating that about, you know, you switch to glass milk bottles. Is it worse than plastic milk bottles? But I think you kind of touched on it there. You know, this is a broader question of you know the whole life cycle of that product, and you know, realigning that kind of like circular aspect of it. So I think yeah, you know, if we have more time, I might touch on that specifically, but I'm gonna have to bring it to a close there, unfortunately. But I really appreciate your time, guys. This will be going on YouTube as well afterwards. I'll give you the links for that, so we'll be able to direct people towards it. So thanks a lot for creating that little video. That was really nice. A nice summary as well. And if anyone's watching this now and hasn't seen the film already, then definitely go and do it. The links are in the bio on Twitter and on our Instagram and YouTube. We've been given exclusive access because of Envirolution, because we got the festival today. So if you get a chance, go and watch the film. It's really inspiring, and it's really insightful as well. So yeah, on that, unless you have any final thoughts, SB and Lizzie, I'm going to bring that to a close. That's okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, just encourage people to go and see it, and if they want to host a screening as well, all the links are there if you want to do it perhaps in your community as well.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, it's been great to be part of Envirolution again, even though it's virtual this year.
Yeah, it's been a learning curve for us all, but I'm happy we can put something on. So thanks a lot, guys. Cheers.
Yep, thanks very much.
Okay, see you then. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Am I leaving?
Yeah, there we are. Hi. Okay then, so we'll move on to the next talk then. We're a little bit late, but I'm going to bring Dan, who's another Envirolution volunteer, who's going to be hosting this talk, and I'm going to bring Jonathan Hughes in, who's going to be the leader for the next talk. These guys should be with us just now as soon as we connect. Hi Dan, are you there?
Yes.
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, all good. How has the day been?
How's what? Sorry.
How's the day been?
Oh, it's been great. It's been incredible. Yeah, it's been really good to be able to put this on, especially doing it virtually as well. And I'm really excited to go and have a look at some of the other bits of the festival. So yeah, yeah. I've got Jonathan there. Jono.
No sound just yet. If you can hear us, Jonathan, just give us a nod. So.
Sorry. Cool. All right, that's all right.
I think in a way we've had more difficulties within Envirolution Festival than waiting for the sound to get set up. It's actually not too bad.
Okay, cool. What's been going on in the rest of the festival, Dan?
So I've been checking in and out of the music section quite recently whilst doing some of the social media. I've been really impressed. I've been really happy. Obviously, as an organizer for the last 3 or 4 years, you think, how does it work online? How will all of this live stuff come together? And then you have all of these people playing like amazing, beautiful music, ranging from the acoustic to the semi-electronic, and it's going to get a little heavier into the evening. Tonight, I believe we have a special performance from Keeper's Brew, who are going to give us a bit of Psy from around 9 p.m. They're linked with Green Gathering. So if you're watching now, I'm sure you should join in later as well. That's nice. And the idea is to give Tudor a little rest, a little chance to explore the rest of the festival while we wait for Jonah to get his sound hopefully up and running. And if not, we will quickly learn to communicate through sign language. But what would you say have been your most interesting things you might have learned so far?
It's just been really interesting to hear the kind of to see the links that between the different speakers. So it's kind of like, you know, there's been so much touch on community and sort of like the, you know, the interactions between people in the community. I think maybe, I don't know if it's got anything to do with COVID-19 having an impact and sort of making people really rekindle their kind of you know, their relationships with one another and also with nature. So that's been really interesting to hear. Across all the speakers really, and yeah, just hear from all different things I've learned about compost. I've learned about plastics, you know, I've learned about youth strikes and the Eden project. So it's been insightful, definitely, and the degrowth as well with Atrogi before.
So yeah, it's really nice to have this complete range. I think when you're, a lot of people want to be, the kind of, you know, the consciousness is increasing and where everyone is feeling like just learning a little more, sharing all of this information is really important to keep the flow, keep the inspiration going. And then before too long, then we have like the youth strikers who are full of all of this knowledge and all of this passion and this inspiration for what they're doing. And you know, I felt that when I was their age too, but now it feels like they have a little more around them, a little more support. And each time it's all about providing that support, not just for the younger generations, but for everyone to get involved, to share their stories, to figure out how we can all make a difference. And as no doubt every year we do Envirolution, we realize we have a little less time to make an impact. Yeah, it was good. It was interesting. We had, although we're not in Plattfields Park, we did have Claudia, who zoomed in from Plattfields Park Market Garden. So it was nice to have a representative who was still there flying the flag for us in Plattfields, and hopefully we'll be there again next year. Although I was saying before that, you know, doing the festival online gives us less things to have to clean up afterwards. Not that there's ever much mess, but it just makes it easier for us on a practical level. Yeah, obviously the disappointment is that we can't all go to the pub quite so easily afterwards. That's something to still work on. But from a personal perspective, not having there's still a lot of work to make festivals a little greener. And obviously the digital, we don't have any waste. That's nice. Everyone who's watching, make sure you recycle everything that you're drinking and eating right now. Yeah. And we're already taking it a step ahead. I know I should be thinking about how I'm going to get to Glastonbury next week, but that's I know, like many people, and not going to be doing that. So, but it's great to be able to see so many things moving online now, and it's, you know, having the functionality to do it. It's just a credit to the things that, you know, people are doing on there. So it's been great to see. Yeah, and I think also that is really important, and a lot of the reason to do this is to keep momentum. That's what's so important, not just for me, not just for you, but for everyone involved in, you know, whether you're involved in community, whether you're involved in climate or anything, you just enjoy meeting your neighbors and trying to do good things, making your garden look nice. It's all about keeping things rolling, not about letting things slip. And then you can start to see progress. But the fact that we find ways to all come together and keep on having these conversations is great, because there are still opportunities and people are like, oh, cool, all of these cool things are happening around me. They're still happening. Some things are moving online. We keep a plan of action happening, and, you know, I know for the likes of Green Gathering, Extinction Rebellion, for us to be able to offer them a platform for allies like this, that's amazing. Yeah, we will keep on supporting each other and finding ways to keep on growing and learning and gaining momentum. I think is really important. Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. What's been your takeaway so far at the festival? Have you seen anything interesting? I've seen a lot, really, but I think really, like the nicest thing I've seen is the lack of like apathy that maybe we saw in the environmental sustainable community movement in recent years, where everyone was like, oh, there's so many problems, I don't know how to fix them, I don't know what to do. And now it feels like everyone, not like we know what to do right now, but these solutions we are growing organically between us. It's no longer so complicated. It's not like, how do I start this, where do I go? there are things in place, and I think that that's really strong. That's really exciting. I think it means that we're really on the right path for a lot of people. We're hoping that Jonathan can soon join us.
Yeah, it's not.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, there we are.
Okay, I fixed it.
Nice.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Tudor. I'm
Hey.
Johnny.
How you doing, Johnny? You all right?
Good afternoon. So part of the plan was to give Tudor a little break so he can run, maybe grab a sandwich. Obviously, Tudor, you're welcome to stay, but I'll also happily take the floor so you can pop off if you need to do some things. Certainly the managing of everything has been amazing by all the volunteers to do everything for free. It's been great. So yeah, Jonathan, maybe it's a good time for you to introduce yourself, if you like.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, am I going live? Is there I'm not sure. Like, are there a bunch of other people going to join in, or?
They're all watching. So it's all being recorded as well as live. So afterwards, we want to embed it on the website. But yeah, this is being broadcast live, and then we're streaming it through YouTube, and then there's a YouTube link that you can also share.
All right, okay.
I can send you that now in case you want that.
No, that's okay. Yeah. So my name's Jonathan Hughes. I became interested in sustainable food systems about 10 years ago, and got my start as a vegetable farmer about 7 years ago. I can show you my farm actually, as I'm here.
Nice.
So
Okay, yeah.
you probably
Cool.
see some polytunnels in the background and
Yeah.
a few rows of crops. So it's this was set up by a farming couple who grew until they got too old and physically couldn't keep farming. And then I did a training with them how to run their farm. And then a group of us took over the farm, and it's now a workers' co-op. Yeah, and we're a direct marketed mixed vegetable farm selling to our local community. We have about 150 scheme members and a drop-in shop, so most of our sales are through our on-farm shop.
And whereabouts are you based, just in case anyone's missing the details?
Oh, Snowdonia, just outside Carnarvon.
Okay, fantastic. So you have good views also, I guess?
Yeah. I mean, mostly it's clouds because it's North Wales, but when the clouds
Yeah,
disappear, there's some great mountains.
Fantastic. And so tell me a bit about how you got into this. What was your kind of driving passion behind some of this?
Well, I mean, I guess I chose to get into this line of work because I became convinced that it was the best way to build a resilient local food system, and most effective thing I could do with my time to sort of help us transition to a sustainable economy and prepare the community for dangerous and difficult times ahead, as well as I guess decentralizing power. That you can create local sustainable food systems, you can empower communities and allow people to disengage, attract their labor from our mainstream economy.
And I think, in the last few years, it's felt like the conversation, I mean, as I was saying to Tudor kind of before you joined, there's this feeling that it's really important that now everyone seems a little more confident with what's available with their skills, how they can make a difference, compared to maybe a few years ago when it was harder to access some of this information. And now it feels like, we're hearing a lot more stories about the local farms and the growing, and more people taking that kind of drive to get some of the skills back. I mean, I don't know about your education, but like gardening wasn't necessarily a thing that was in schools. It wasn't necessarily a thing that was available in communities. If you knew someone, you knew someone, but then the access to learning about this is quite difficult. But now, it seems like it's kind of changing.
Well, I guess I got a bit of a start because my dad was a keen vegetable grower. Other than that, I'm a new entrant, and probably I came from a background of doing quite a lot of building work, a couple of major building renovations, and helped a friend build a house, and that kind of practical experience really set me up because there's a lot of kind of infrastructure management and also kind of time management, and just from being a teenager, my first job on a building site really taught me how to graft and how to apply myself and have sustained energy for long days physical work, and also how to organize the ergonomics of jobs in order to just minimize faff and reduce double handling, and like, so I think all of that kind of experience really helped me. But yeah, definitely becoming a productive vegetable farmer and making your money from growing vegetables, the learning curve is steep and long, and but which I think is part of why I love the job so much, is the intellectual breadth and depth of it. I'll never stop learning. I mean, there's kind of course, all the sort of ecology and soil science and lots of crop-specific techniques and practices that you learn more and more every single year. I'm personally really quite heavily involved in well, I've got my farm hack t-shirt on today, representing the sort of open source engineering technology side of it is a big hobby of mine. Yeah, so I guess if sort of advice for anyone starting up is yeah, expect the process of self-education to be lifelong. Yeah.
And that's kind of nice. It's not just like short-term goals, which, I mean, short-term goals historically for society in general tends to mean doing something and not necessarily caring about the consequences, because you're like, I need to get from A to B, however on earth I can do it. And then you might not think about the things that you cause along the way. But I think with the long-term strategies, the long-term goals, and the lifelong ones, then you end up creating this really nice flow where you can work with what you have, you set yourselves up so that you can grow, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess, I mean, there's so many questions we can ask, but I think one of the big ones for us, obviously based in Manchester for a festival, we use this space called Plat Fields. It's just a little bit south of the city. And we share this space with Platfields Market Garden, where they've managed to take over an old bowling green, and now they're producing loads. They're teaching so many people all the skills and stuff like this. And I guess obviously like the question for people watching this is also, how do they, like the feeling of, do you think it's just as easy in a city, like the growing kind of in more urban conurbations is naturally possibly more difficult, or at least it seems on the outset, but maybe it actually isn't.
I'm not sure. I mean, I've never grown in a city, but there are definitely like some of the sort of big celebrities of organic horticulture are urban growers. Like Curtis Stone is a good example of someone. He's a Canadian guy who grows in Cologne. And I think he claims to grow on less than a quarter acre to about 1,000 meters squared of a few people's front gardens and vacant plots and things like that. And he's got a couple of employees and is turning over a couple of $100,000 in sale of vegetables. So there are some big advantages that urban growers have: access to market. Urban heat island really help you sort of get stuff off early, and of course it's more a question of crop focus, I guess. On a more rural site, you're going to have the space to grow lower value density crops, and you're probably going to be more mechanized if you're doing sort of potatoes on a commercial scale and winter squash and things like that, whereas in a small urban site, you're going to be much more focused on high value quick turnover salads, and yeah, that kind of thing. But yeah, I think it's I don't know from experience, but from what I can tell, there are lots of really good business models for how to set up on a urban site, and it's definitely worth pursuing.
Nice. And I see you're wearing this, sorry, excuse me, the farm hack t-shirt, but do you have any kind of approaches to kind of smart farming and things like this that you look at, or?
Well, I guess I'm not very interested in hydroponics or aquaponics. Yeah, I'm a big believer in living soils, in that sense. In terms of yeah, I'm quite involved in open source robot engineering.
Yeah, okay, because I guess that was kind of more what I meant, but obviously.
Okay, right, yeah. There's so yeah, and I've made a lot of progress. I've got a prototype autonomous tractor. Well, at the moment it's a remote control tractor, and I've just managed to connect up with there's an organization called ROS, the Robot Operating System. They're trying to do for robots what Linux did for the internet, just create an open source platform that will hope, like, optimistically become the sort of dominant platform for the automation of autonomous vehicles, and people are working on self-driving cars, and there's big trucking companies have invested, and then automation of sort of factory processes. But I found the Ross Agriculture online community and getting loads of sort of advice and tuition and training on yeah, software and microelectronics from them at the moment.
Because yeah, I guess like in many ways like things are becoming a lot more smart, connecting sensors to thinking about how we measure air pollution and all of these things, but also yeah, in many ways we can use some of these things to our advantage in a completely positive way, that all of these the technologies can help us to grow more and also kind of empower people in those smaller spaces to kind of get started sometimes, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I sort of think that whether or not it's a good idea for automation to take over our entire industry is a bit of a moot question. It's going to happen. Economic forces are driving it that way, and I think it's definitely a good idea for small-scale, local, sustainable producers to work towards having access to this technology, and to try and I guess that the massive corporations that manufacture agricultural machinery are very into having sort of strangleholds on proprietary technology. So like John Deere, for example, the way cars have engine computers and all of that kind of stuff, and you go to any mechanic and they can plug in a little engine computer reader, fault diagnostics device, and get that codes with any John Deere tractors, modern John Deere tractors. They don't allow you to do that unless you are a certified John Deere engineer. They will, as soon as something goes wrong with your tractor, it will shut down and lock you out. And so yeah, there's a lot of sort of kickback against the control of agricultural machinery.
Yeah, and I think also it doesn't help a lot of people who obviously might be put off by that. I know from work with like I don't know how much you follow it, but I'm sure you're kind of up to date with what the work that people like Feedback do with the cleaning operations and stuff like this, where a lot of the time they are able to rescue food that is going to be wasted from farms because the supermarkets won't take it because of like certain size differences, and they might only want it between say 400 and 600 grams for a cabbage or what have you. But then all of this stuff that's wasted at the side, you or me or whoever would happily eat, and we would probably happily buy it from the supermarket and all these things. But also I guess that this way of gardening, this way of working means that you avoid all of possibly the huge waste that happens that really doesn't need
to. Yeah, definitely. We waste a lot less than a supermarket would, because our customers are quite happy to take wonky carrots and carrots of any size we give them and that kind of thing. Yeah, definitely. I guess I'd like to talk a bit about why food is so important. Like I think like there's a lot of different ways of analyzing, categorizing CO2 emissions, and a lot of them have agriculture among transport and energy and housing and this kind of stuff, and end up with sort of 15% of global CO2 emissions being from agriculture. Whereas if when we're trying to build regional sustainable food systems, we're not just replacing the agricultural production, we're replacing the transportation, packaging, processing, storage, and retail, the entire food system. And when you include the transportation of food and the packaging of food and all of this kind of stuff, you get to much closer to 50% of global CO2 emissions are related to the food system. So I think it's something which hasn't as much focus as it deserves from people who are trying to build towards decarbonizing our economy.
Yeah, it totally makes sense. So one of the questions that came in from the YouTube channel was about what you might like to share on why and how people should farm vegetables. So I mean, if you think, well, it's kind of from the nutrients to the kind of the growing, the feeling, maybe just tell me what might be your kind of your favorite kind of things to grow, stuff like this.
Probably carrots are my favorite crop to grow. I really like growing carrots. Carrots are hard, and part of why growing vegetables is so satisfying is that it is difficult when you get it right. It's pretty satisfying. I guess my favorite things about being a vegetable farmer, one is that it feels like deeply important work, feeding people and feeding people well, and teaching and training people to be farmers also seems really important in terms of preparing the next generation for our kind of future. In general, I really enjoy the diversity of my work, that I'm doing different things every day, and that it's, sometimes it's incredibly repetitive. Last week I spent 4 consecutive days hand weeding carrots in the rain. So you get things like that, but also that you end up taking an interest in needing to learn about soil chemistry, ecology, engineering, business management, and all the different crop specific things, and turning your hand to lots and lots of different areas of work and doing different stuff all the time. I guess those are some of the reasons why it's a good line of work to be in.
Yeah, fantastic. So just to finish off, we're framing a lot of the festival around the concept of My Future Planet. So how people want to see their world, kind of post-pandemic, there's obviously a lot of opportunities for change. So yeah, for you, Jonathan, how would you see your future planet?
My future planet has a lot more people working on the land in communities and eating together, and has a lot more trees and bees, and I'd be happy with that.
Fantastic. And I think also it's totally achievable, and I totally think that we're on the way there. So in that sense, it's really positive. So there's plenty more we can discuss. Obviously we have to keep the talks rolling. It turns out actually half an hour slots is very difficult to say all we want to say, but thanks for coming on, and no doubt we will record this, and then we can send you over a link, but it's great to have you on board, and hopefully we can get you yeah, talking with Envirolution again in whatever form we take next year.
Great.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Take care, Jonathan.
Bye, Dan.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so 4 p.m. now, so time for our next speaker, but we've just got a little bit of an interval while we sort that out. So shall we hold fire, Dan? And I'm going to stop the video here as well, and then once we've got everything lined up, then we'll crack on straight away. We'll just take a short break if you like.
No worries.
Hello.
Hey, Jarvis. Sorry, I had a mild tech meltdown. I pressed the wrong buttons.
No worries. No worries. How you doing?
Yeah, all good. Thanks for coming on. So, yeah, I put you in the waiting room in Zoom and I couldn't find it.
Oh, no worries. I could see I was, oh, well, I'm here, so it's all good.
Yeah, fantastic. So, yeah, good to have you on board. I'll let you do your own introductions if you wish. But yeah, we're kind of rolling through like a series of really interesting talks across like a bunch of different backgrounds. And yeah, some people may answer some of the questions, ask you some questions on YouTube, and we can kind of feed those into the discussion.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
I guess you got some things kind of lined up for yourself that you kind of want to talk about. So you're kind of welcome to take it away if you wish.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you for having me, first of all. I mean, what I wanted to talk about, or what I kind of offered, if you like, is helping people to find perhaps their purpose, and how that purpose could be committed to perhaps one of the most serious issues of humanity's time, the climate crisis. So if science is correct, it's predicting that we have, you know, now approximately 10 years to be able to, you know, initiate resolution or ways of fixing the current problem, which is we are emitting too much carbon, and that's creating the temperatures to rise, which is going to put our planet out of balance, and it will make it uninhabitable for us to live. So my thing is that if we can help, or if we can inspire people to find purpose, and if they can then commit that purpose, maybe if only for the next 10 years, to the biggest issue of humanity's time, then we have a possibility of potentially resolving the issue.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, one of the things that's also in everyone's mind during this crisis is that actually it's very easy to forget about something which is still super pressing. So yeah, we knew that it was 11 years, 10 years, and obviously the clock is ticking without wanting to sound too movie-like and using those kinds of terms. But yeah, no, we're very aware of the science. But then a crisis, a pandemic comes in, and it slips straight off the map. And I think it's really important to try and have these positive conversations to bring some of this back.
Yeah, and I think the audience that you reach out to are obviously a discerning audience. They care, you know, they care about, you know, firstly themselves and other people, and, you know, the planet. So, you know, it's not, what I don't want to do is be kind of, if you like, preaching to the converted, because that's, there's no point going around the same circle. But I do believe that we have an opportunity now that has kind of arisen post the COVID-19 pandemic. So we've all gone into this, extraordinary situation of what we've described as lockdown, right? So we've gone into our caves, and we've not been traveling around, and we've been buying and consuming in a very different way to how we have been previously. And actually, we've all begun to recognize that nature is beginning to restore. It's beginning to come back. And so we've seen better air quality. We've seen, certain animals in places that they haven't been seen for a long time. And the most important thing is we've seen carbon emissions come down. And that is the biggest, the biggest impact. And it is said that humans have the biggest impact on the carbon emissions. And that's because of the way we use fossil fuels and the way we consume and the whole thing. So what we've been given is an extraordinary insight into knock-on effect. So previously we were living how we were living, and we were creating a massive output of carbon emissions, and that was having a knock-on effect. We've been put into a situation now where we had to reduce all of that, not through choice, through being forced into that issue. And some might argue that perhaps nature, being perhaps wiser than the human intelligence, created this situation for us to be able to, join some synapses and some intelligences in our brains that we perhaps are part of the problem. So what it's given us an opportunity to do is show us how we can be part of a solution. So that's fascinating, because that if what I'm sensing is correct in the conversation I'm having with a lot of people, and I am mindful that I could be in an echo chamber, which is not great, but I don't feel I am. I do feel like I have quite a broad depth of people around me. There seems to be this ongoing questioning now in people as how can I live differently after this pandemic, after this lockdown? And we're still, still in the tail end of it as we speak, and it's still going on around the rest of the world in other countries as significantly as it was here. So we're not by any means out of the other end. But what I'm being clearly shown is that people are much more caring about things than they were previously. So that is a pivotal moment in human consciousness. And so what I'm seeing is that there's an opportunity for us to understand perhaps a little bit more deeply why we exist, which is, probably the biggest question that one could ask in the universe. Who are we? Why do we exist? What's it all about? What's it for? That's obviously an open-ended question, and everybody's going to have different answers to it. And I'm not going to get into religion or, any of that, because that's not who I am. But I do believe we have individually or collectively have a purpose for existing. Now, is that purpose just to be human and living in the way that we were living? Or is that purpose an opportunity for us to, try and find whatever that purpose is, and then live it, and then become human beings rather than human doers, right? So I want to talk a little bit about my journey, and I'll do that for maybe 10 minutes, about how I found my purpose, because I'm hoping that this may be a way that other people can perhaps begin to find within themselves what their purpose might be, and then how you can commit that purpose to the biggest issue of humanity's time, the climate crisis, right? So I run an organization called My Green Pod. We're an ethical lifestyle media company. All we've done for the last 12 years is write news stories about brands and products and organizations and services and movements that are doing good, that are taking into consideration what perhaps is a solution that can honor nature, people, before profit, essentially. So we work in the ethical kind of consumer zone. I don't like calling people consumers, because actually it's a labeling that is just not healthy. We are, if we choose to be, conscious citizens that buy stuff, but we don't need to label ourselves as consumers, because actually it's funding an economy that can't survive on non-essential on essential products only. It's proven that in the last few months, when we've only been buying essential products, that the economy cannot survive. So clearly, the economics of our planet is dysfunctional. So that's the first thing for us to understand. So our business model has always been about engaging people and trying to find the best products that they can buy that are good for people and planet. And these products are better than most products that you'll find on the supermarket shelves and on the high street, because they're obviously controlled by big companies that have the money to get these products into those retail outlets in the first place. So we've got an alternative media ethical lifestyle company. Now, what we've done over the 10 years, as I said, is put news stories out, always positive. We've never gone down the negative road. And what we do now is we have a marketplace where people can actually buy those products. So it's a kind of curated environment of knowledge and inspiration and products, right? That's what we do. Now, I've been doing that, as I said, for 12 years, which if you look at the kind of climate emergency journey, that was quite early. It was like 2008, you know, it's really mainstream now, but back then it really wasn't. And the reason for that is this, is I was invited in 2006, toward the latter part of 2006, by some TV researchers to go onto a television documentary that was being produced by Channel 4. We didn't know what it was about, but all I knew was that it was going to be an eco documentary and an observational documentary. So it wasn't quite Big Brother, which is you know, kind of constantly filmed. It was something about the environment. So for me, that felt like a worthy opportunity to engage in a TV show that could perhaps educate people. Now, at the time, I wasn't really an environmentalist, as I know myself now. What I was then was I guess a bit more of a spiritual hippie, tree hugging, you know, yogi, Reiki master kind of person that just kind of appreciated, you know, life and I guess what we could now describe as, you know, quite modern ways of being. So mindfulness, you know, back then I called it meditation. You know, there's loads of yoga practice. You know, I was learning yoga and things like that. But previous to this show, the reason I was asked to go onto it is I had studied with a female shaman in England, actually, not a South American ayahuasca type shaman. A shaman simply means somebody that is a wise person of the village, a person that communicates with nature. And this is my teacher. And she taught me the principles, or not the principles, but a lot of principles and laws that were attached to how nature kind of runs itself. So I wasn't bound by what most people would describe as man-made laws. I was slightly more open to other types of laws, which were natural laws, right? So I learned things like Reiki healing and, you know, shamanic medicines, and I actually became what one would describe as an energy worker for a while, right? And so it's quite wacky. I mean, back then it was quite wacky. So these TV researchers met me and they said, oh, you know, you're a bit of a wacky guy and I think you'd be really interesting. Would you come onto a TV show that we're doing? And I said, well, what it's about, I can't really tell you much, but it's an eco-observational documentary. So I applied to go, well, I didn't apply. I was asked to go on the show, and then I had to go through the process of the rigmarole, the psychological assessments and things like that you have to do to go onto TV. Anyway, I got accepted to go onto the show, and I was the only one out of the other 10 people that were invited on to the show. Sorry, that applied to go on the show. I was the only one that was invited. So there was this beginning of a journey that I was following upon invitation, not me putting myself forward for something, right? So I was kind of following an opportunity, which, you know, many people do. But I wasn't forcing myself into that opportunity. It was kind of gone, would you like to do this? And I thought, yeah, actually I would. So it was upon invitation. Anyway, so the show ended up to be called Dumped. It was on Channel 4. It was where 10, including me, 11 individuals had to live on a landfill in Croydon. And it was a show that wanted to highlight what is somebody else's waste is another person's gold. That's kind of how we described it. So this is, if you think about the time, this is before most recycling was embedded into local councils and things like that. Now it's a natural occurrence now, but back then it wasn't. And so this show was to highlight not only about what is somebody else's waste, it can actually be possibly used or reused, but it was to highlight what was going into landfill. It was to highlight, you know, the gases, the methane gases and things like that, the plastic. you know, it was to highlight, you know, lots of things around food waste. It was just a really good show, right? And it was on exactly the same time the following day after Big Brother. So Big Brother ended, and then this was on exactly the same time the next day, and it went on consistently for the next 5 days. Anyway, so there was it was Channel 4, so there was the typical people on there. There was the model, there was the black guy, there was the gay guy, there was the, you know, there was me, the hippie. There was actually another hippie. It was a kind of female, kind of spiritual person. But we embraced this show because we were luckily agreed that we weren't going to bicker and argue and give them kind of this really kind of car crash TV situation. We were going to really use it as an empowering situation. So we did that. So anybody that's watching, please, you know, you can Google Channel 4 dumped, and you can see that was the start of my journey. But there was this one pivotal moment in the show after we were dumped. We had to build accommodation. We had to build somewhere to shit, somewhere to eat, somewhere to shower, somewhere to sleep. Right? There was nothing there, and we built it all out of other people's waste. It was an amazing experience, and for me, it reminded me of something like might have happened in New Orleans when they had the big hurricane, or the tsunami when it devastated so many countries, so many places in Thailand and India. You know, this kind of climatic crisis that could appear on your doorstep and turn everything that you know into trash, and then you've got to kind of rebuild this environment from those kind of materials. So for me, that's what it felt like. And you know, the TV producers were our gods. You know, they were the people that made the decisions about how we lived on the site. So it was a very surreal experience. But I digress. But on the third week of the show, and we were there for 3 weeks. About third week and a couple of days into the show, the local dustbin lorry went round the local streets and collected the dustbin, the rubbish from people's dustbins, came to our site, which has now become home, and dumped its waste on our home, right? Literally just dumped it out the back. And we had to put on all this protective gear, right? Like white suits and, you know, kind of very, very much COVID suits, like, mask and all of that. And then we had to siphon through this stuff, which was live. It had just come from the bins, and we had to put in what could be recycled, what couldn't be recycled, and what was food waste, right? So we were siphoning through this stuff, and I had all this protective gear on. And after about probably 15, 20 minutes, I began to feel physically sick, like toxically sick, like the worst hangover I'd ever had. You know that morning after your 18th birthday when you've just drank something, the most drink you've ever drunk? I felt absolutely terrible. So I said to the guys, I'm just so sorry, I need to stop. I feel sick, I feel physically sick. So I took off my mask, I just let myself breathe a bit. And I laid down on the earth, and I laid with my back on the earth like that, just kind of. Now, through my previous shamanic practices, I'd learned how to release. For me, this is my experience. I learned how to release what is perceived to me to be toxic energy, release it, and then draw back in healthy energy, right? So it's literally breathing out kind of, you know, horribleness and breathing in goodness, right? So I went through this process of doing that. And as I let go and I began to feel slightly better and less sick and less toxic, I breathed back in what I call nourishment from the earth, right? Kind of connecting with the earth and breathing in. And as I took this massive breath in, I got this audible message, right? I can't remember what the voice was, even whether it was male or female. It didn't even matter at that point, but I heard these words: how you are feeling is what you are doing to me. And like I had this boom, like this, just this bolt of lightning awakening, which was, I felt like the earth was speaking to me, and I felt like the earth was saying to me, you are making me sick. I am becoming sick because of the way you humans are living on me. And that immediately gave me an opportunity to understand what my purpose might be in that moment and what I could move, you know, how I could live beyond that point. And what I actually did is I committed to camera after that moment, and I was working in publishing and advertising at the time. I started off as advertising sales, and then I moved into creating advertising campaigns in print with national newspapers for brands, right? So I was working in advertising, and I went back to my publishers who I was working for, and I said to them, in fact, first of all, so it was a bit before that, I committed to camera, that I would dedicate not only my personal life, but my whole working life to educating people about what we were doing to the planet. So this is in 2007, right? So that became, for me, a purpose. I went back to my publishers and I said to my publishers, I want to start an ethical lifestyle magazine. You know, what's it about? No one had even really liked it. I said, well, there were brands out there like Ecova and Patagonia, and, you know, there's loads now, there's hundreds of thousands of them. But back then there weren't many. There's brands out there that are trying to drive a message about products that are better for people and planet. I want to start a magazine, a lifestyle magazine that educates people about what those brands are. So that was my kind of first opportunity to do that. They loved it. I worked on it for 3 months. I took £150,000 worth of advertising revenue, and it became a success, right? I negotiated with a company that I wanted, I think it was 30% profit share on the business model, right? And they gave that to me. So when they realized it was working, they started to try and renegotiate my business arrangement. So I just said to them, look, if you can't honor what you've agreed, I'm going to take the project somewhere else. So I thought very hard about where I should take it. And then anyway, after a while, I thought the two biggest publishers in the world are the BBC and National Geographic. They were the two biggest, like the most widely spread entities at that time globally. Mm-hmm. And so I approached National Geographic and I said to National Geographic, I've got a business model. I want to produce a green lifestyle magazine. Would you co-brand it with me? And they said yes. And within a year, I had a contract with National Geographic to produce what is now known as National Geographic Green. And it was the world's biggest ethical magazine that, you know, ever seen. And so I'm not saying this because I'm like, oh, look at me, I did this thing. I'm saying it because I truly believed in the purpose that I was given, and I followed it with the skill set that I had, and it became something bigger than myself, right? And so the story in that is, and this is, we'll move on to questions in a minute. The story in that is I believe everybody, every single human being on the planet has a purpose. Unfortunately, not everybody can, not everyone has the luxury of being able to live that purpose because of societal circumstances, right? But in the UK, most of us, whether you're poor or rich, most of us have a pretty decent lifestyle, right? Most of us have an understanding of what it is that we are good at. And all of us have something that we love and that are fairly good at, right? All of us. Mm-hmm. So I believe that if people can really tune in to what they're good at, what they're brilliant at, what they're best at, the thing that they love the most, right? And then that they can commit that quality, that thing that they're good at, that quality, to helping the planet, helping nature, helping each other, helping our future generations to deal with the climate crisis, right? So what are you good at? How can you use that skill to help towards dealing with the climate crisis? And then number 3 is, are you willing for that to be your purpose, right? So it's a 3-step approach. What are you good at? Are you willing to commit it to the climate crisis? And then are you going to accept that that is your purpose? Now, I think there's something in that at the moment, because lots of companies are talking about, you know, having purpose. You know, the big banks are stepping up and saying, we got purpose, we got values. You know, we know half of it is greenwash. We know most of it is bullshit. We know some of it is truth, because they do want to change. Why do they want to change? Because they know people want a different experience from brands. It's very simple. So, but I think, for me, I think this change, this evolutionary opportunity is going to come from the bottom up. I can't see it coming from top down, partly because the numbers. There's more numbers at the bottom than there are at the top. Yes, the top tier, you know, the big investment funds, the pension funds, the political organizations, the country leaders, yes, they have power, but what they don't have is strength in numbers, right? So if we can find out what we're good at, if we can commit that to the climate crisis, and then that becomes our purpose, there's then lots of other little things that we can do as part of that. We can shop differently. We can decide to put our money in places that is going to fund organizations that are good for people and planet. and we can live a much more wholesome life, less traveling, working from home. I mean, there's all these opportunities that we've got now. So I know I've rambled on now for quite a long time. There's only literally 5 minutes left. I didn't realize it had gone that much. So let me shut up and we'll go to questions if there is any.
Well, it's kind of funny because in different ways you have touched on most of the questions that we have lined up, which is also why I didn't feel a big need to interrupt at any stage, because I kind of felt like you were just heading in the right direction anyway. Because I feel like some people ramble, but I guess if you're used to media and kind of getting to the point with a lot of what you do, maybe you just kind of figure that out how it goes. So maybe just a few quick questions for the people at home. One of the pressing ones, of course, that you have kind of already loosely touched on at least, is so in this crisis, everything has kind of been on pause. We've seen like all of these good news stories, like, oh, all of the emissions have dropped, so on and so forth. But then we also know that it's yeah, is that the reality? How will it stick? So yeah, the kind of your feeling for how we as a society might kind of not all, it's difficult because it's not like undoing all the hard work. It's like stopping us from redoing these problems just by how we are. But I think it can happen very quickly, right?
Yeah, I mean, the big campaign that we're pushing at the moment on anybody that's listening, go to mygreenpod.com. We're pushing a campaign which is called Don't Change. You've already done that. So that's exactly the point. People have changed because they've had to. And the point is you've already changed. So now it's a case of sticking to those changes that we've made. A really, really big one is how we travel to and from work. I didn't realize this, but I think it's 1/5, don't quote me on this because I might have got it not quite right, but I think 1/5 of carbon emissions from fossil fuels is people traveling to and from work. 1/5. Now that is massive. So big companies like Twitter and Google, and I think possibly some others, are now saying that their staff, firstly, they've understood that it reduces the carbon emissions. Secondly, it cuts their bills on office premises, which is obviously a win, a bottom line win. And thirdly, they do realize that people are actually willing to work from home and be more productive. So there's 3 wins there straight away for people, planet, and organizations. So if you can get your company to commit to having you working from home at least 3 days a week, something like that, maybe all week, and you're willing to be more productive with your time, that's massively beneficial. The second one is, I think, is the way people have been shopping, like all these veg boxes and things like that. If you're buying local produce from local farmers, it's helping the soils, it's helping. I mean, my quick wins are organic, flexitarian diet, try and eat less meat if you can during the week. I'm a vegan, but we choose to be as a family. But I'm not saying you have to be vegan. But what you buy, what you put in your body, what you clean your home with, how you travel from A to B, and how you go on holiday are all things that you have power over, that I have power over. And if you think about doing a little bit of research on all of those things and doing it as consciously as you can, without damaging the people or planet in the process, that is massive, massive change, And we have the power. The people have the power.
And I think also the nice thing about it is that it feels really good. Those positive
amazing.
changes, it does feel really good. And you know that by taking these changes and you're like, I feel really happy about this.
Yeah.
I was saying in a previous talk, I feel like in maybe 2012 or so, around that time, there was like this huge like feeling of apathy of like, everything is effed up. We can't fix it. We can't do anything about it. How do we change it? But actually just this slow positive feeling of encouraging people and be like, well, check out this, try this, let's do this. Not you're a bad person, like how you said, people don't have to be vegan, but you are. It's about everyone can feel good about it. Let's keep on helping each other. I think that's where we find a lot of it. And obviously for what we see with My Green Pod, obviously this just positivity works. I think a lot more than negativity does. And looking at the positives out of this situation, it really helps.
I agree. I mean, there's so many negative things going on in the world. It's if you were to look from the outside looking in, you'd think, what the hell are these people up to? But what we can do is we can take responsibility for our own families and ourselves and our own environment and our micro ecosystem, and make that micro ecosystem the very best that it can be. And what happens is the very vibration of that. I mean, science is proving that everything in our universe is conscious, it's vibrational, it's frequency. Once you change your vibration, your frequency in your own world, that will then ripple effect out to friends, family, communities, towns, cities. It's happening. I mean, absolutely no doubt at all. It is happening. What we've got to do as conscious people is just keep prodding and poking people to make sure they don't fall back to sleep.
Yeah, and I think also it's holding hands, it's lifting up, it's not the jabbing, it's not the shouting, it's not the finger pointing. We don't want any of that. It is just the lifting up.
Yeah.
And I think we've seen, you know, in all of these, even just from like the neighborhoods coming out and clapping from the carriers, even if it's not an environmental thing, it's not. It's the people feeling like, oh, we can achieve, we can.
Exactly.
And getting that message back in there, it's going to work. So
yeah, we're part of something bigger than ourselves, and I think that's what we all want. We all want to feel included. And I think the way we include it, the way we feel that is to include ourselves.
Fantastic. So yeah, thanks very much for coming on, Jarvis.
It's a pleasure.
It's been great to have you here.
Talking to you. I'm sorry so quickly. That was like
Well, I think based on how this is going, that we need to find some new ways to keep a few things, because obviously we're just one festival a year.
Yeah.
I think we might figure out how we have some more conversations around this, because it's probably, I think a lot of people want to hear it, and I think a lot of people want to speak. So why stop that?
Yeah,
Well,
I agree.
Yeah,
Well, thank you very much for having me. What I will do for you guys is I'll send you a 15% discount code for anybody that wants to shop on our website, and you can send that out to people in your network, just for them to have a taster of our curated products.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, we can put it in the Facebook event, or you're welcome to post it in yourself.
Yeah.
And well, hopefully people can check out. It's the good brands being supported also is nice.
Yeah, exactly. And for every transaction, we plant a tree. So we embed restoration. As you take, you give back at the same time. So
fantastic. Well, till next time, Jarvis.
Yeah, thanks. Nice talking to you.
You too. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Shooter, you might have to do. You've got it.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, I've got it now. So I'm going to bring the next speaker in. So Andy Hughes, going to bring Andy in now with Bob. I think Dan, you're gonna leave us, aren't you now? Or...
Yeah, I'm gonna pop back out. Enjoy the rest of the festival, everybody. Keep on doing good
Dan.
things.
See you later. I was really interested to hear from Jarvis. Hope you enjoyed that one. We'll move on to the next one now. So, can I admit Andy into the room? Hello.
I'm unmuted. Let's say, make sure I'm unmuted.
There you are. I've got you. How you doing?
That's cool. Yeah, I'm in the nice warmth of my studio in sunny Cornwall.
Brilliant. That one. Move on to the next one now. So,
it's is it raining in Manchester?
You know, no, it's pretty. Yeah.
Beautiful sunshine, Andy.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, it's not.
Let's say, make sure. Remember, I am from up north.
How you doing?
That's cool. Yeah. Hey, Chris. Warmth of my studio in sunny Cornwall.
Brilliant.
I'm getting some weird feedback, but I can see Chris there.
Yeah, so we've got Chris with us, we've got Bob. Yeah, thanks for joining us. Yeah, it's good to have you guys on board. So yeah, it's pretty sunny here actually, which is a shame, because you know there's not many times you organise a festival and pray for rain. So we've not been too lucky in that respect.
Yeah.
But that's the way it goes. Yeah, I think it's good to have you on board. So yeah, do you want to introduce yourself maybe for the people on the stream who might not be familiar?
Yeah. So my name's Andy Hughes. I'm artist, photographer. I live in West Cornwall. Lived here for about 30 years.
Yeah, do you want to introduce yourself maybe for the people on the
I'm getting a bit of a feedback loop.
Yeah. Have you got the video open on another stream?
Andy Hughes. No, I'll mute Bob, and I'll mute Chris, and I'll mute. I live in West Cornwall. Got some weird feedback going on.
Chris, are you able to mute your mic for me, please? I might be able to mute you myself. There we are. So that should be a bit better now.
It might be that the website is open as well as this Zoom, so that might be what it is that's causing.
Okay, right. Let me just make sure I haven't got any website. That sounds better. That's better.
Much better now.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, so I came to Cornwall 30 years ago after studying fine art in Wales, and I learned to surf when I was in my 20s. And I suppose that's what got me involved in the whole sort of, you know, current interest in plastic and pollution and waste in the ocean. So it's a pretty long history, really. So and I started making work about plastic 30 years ago. And of course now it's a mainstream big event that everyone's working on various solutions to help us stem the flow of just one aspect of pollution. And of course, as an artist, I aligned myself over the past with various organizations. So I was a very early member of Surfers Against Sewage. I sort of, you know, my practice really is making films and works of art, but where possible, I really try and help other organizations to communicate sometimes fairly complex thinking about how we feel about the environment, about the current sort of pollution crisis. That's what I kind of see I do, really. That makes sense.
Yes, spot on. Thanks for that. Yeah, I think what we were going to do is you showed me a video. We were going to show that. So you want to do that now, and then we'll play that.
Yeah, what we'll do is the film. Obviously, you can find through your website and online if you just type in plastic scoop. If you type that in Google, you'll get lots of interesting, funny things like plastic scoops, of course. So the title, I tend to do that a lot with a lot of things I do. I give things weird titles. Whereas obviously in the world we live today, everyone's on social media, they're all using hashtags, and I tend to kind of like doing things that are slightly alternative. So the film lasts sort of 20 odd minutes. So what I did is just put a few clips together. So if you want to run that, it's just kind of a couple of minutes really, and people might be able to watch it. That'd be great.
Let me have a look, see if this works. So it should be. So I'm playing that now.
Yeah, that's cool.
Is that?
Yeah, I can see that. Can't hear any sound though, but I can hear it. I can see it.
You can't hear the sound?
No.
Can you explain what it's about, Andy, and the link?
Yeah. If you let it run, I'll let it run, and I'll just kind of talk you through it. Really, it's frozen my end.
Oh, is it?
Maybe close it. Just start it again. Maybe.
Oh, hang on. That's because I paused it. I paused it.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, so I think obviously the sound's quite important, but what you're looking at here is at the moment you're looking at some clips that were made from the 1940s, and it's a bit like an Adam Curtis documentary. So basically it uses gaming footage from Grand Theft Auto, and if anybody's watching this that are familiar with playing that particular game or those kinds of games on PlayStations, the last few years, though, a lot of games, particularly this game, have become very immersive. So they allow you to obviously play the game as one might play a computer game, but they also allow you to explore sometimes very vast landscapes. This particular landscape in this particular game is very rich with immersive visuals, all sorts of characters. Obviously, the film Grand Theft Auto has, over the past, received a lot of controversy because of the nature of the subject matter. But of course, one doesn't have to play a game in the way that maybe it was intended. And I think that's the interesting thing about arts and culture is there's a mainstream arts and culture, but often there are lots of us that work with, existing ideas in the arts, but we try and somehow reframe them. So I'm really reframing a game which many millions of people play and watch, and I'm reframing it and remaking this sort of film, which really talks about humanity's kind of folly into the issues that we deal with today in terms of climate change and and pollution issues. It uses archive footage. It uses footage from NASA archives. For instance, this little clip here has a scientist who about 12 years ago was reading from one of the first papers that the United Nations were looking at in terms of like reports about climate change and global heating. This is quite an interesting clip that I found from NASA from the 1960s. Today, we're all kind of interested in using mobile phones and digital technology. Not many of us really know that it was the military that were using the technology that we're all using now for virtual reality. They were using it to explore the oceans in the 1950s and 60s. And when you actually start looking through the data, they weren't exploring the oceans undersea for, let's say, benign reasons. They were developing technologies for the Cold War. So, you know, I've made use of all that kind of like material and made something which when people watch it, you know, it's not meant to give you a literal reading of the subject. It allows people to sort of, you know, almost like wander off in a dream state and think about the subject matter of pollution and environment in a much more abstract way, not in a linear way, not in a kind of way which, you know, sort of like is sort of solutions and problems. It allows, it's like being in a kind of dream state. Because I think we underestimate how, you know, creativity and dreaming and philosophizing can really help us with a debate. I think we find a lot of discussions that are very practical, and I know we need those practical solutions. I've dipped in and out some of the talks today, you know, with people talking about, you know, farming and alternative methods, and all those things are really key, but we shouldn't underestimate the poetic. We shouldn't underestimate the capacity for humans all across the planet to think about the subject in ways that are not technical, in ways that are not technocratic, because that's what's going to solve the problem. It's not just, you know, it's not just money. It's not just patents. It's not just, you know, practical solutions. It's thinking, it's heartfelt solutions that we need to think about, if that makes sense. And that's that kind of what the film's about, really. I did just find something that I just want to read because it's really fascinating. So I was thinking about today, and I was in the studio, and I got this book a few months ago. It's called Novacene by James Lovelock. Now, James Lovelock, you know, proposed the Gaia theory, and he's now, I think he's about 98 years old. So he's, you know, he's been thinking about this a long time, his whole life. You know, James Lovelock was an amazing engineer, you know, mathematician and engineer. So just thinking it's put into this subject that we're all here today to share. And you can read this book in literally 40 minutes. It's really easy to read. And some people might find it quite scary, but I read it and I thought it was very positive as well as quite disturbing. And I'm just gonna highlight a little thing that I'd not noticed. And so James Lovelock talks about this poet in America called Richard Brautigan, and I've never heard of him. And in the 1960s, he wrote a poem, and the poem was called All Watched Over by Machines of a Loving Grace. I've never heard of it. So I looked it up and I read the poem on the internet. I would suggest people should go and have a look. It's a really interesting poem. I'm not going to read you the poem, but I'm going to summarize it because James Lovelock mentions what the poem is about. It's really fascinating. So basically, it goes like this. All watched over by machines of loving grace. It is a fantasy of a future in which there is a cybernetic meadow where mammals and computers live together in a mutually programming harmony. Humans become free of all our labors and are joined back to nature. Return to our mammal brothers and sisters, and all watched over by machines of a loving grace. And that might be quite scary for a lot of people. We are not going to disinvent plastic. We are not going to disinvent scientists looking for the meanings of the universe. We're not going to disinvent nuclear power. That's not going to happen. So my sort of thinking about the future is we have to embrace, obviously, technology, and we have to think big. We have to think about the big picture. And this is why I think lots of artists and poets and scientists artists and poets, we like reading about science. We like reading about, solutions, but we also like sort of thinking about it in a way which is, let's say, slightly left field sometimes. And I think James Lovelock's hit something there. So, we're doing this now, aren't we? By technology, and when I'm playing that PlayStation game, I'm 54. People might think, what an hell is a 54-year-old playing a PlayStation game? Well, do you know what? Gaming is really fascinating. It's really interesting, and I think if you general person in the street might have this idea of gamers, sat in the bedrooms, drinking, what I mean? Sort of like not participating in the world. It's more complex than that. I don't think it's that simple. I don't know if that makes any sense, or I'm rabbiting on.
No, I think that's fascinating. I think, yeah, like using sort of using the video game, I thought was such a novel idea. I think those video games are so sort of well made. They sort of kind of reflect life in a way. So using them as a canvas, as it were, to do that is a fascinating idea. And I think you touched on there. It's like speaking to people on different levels, and you can go out and shout at people to reduce their plastic consumption, but it's not always going to get through to people in the same way that talking to them on another level. Exactly. On another level might. So yeah, I thought it was interesting in that respect. Bob, do you have any thoughts there?
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Andy. There's some really good stuff there, and I really like what you said about underestimating the poetic. That's really nice. I wrote that down. I'm keeping that. Yeah. That's very good. But yeah, no, it's a really good point about kind of to do with the climate crisis that we're all in, and everybody trying to find the place with it, and a lot of people go through a range of emotions when it comes to climate change, and what can I possibly do about it all? I'm only one person, and all these kinds of things. And so there's all kinds of guilt and despair and all these sort of overwhelming emotions and all that kind of thing. And it's finding that place, isn't it? It's finding that sort of thing that you slot into, and there's been a number of sort of studies on that and the emotional kind of responses of people. But what they found is that when they're brought into groups, then there's a lot of kind of language that comes out, which is, we feel like this, and this is happening to us, and all this kind of thing. So it's about finding your own place within it. And there's definitely a space for it as far as the arts and creative expression and all those kinds of things, isn't there? And there's a lot of that in our arts and creative. And there's a story in there which one of the characters is called Gaia from James Lovelock.
Right,
yeah. But yeah, so was that why you chose Grand Theft Auto yourself? Because you saw it as a kind of, it's obviously a very popular medium, and a lot of people can connect with it in that way. So was that what you were trying to do, is make that sort of?
Well, the funny thing is I kind of, but you know what? It's like sometimes I hate using the word art because it's such a big word. It's a catch-all word. But like the way you come to things, sometimes there's like, these paths you have in your life, and you don't kind of know sometimes where you kind of end up. And I'm just writing something now at the moment about the film, and this academic was asking me to write about the same sort of question. And I was thinking, well, do you know what, really? This is going to sound really daft, but I just think one has to be honest. I mean, it was about 2002, and I'd got a PlayStation, I'd got a couple of games, and I was actually going to America to do my first, I've been photographing plastic on the beach for a long time, since the late 80s. And I had this opportunity to make a book and do various things. And I knew I needed to go to a place and the place was California. And the reason I wanted to go to California is for obviously lots of reasons related to surf culture, but also because I knew that, you know, Los Angeles as a city and the Californian coast, it's one of those places as it's got everything we hate about the planet and everything we love about the planet. You know, it's got the birth of the kind of hippie movement. It's going to have some amazing solutions. They're going to come from Silicon Valley, but at the same time, when you visit there, it's obscene at the same time. And I knew I needed to go. So when I went there, before I went there, guess what I discovered? I thought, well, I'm going to be driving in California, and there's this game, and you can actually drive in America. You can drive these cars, and you can drive on the opposite side of the road. So I actually played the game, preparing myself to drive in California. So I got to California, I did the stuff, and I came back, and then obviously over the years, I continued to play it, and I noticed that each time they reinvented the game, its immersive qualities and its visceral nature improved. So in about 2010, I think San Andreas had a few little bits of litter in the street, but not much. And then when they did the Grand Theft Auto Online, you know, 2014, suddenly when you go to downtown LA, you know, well, Los Santos, which is this, you know, based on California, Los Angeles, you find litter, you find waste, there's nuclear radioactive material in the ocean. If you know where to look at, there's kind of these, you know, the game designs are clearly very adept at using irony and using satire. So if you play that game now, you'll find lots of billboards in the game that talk about climate change, that talk about oil companies. They are using the narrative of the game to kind of almost sneak in aspects of popular culture that are resonating with us all, that we're all kind of aware of. And I just noticed that got even more and more important. And, you know, I literally started sort of filming it, taking photographs of it, and just just using that as kind of my visual playground. And of course, when they actually brought out Rockstar Director, I nearly fell off my chair when I suddenly realized that these programmers, these techno wizards, had made it so I can go into the game and I can create an avatar and I can actually be in the game like a filmmaker, like a photographer, and I can actually roam and photograph and film. It was a big learning curve. And it is, you know, that's what I noticed really. The things that were in that game, I was looking at 30 years ago when no one was really looking at it. You know, when 30 years ago, I mean, SAS, you know, we're noticing all the sewage and the shit and the panty lines and the tampons. And there are other artists for a long time who've made work out of recycled materials and looked at, you know, ruins and all sorts of things. But those 30 years ago, that kind of stuff was all around us. And do you know what? It's all around us today. It's this, you know, not much has changed. It's just increased. It's increased. There's more volume. There's more of it.
No, there's just what you were saying there about kind of the subliminal kind of things that Grand Theft Auto do, and lots of people. There's a graphic novelist called Nick Hayes. He calls it smuggling stories. That's how he gets his sort of his message in there. But I mean, I've got a couple of questions for both you and Chris in a little while, but I was just wondering about the footage there, because some of it is like, it's really old, isn't it? It goes back to 1944, 1945. Some of the stuff that you collected from there. I mean, you must have rifled through so much stuff
I spent hours just looking through the Internet archives. I mean, basically what I tended to look looking through a lot of America. It's the Library of Congress, basically. You know, the world's largest library, has thousands and thousands of millions of books and, you know, film clips. Some of it's copyright free, some of it's not. You know, it's like it was quite a big task. But what I'm just in the process of, I've just applied for another funding grant to make a version 2. Whether or not I get it, I don't know. I don't know. It's a reasonable chance. but I've actually already started doing some research and finding some amazing footage about pandemics and about viruses, you know, and this is from the 1940s. You know, and as again, this is what I think is interesting about the whole subject is it's really great when, you know, people make various films and everyone's kind of engaged, and, you know, we've got beach cleaners and all this stuff's going on, and there's all these campaigns and going on. It's all fantastic, but we just have to pinch ourselves and remind ourselves that while we think it's prescient and urgent and new, it's not new, and the road has been traveled for quite a while, and you have to know where you've been to know where you're going, you know. And in everyone's amazing energy to try and solve the pressing problems, we really need to pay attention to what's happened in the past to know where you're going in the future. And I think often that's overlooked because it's not fashionable, you know. And I've got some amazing footage from the 60s in New York of dumping waste, you know, out to sea. And, you know, you think, you listen to the conversations they were having, and I could take some of the conversations and the narrators from the 1960s, and he could splice them and he could put them next to Attenborough or someone else. And do you know what? They're saying the same thing. That's what we need to be worried about. If they were saying that in the 1960s and we're saying the thing now, well, what have we been doing for the last 40 years? Because it's quite hard to work that out. The same conversations. And I just think it's not trying to be negative. I just think we have to know where we've been. It's really worth looking backwards to help you move forwards. You can't just do that. You've got to take a look around.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think what you've been talking about as far as being creative and like finding creative ways to communicate this message, you know, is key, isn't it? It's just as important to know where we've come from, but also about how we can find new ways to kind of get this across in whatever way that we can, isn't it? Whether it's through poetry or gaming or whatever it is, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, we've got a few minutes left, but I just wanted to ask you if there was any kind of landmark moments for you as far as maybe what kind of, a moment for you that sort of chose your journey. I mean, you've been described as a kind of an accidental environmentalist. So I guess was there any point where it kind of, you knew that this was the biggest issue in the world and this is something you had to do something about, or maybe other moments, because you've done exhibitions all over the place, and, you know, has there been any moments where you've really touched someone as well, where somebody's been like, right, yeah, I get it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you've got a few things. I mean, there's a couple of things I'd say. I mean, I sometimes get email. I mean, one standout thing, I remember getting this email from someone in California a couple of years ago, and it was just this random email. They were talking, they actually lived on the beach just out in LA, and they were just talking about all the seagulls eating the trash and stuff. And when I read it, it was a really lovely email. And I was in St. Ives at the time, and I could hear the seagulls squawking outside, you know, and St. Ives is quite famous for the seagulls, you know, taking people's pasties and stuff. And it's really interesting, people that you've never met, you don't know anywhere, and they take the time to communicate with you. And then you suddenly find, you know what, you know, the place you're in and what you're thinking about is actually virtually, it's not the same, but you know that other people have got the same concerns, and that's always gives you great faith. I think thinking about what drives you, or what kind of like the standout moments, I'd say two things really. I've been thinking about it a lot recently, because me and Chris often have conversations about, you know, when you're trying to context what you've done or why you're doing it, and people asking you questions. I remember, because I grew up in a mining town in Yorkshire, when there were of course no mines there left, and I felt a bit weird last week when probably everyone who might watch this or hear this would have celebrated when the country, you know, has made an announcement last week that we know there's going to be no coal used to make energy, and that's fantastic. But you know, when I was in my 20s, everyone I knew worked in the coal industry, and when I go back there now, there's no new Green Deal in Yorkshire. There's no new green economy where I live. It's people on, you know, it's pretty hard going. So that change in economies doesn't get distributed equally. You know, so that post-industrial past that we're all trying to get out of, coal and carbon, you know, we're trying to move forward, but we can't, we need to move forward, and we need to take care of the people that have suffered from the carbon as well as the future generations. And I remember walking across fields near where I used to live, and I'll never forget this. I remember walking across this sort of old coking factory, and the ground was almost shimmering with this green stuff in it. Now, I didn't know what it was, but it was almost like something out of The Wizard of Oz. You know, clearly the ground was polluted with something highly toxic. And it's just been around that muck. I always kind of knew that somehow that it wasn't right. It wasn't right seeing people have terrible lung diseases because of working down the mines. It wasn't right. My mum had a brain tumor that killed her eventually. You know, and you can't sort of say, well, it's because of this, but you can say things. I know that where I grew up, I found a recent paper actually, it's one of the most toxic it was in the 80s and 90s. There's a government report that says it was the most toxic areas to live in the country. We had coal, coking, chemical factories. Now, all those things aren't there now, but they're in other places in the world. They're in China. They're in, you know, other parts of the world. We've just moved the stuff. So that's where my interest about pollution always came in. And when I went to Cardiff and I learned to surf and met Chris and SAS and all those guys, it was like, it was so obvious. Mining community, South Wales, learned to surf. You know, there was shit everywhere where we used to live with muck, and then you go surfing and there's shit everywhere in the sea. And it was so obvious that you just had to like do something about it.
Yeah, no, thanks. Yeah, thanks very much. There's some really good messages there, isn't there, as far as kind of not forgetting where we've been and sort of rethinking our economy almost in our society. There was a really good talk earlier from Ontgoy, who were based in the Netherlands, about sort of circular economy and kind of new ways of thinking about these things. I've got one, maybe two more questions for you, but it's just gone 5 o'clock. So if you hang around, and then we can both you and Chris. But thank you very much indeed, Andy.
That's great.
Yeah, cheers very much, buddy. Yeah, so Chris, if we can bring you in, and if you want to, you okay to introduce yourself?
What I was going to do, like about 20 slides in about 5 minutes, just to kind of like revamp everything. I've just got the massive winds just blown the door, so I'm just going to go and reprop that for a second.
No worries, mate.
Right.
Whenever you're
and
ready.
then I'll do a screen share, and then I'll black through these slides, but some of them I'll touch on. So that should come up. Is that shared now?
Yeah.
And view slideshow. Is that all good, everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so I'm Chris Hines. I got out of the sea about half an hour ago, having had my second surf of the day, although I've got a buggered up old hip, so it's not as good as it should be. But you know, look at this lovely picture from the kind of 70s depicting that kind of natural environment. And it is an amazing planet that we all get to live on. And kind of, Andy, again, one of these things that we talk about, you know, I think there's a thing called the deal. We get to live on this amazing planet, and therefore we should give something back. And again, I looked into that, and this thing of referencing your past, you know, you think, oh, that's a clever idea, but actually someone's done it far better. And this quote from Alice Walker, activism is the rent I pay for living on the planet. You know, and she wrote The Color Purple. She's a race and women and environmental campaigner. And again, Andy mentioned earlier, you know, looking back, I've got a book inside, 50 Key Thinkers on the Environment. Number one of those is Buddha. You know, this, as you say, has been around a long time. But Surfers Against Sewage, you know, we set out with a clear passion. And that was our aim, and we always held our aim in our hearts and our minds, and that was to be able to enjoy the coastal waters for the wonderful playground that it is. This is Porth Towan, also known as Porth Tampon back in its day. And And, you know, everybody loves to go to the beach and enjoy the sea, but we had a problem. This was it. I quote Margaret Thatcher in 1989. She stated on BBC Nature, all sewage is treated before discharge. That was a downright lie. There were 400 million gallons of crude every single day from Brighton to Blackpool, Newquay to Newcastle. Literally what you flushed down the toilet went straight into the sea. This is Camborne's outfall, 2.5 million gallons a day of crude shit flowing up to Porthtowan. Dodgy haircut, although COVID's brought it back. But again, hypodermics and all these things being discharged into our coastal waters. And that wasn't a set-up shot. That was a lump of human feces with a panty liner around it. And interestingly there, one of the things that made the sewage visible was the introduction of plastic panty liners. And these blinking things, you know, Andy used to live in a house just up from the beach with kind of some friends, Rich and the Sparkses and Ellie. And at one point, they took a little action. They started refusing to pay their water bills because these panty liners would literally come washing in on the beach and then dry and blow up the road into their garden. And that was the state of it. So they kind of allowed us, the plastic weirdly allowed us to see where the sewage was. But we, you know, it's okay to whinge. You also have got to go out and find solutions. And we looked high and low. We found on the island of Jersey that they had UV disinfection. It was £9 million cheaper to do the right thing than build a long sea outfall. And often people will say, oh yeah, but to do the right thing environmentally is more expensive. It's not always. And especially if we do it in, you know, en masse. And so anyway, I went up to the Houses of Parliament. I gave evidence in front of House of Lords Select Committee. They asked me how confident I'd be in Jersey's outfall technology. And I said, based on the bacterial count, I'd feel 50 times safer sticking my head up Jersey's outfall pipe than I would bathing on a government passed beach. The island of Jersey heard I'd said this, so I went out to Jersey. This is their outfall pipe. And about an hour before this picture was taken, the water was up around that pipe. We had Sky, BBC, ITV News and Reuters there. And I jumped off the end and turned around, paddled as hard as I could, and I duck dive into the mouth of 100,000 people's sewage before I was blown back out with the force. But we found our solution, and it was cleaner, and it was the right thing to do. We opened sewage treatment works for water companies who did the right thing again. And that was kind of using those kind of powers. You know, once we could break that monopoly of those water companies, it allowed us to put massive pressure on the other ones. And Dŵr Cymru Welsh Water were the first ones to change. We used the Houses of Parliament. You know, within 10 months of forming, we were at the Houses of Parliament. And this is the first time we ever met Andy. You know, Andy was turning up and taking these shots. And we said, we'll meet you there. And that was how we first actually physically met each other. But, you know, we can, again, in this country, we can do this. We have the right to do this. And these places are actually ours. We can tell the stories. And especially now, you know, we're kind of cowed into thinking that we don't have the right to go there, but there are places. We use this type of strong imagery. And again, this is the creativity, you know, gas mask wetsuits, the 10-foot inflatable turd. That gets you the front page of the Guardian. That gets you up the media. And if you go up the media agenda, you got the public agenda. And if you got the public agenda, you got the political agenda. You know, one of our members even helped write scripts for BBC Casualty. And we did one called Waving But Not Drowning. They weren't able to say SAS, but they were allowed to buy £2,000 worth of our kit. So you imagine being the boss of a water company and then, or the minister, and seeing our story and our message there. And that's creating a lot of pressure. We use the law courts. This is 2 women, and we judicially reviewed our local council and set case precedent for the whole of the UK. We bought shares in all the water companies, and we briefed the president of the European Parliament. And eventually, after about 7-8 years of hard campaigning, the government ruled that all sewage should receive at least secondary treatment with UV disinfection for 14 out of the 20 million people discharging into our coastal waters. So we actually did win, but it was this multifaceted thing, changing the whole dynamic. And, you know, imagery and telling the right story and creating a view of the world where we could go and bathe, we could go and surf, without all of this stuff, you know, literally panty liners getting stuck in our heads. I went here to the Eden Project and again looked at how we all live on the planet. We all have an impact from the day we're born to the day we get in the coffin. sustainability about minimizing the negative impact, maximizing our output. Have to say something about this. You know, these are the people who rule the world. Very few women there, mostly one color. This is the people who inhabit the world. And when our institutions are truly representative of the people who live here, and all institutions, that's kind of government, police, everything, companies, how everything's run, truly representative, then we will see positive change. You've had something about that today, but this balance, not just running profit, but also taking into account people and the planet. You know, this is that classic throwaway society, you know, outside our local bar down at the beach, someone literally reversed their car up and dumped all this stuff next to the bin. And I went over and said, what are you doing? Well, we've been on holiday for 2 weeks. We don't need this stuff. We have to change that culture. And it's coming in every year. All this stuff arrives in containers from, you know, China, and we consume it. And like Andy's saying, that's our footprint. You know, we know that, you know, the top 5 issues hitting us in terms of global risks are around the environment. And, you know, the UN, the world is in notice that 1 million species face extinction, but we're still arrogant enough to think that we're not one of those species. And it triggers war. The Syrian war was triggered, but partly by climate change. And that triggers, you know, mass migration. And we only just started to see the initial, you know, elements of this. This is only going to get worse. And we need to kind of be aware of this and the political instability that brings. But, you know, positively, of course, we can create the world. You know, wind farms. And look at this little one. You know, you can take a bit of, this is a bit of research done by University of Bristol. You can lock up a little tiny bit of the radioactive waste and it can, you know, drive batteries for thousands of years, turn all the lights off, carbon footprint, read good books, you know, use the power in our pockets. Another great book, this is set off in the future, and it's about that world that we made. And, you know, the last slide, I think use every tool. And I think maybe this is what we discuss now. You know, all these tools are used to sell us a, you know, a bad version of the world. We can use all of those tools in a better way to sell the world, you know, our version of it, where people can live in, you know, harmony with each other and the planet. That's my one done. So let's go with a discussion. Can I just say as well, happy birthday, Andy.
Cheers. I'm on the water.
I've got beer. Happy birthday, Andy.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I've just got boring old water.
Oh, Andy, what are you doing? Where's the cocktails?
Oh, I'm going to barbecue later.
Good.
Good.
Before it rains. Hey, Chris, I just wanted to mention you were talking about the stuff from China.
Yeah.
Without dissing China. You see, I had the news on the other day, and this goes to the heart of everything we're talking about. Radio 4 on the news, and the line went something like this. The world's largest container ship just arrived in Britain last week. It was 200 feet wide by however long it was. Now, the context of him mentioning it was saying how fantastic it was because we were opening up because of COVID. Right. So the whole conversation wasn't about, fuck, we've got the world's largest container ships arriving in Britain with all this shit. That wasn't the conversation. The conversation was, wow, isn't it fantastic news? And my heart sank and I thought, there we go. That is the news story. The news story was, we've just taken the world's largest fucking, you can imagine what it's full of. It might be full of, PPE. It might be full of great stuff that we need. But I guess it's probably full of a lot of shit we don't need.
Yeah,
and we're proud of it. That made national news.
And I guess a thing that I was thinking. You mentioned how our industry has faded, but the true cost of shipping all of this stuff across. You know, we could have. You know, we suffered through this COVID thing about not having our own industry, not having our own manufacturing capability, and you know. If ever there was an environmental kind of crime and a great loss, it was the fact that we, you know, of all of Europe, we've got the best wind, except for Ireland. We've got the best wind in terms of the strength of it. And we've got amazing engineering heritage. We tend to use it to make weapons, like, you know, turbines for jet airplanes, but we could make the best wind turbines, but we almost had no wind industry. And I think it's like down to how we reposition, and hopefully our society now and the business leaders will also understand some of this. I did have a question for you, because I think as well you were saying around this kind of about where you go and how you use art and that interaction with nature. And I think that's one of the big challenges for us, is how we interact more. And I just wanted to ask you, 2 minutes, tell us about the bear on the Aleutian Islands. Because Andy won't say this, but Andy's one of, Andy is internationally recognized and was sponsored to go, chosen as one of 4 or 5 artists globally to go to the Aleutian Islands to photograph and work work with plastic pollution. So I want you to tell them about the bears.
Well, the funny thing is I won't bore you the whole time. I was in Alaska. I was on this beach. Now we were on this beach, like, was middle of nowhere, right? So the reality is, if something goes wrong, it's going to take 3 days. Well, actually, you could be there for a week. We had to sign all this stuff about the Navy SEALs coming to rescue you and all this kind of stuff. And we've been taught about bears, and I was thinking, but there's quite a few of us. It's all going to be fine. And I was pretty anxious. And I was on this beach, and we'd been collecting stuff, and I was walking on this beach. I was with this sort of ranger. I think she's called Alicia. She's tiny. She was tiny. And we were chatting, and I saw this bear walking towards us. And she said, "Oh, let's just sit down." And we sat down in this little, it was beautiful. By the way, it was Alaska. There's no clouds in the sky, and I was in shorts, right? So, and it was the first time Alaska had ever been photographed by NASA, clear with no cloud cover. Wow. So it was like, that's global warming for you. So I sat down, and this male grizzly bear probably got about a couple 100 yards away, and it was slightly, had a little bit foam of its mouth, and it kind of looked at us, and it just kind of looked at me for about a minute, and then it wandered off, and I thought, thank God for that. That was an amazing experience. My heart was pounding like this. But about 40 minutes later, we saw another grizzly bear, this time with 3 cubs, and she was probably a couple of miles away. And it was just like some kind of, David Attenborough does Alaska. And they were wandering along, and we could see this male bear following from a distance, and we could see this female bear with 3 cubs. Anyway, she was wandering along, and she kind of turned, and she got a little bit close, and she started to head towards us. And I was thinking, there's no way that bear's going to come that close. It got closer and closer, and I'm not making this up. It's no more than, this 2 meter distance thing, 3 meters, probably 4 meters maximum. And she sat down in this sedge field, and she was absolutely enormous. The head was just enormous. She was so close, I could see all the flies. I could see all the hair was all bleached because of the sun. And these little cubs were playing on her back. And she sat there, not for like a few minutes, she sat there for half an hour, just chewing the grass. Yeah. And I was absolutely shitting myself. And there's a guy behind me, the film crew, and then the film crew, I heard one of the film crew guys say, Josh, change the battery. The batteries last about 30 minutes. So my vision was like that, because I thought at any moment she could have just swiped us. The interesting thing about it is, earlier that day, they decided they were doing a beach clean. Now, I'm not anti-beach cleaning, but that wasn't my intention to go beach cleaning. And then this friend of mine said, she burst into tears after the bear wandered off, and she said to me, do you know what? She said, don't you think that was meant to be? That's what it means. She said, well, that is such a rare experience. And one of the guides said that in 20 years of being a guide, he's never, ever, ever seen a grizzly bear sit with 3 cubs so close to human beings in the natural environment. So your brain kind of goes and thinks, you know what?
So I have a question.
Message.
So I have a question. Do you think she wanted to be able to turn around and go and say, can you tell everybody to clear up this plastic shit off our beaches? Do you think what she was there for?
Well, I mean, we found stuff that was, like we're talking, not like 5 litre like 10, 20, 40 litres a gallon.
This is as far from civilization as you can get.
Yeah. I mean, it was knee deep in some places. The trash was knee deep, and the tragedy was we found like shoes from Japan because it was a couple of years after the tsunami. So again, we had a lot of discussion about the way that sea and nature kind of regurgitates this stuff. And I think it's back to that thing about nature is, nature's not separate. We all think nature's out there and we're here. Well, we are obviously, we are one. And it's like I was thinking about asking Chris about this idea of travel. I was very privileged to go there with, a scientific expedition. It was all laid on. Everything was, you didn't have to worry. There's a guy there with a gun. The whole thing. It was an absolute privilege. Most people are never going to experience that. But we now live in this culture. We're all kind of encouraged to try and have that experience with nature surfers are probably, there's this idea surfers are all eco warriors. Well, some are, but that's not really necessary. If you think, I can know some surfers, the amount of miles they do is just phenomenal. Yeah. And they're all searching for this experience in nature. And again, that's what comes back to the conversation, isn't it? Like we can't all have everything that everyone else has. And when you're in nature and you see that, you wake up to it. Well, you can't give everyone that experience, but I know it changed me.
So I think there, for me, there's a reflection on how important it is to appreciate what we do have. And I did a workshop in a sixth forms with a whole load of sixth form students down in St Albans, on the edge of London, kind of back just before in February. And I set them this little task of running a mini campaign. So like I said, you've got like 15 minutes to come up, choose a subject that you're concerned about, and then come up with a song and a strap line. And you can have any celebrity you want from anywhere, whether they're alive or dead or a scientist or whatever. And these 4 girls from St Albans School came up with this campaign called Love Yours. And what they were saying was that, your phone or your car or whatever it is that you have, love it. Yeah. Appreciate what it is and don't get suckered into that all those tools that tell us that if we don't have the brand new one, we're somehow defunct. We're somehow a lesser person, because chasing all that stuff doesn't actually make you happy. There's I think there's a statistic that when people watch, like when we have those big sporting events like the World Cup or the Olympics, everybody goes and buys a whopping great brand new television, and it's like huge. By the time they're even halfway through the tournament, the novelty has worn off. Their happiness rating with the product they've just bought has gone back down, and then they're faced with a bill. But what happens is that we're suckered the next time around. They go, your TV's no good. Yeah, you're unhappy unless you buy a new one. So I thought the girls with their love yours, and be happy with it and be, take care of it and things. There's a brilliant thing, BBC series about the repair shop where they get into repairing, and it's great. Yeah. Anybody else got Bob?
Yeah. So I was I mean, we could chat about these things all day, I think, but we've got a load of. We should have just set up a live stream just for you guys. I think it's
okay.
Amazing to have you on board.
But we'll come next year as well. Andy and I are going to be in the park.
Back to Yorkshire. Well, not Yorkshire, but near.
Yeah, it's near enough. Yeah. Definitely carry on this conversation in real life as well. But there's loads of questions that have come in, but we also had one. I mean, you both talked about the sort of ups and downs of your own journeys and stuff. Mm-hmm. And so I was really wondering what kept you going. I mean, Chris, you were talking about like 7 or 8 years before you won. There was that like kind of. So what kept you going all those times?
So I think it's a lifelong thing, and I think at one point I'm completely open about things like mental health, and I think anybody who campaigns in this area, anybody who does this work, anybody who gives something, you are a bit vulnerable because you're giving a lot. I also think that, so, you know, I've reached a point where I couldn't even walk down a street. I had burnout. And what I did was I went back and I grounded myself. I did hang on to trees and watch water running down them. I did go to the beach and regenerate myself. And I think kind of understanding and loving each other and, you know, connecting with people, getting that support and giving each other support. You know, we live in this crazy world where people like the Kardashians are put up as VIPs. All the people watching this today are VIPs. You know, way, way more important you are, you know, for doing this. When when we go upstairs, you know, whatever he or she looks like, and they're at the gate, they're going to go, yeah, you lot, come on in. And then when the breadheads get up there, they're going to go, whoa, no, feel the toaster. And they, you know, but we have that thought that it's the other way around. So VIPs are, you know, normal people who give something, who care, and we need to look after each other, but also at times, you know, understand our value. Andy's terrible at it. I have to say to Andy, you know, charge the money, Andy. They'll pay you. You know, they'll pay you good money to go and talk. And, you know, we don't mind doing this because you're of a similar mindset to us.
Yeah.
So for us, this is cool. But yeah, there are ups and downs. And at times you just go, oh God, I've got to go to the beach. Andy, what do you do?
Well, I think it's funny. I was just thinking, I mean, I had dogs, didn't I, for years? And
I was going to say about the dogs.
I actually think that, you know, I think that thing about what keeps you going is, I think that, you know, like we said earlier, we do share.
Maui. We should shout out Maui.
We do share, you know, the whole world's for sharing, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
So I you know, so, you know, like with animals, I'm for myself, I just find, I mean, I haven't got my dogs anymore, and I really miss that kind of the walking thing. Just the walking, being outside, and you have to walk, because whatever happens when you walk, it releases something in your brain, and it releases something. And do you know what? I have my best ideas after being walking for about an hour.
Yeah.
So there's something going on that after you've been walking, suddenly it releases something. I think you need support of your friends, you know, and wider. I mean, like, you know, we'd say, you have to be straight.
Yeah.
You know, you have to be straight. So when you are like feeling negative or down, or you can't quite function, then it's like Chris was saying here, the whole thing about mental health issues. I mean, it's a time, but it's just, it's much more discussed now. But I think there's actually, I forgot what it is now. You know, there's actually a word for it. So the Oxford English Language Dictionary, where I've come up with now like a word, I forget what it is, which is about the kind of anxiety to do with the climate change.
Yeah.
And everything. I think we underestimate. We all have to support one another, you know. And I think I've had a lot of support.
Yeah, and another thing I think as well is to maintain that silliness a little bit as well, you know, and to be proud of that, you know, the world, because it is about art, it is about communications, it is about passion. And, you know, we live in a world where sometimes those things are frowned on. I've been having this big discussion with a company recently, and oh my God, you know, like it's all gone wrong. And it's because people have tried to snuff out the very joy that was the trigger for the whole organization in the first place.
Yeah.
And it's that joy of living here, that it should be infectious. And that telling and creating the picture of our version of the world as a better version than this crap thing. And that's, you know, I mean, we used to have a brilliant party every year. We used to have the SAS Ball, which was, you know, like 4,000 or 5,000 people in a marquee dancing all night, you know, with bands like Faithless playing for, you know, no fee. And it was a celebration. We didn't do that to raise money. We did raise some money, but initially it was a celebration of what we'd achieved every year, and a thank you to all of our members, you know, which is why, you know, you guys have got music going on in another part of the festival. And that's how we do it, so that we can dip in and go and have fun and eat good food, and, you know, everything's all interlinked. And that's versions of our world. And we just need to spread that so that our world becomes the predominant one.
Yeah, exactly.
And welcome, keep those doors open and welcome other people in, and go, yeah, McDonald's is shit. Taste this. Listen to this music. This is really good.
Yeah, exactly. Don't get me started about McDonald's.
Hey,
I tell you what, since COVID's now supposedly being relaxed, the amount of extra McDonald's I'm seeing along the highways in Cornwall is increased, and plastic gloves and COVID masks.
Yeah.
Suddenly, you know, I think the COVID thing is a concern, and it will be a concern for a long time. People could talk about it for hours, but there is a lot of great things come from that. You know, I've found I'm cycling more. I haven't been in a supermarket for 3 months. So, you know, well, I think I might have gone in once, but, you know, basically we're getting all the stuff from a farm nearby. So, and they reckon that when you change your behavior, if you can do it for about 3 months, you're pretty much over it.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people are going to find that over the last few months.
Yeah.
A lot of tragedy, but I think a lot of people are thinking, do you know what? I'm not traveling as much. I've saved some money. I know people are like losing employment, but we're all trying to find new ways of doing things that doesn't keep us on that bloody wheel doing that, churning around like you're on a wheel.
And not learning from the past and not learning. And, you know, the whole Black Lives Matter thing is absolutely like that. You know, we can't let this opportunity go. We can't let the COVID opportunity go, and we can't let this moment of complete global awareness of you know, Black Lives Matter. We have to change these things, and we have to believe in the world where that is true. That's our world. One, you know, one world, one people, and all of that. How are we doing for time, guys?
We're just about time, I think. But yeah, I mean, you kind of touched on, there's been a few questions come up, but I mean, you've touched on things that will hopefully be useful for the answers in those questions as well. And we did want to ask you about what your vision of My Future Planet would be as well. But I think, I don't know, have you got any sort of 1 or 2 words or 1 line, My Future Planet kind of thoughts or anything like that before we go?
Mine would be, you know, 1 planet, 1 people.
I like that thing about that poem guy, you know, what it says, living together in mutually programming harmony. How's that?
That's great. Happy birthday, Andy.
Cheers.
Andy.
Take it easy.
And can you get us Faithless for the main stage then?
Ask. Yeah.
Yeah, just ask.
That's all we did. That's all we did.
Yeah. No, thank you so much.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Enjoyed
really
that.
You joining.
Thank you. Yeah, it's cool.
This year. Nice one.
Right, take it easy. I'm off to the beach.
Good.
My beach barbecue.
I've got to cook for Katie.
Before the rain. It's due to piss it down at 9 o'clock. I'm trying to get out before the rain comes.
Good.
Best of luck. With that, Andy. All right, take care, you two. All the best. Thanks again. Well, that was delightful. So we had Chris Hines there, from one of the founders of Surfers Against Sewage, and Andy Hughes, who has been a photographer for the last 30 years, doing photographing plastic waste. One of the first really to photograph plastic waste that was turning up on the beaches. And so it's a real pleasure, real honor to have them along for Envirolution. And yeah, sharing some real anecdotes. We're going to put the recording of all of these discussions up on our website when we've got all the recordings. And so we might have to put a little caveat on that one, just for a little bit of language here and there. But they're obviously very passionate about this subject, as we all are. But yeah, they've definitely got a lot of wisdom to share with us as well. Great, that was really enjoyable, wasn't it? So next up, we've got Manchester Climate Change Agency, and we're bringing in Lisa now, I believe. Tudor, is that right?
Yep, introduce them now.
Great.
Lisa and Rabia.
Hello. They're just connected to audio. How are we doing?
Good.
Hello. How are you doing, Rabia?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Very good. Thank you so much for coming along and being part of Envirolution Festival 2020.
Yeah, excited.
Yeah. So I guess so we've got around about half an hour, but I guess the best place to start is just to do a little bit of an introduction. So if you both want to introduce yourselves and say a little bit about why you've come here to talk to us today.
Sure. Hi, I'm Lisa from Manchester Climate Change Agency, and I'm going to co-host this little workshop with a member of the Climate Change Youth Board.
Which is me. Hi, I'm Robbie. I'm on the Manchester Climate Change Youth Board. We started about 2.5 years ago, but we've just recently got some new members. One of them is myself. And we've just started around the end of February, and we are a mechanism to get our voices heard within Manchester. And one of our goals is to empower and engage the residents, businesses, schools, colleges, residents, to help get this across to everyone.
Brilliant, thank you. And Rabia will be running through the 3 little workshops that we've got planned towards the end of the session. So we want to hear from everybody and anybody across Manchester who lives and works and studies in Manchester. What things have you been doing during lockdown that you want to keep? What things have been that in helping you live greener lives and to help tackle climate change? What kind of things have you been doing, and what kind of support do you need to continue to do those things? And what's your big green ideas? We want to gather an evidence base from Manchester people about what things the city wants and what support you want and what big green ideas you've got, so that we can feed back to the politicians to say, this is what the people of Manchester say. So we've got a little PowerPoint. Shall I share screen?
Please do, yeah. And we're just putting that out on our social media as well, just to ask the question across
Brilliant.
Facebook and Twitter and Instagram as well, kind of what the people of Manchester would like to keep and what they'd like to see as well.
Great.
So we'll
Thank
see
you.
what comes back.
Okay, can everyone see this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, brilliant. So we know we're in a climate emergency, and we have been in a climate emergency for many years. And to add it on to that, we're in a global pandemic, another emergency. But that gives the City of Manchester and its people and its residents and business an opportunity to build back better, to build a better city, a fairer city, a greener city, and achieve that zero carbon goal earlier. It's a big ask, but that's why we're gathering the views of everyone in Manchester. We want you to get involved. Give us your views. What's your big ideas that can help Manchester grow and build back better? So what's the format of the next half hour? Rabia's gonna talk about her role and what she's been doing during lockdown. And then we're going to work through 5 minutes each on what things are you doing differently now that are helping to tackle climate change. 5 minutes roundabout on what help and support you want to tackle climate change going forward. And yeah, your big green ideas, we want them now. So why are we asking people this question? We are building an evidence base that we can present to the City Council and the others in Manchester and businesses. So I work for Manchester Climate Change Agency, and I work on behalf of Manchester Climate Change Partnership, of which the Youth Board are a part of. And those organisations have committed to be zero carbon by 2038. But that's not enough. 60 organisations, big ones like Manchester City Football Club and the universities, registered social landlords and the City Council, but we think there needs to be more pressure from the city, from you, the residents, to say, now that the city is starting to open up, recovery is on its way, the city is starting to plan what recovery from COVID-19 will look like. And what we're saying is, following the principles of the Committee on Climate Change, there are 6 urgent actions that we think need to be done in Manchester. So 3 of them are there: invest in renewable energy, invest in green technologies, invest in carbon-free or zero carbon organisations avoid greenhouse gases to limit support for carbon and investment sectors. So we saw during lockdown that for one of the first times for over a month, the UK had been coal-free, entirely generated on renewable energies. And what positive low carbon lifestyle changes have you made, and do you want support on that? And how can we canvass the city to say, let's go ahead? So the city has a Paris compliant carbon budget. And what that means is a massive 50% reduction in its emissions in the next 5 years. And the city is working, has a framework, has a draft framework, and it's working on what exactly those actions will be. So I'm going to hand over to Rabia now, and she's going to talk a little bit about what the partnership and the youth board want.
Hi, so the partnership and the youth board have written a letter to Sir Richard Lees, one of the council's members of Manchester. And a couple of the things that we have set out in this letter is mentioning that the city wants to stay within our carbon budget. We want to stay within this budget so that we can adapt and increase resilience to climate change. We want domestic and non-domestic energy efficiency and renewable energy generation programme. We also want 100% renewable energy generation. A few other things that we have set out in the letter is mentioning that zero carbon transport systems, including airports, to play a vital role, such as aviation, as well as fresh, healthy, sustainable food systems, investing in green and blue spaces, and actions around things that we want to buy and throw away.
Brilliant, thank you. Can we ask for any questions at this point? How do we interact with the audience?
Yeah, of course we can. Yeah. So, I mean, Tudor, is there anything that's popped up on YouTube, or because we've got a few questions as well?
Yeah, well, there was something that came through on Facebook from the, it was actually the Woofing organization. They had an idea about their big green idea, and they were saying that they hope to find more hosts and more people growing food in a sustainable way, and hopefully to try and find that to become the new normal. So yeah. I suppose the question is how to make that relevant to a city like Manchester, when you might not have the opportunity to get out and about and plant food as easily as the places.
Yeah, absolutely. So Manchester is actually quite a green city. It's 64% green, but obviously not all of that green space is accessible to people. You can join allotments, local allotments in many neighbourhoods, if you want to go down that route, or if you know someone with a space to grow things. Obviously you can grow in containers, and you can even grow things on your windowsills if you live in a city centre flat. Yeah, but that's something that the city is looking at, absolutely, to get more people growing. We are working with an organisation called Groundwork. We have some funding for a European funded programme, probably the last European funded programme we'll see for a while in the UK. It's called Food Wave, so look out for that. That'll be launching. It's for young people to get involved in looking at how Manchester can be a more sustainable food city, and that's going to launch towards autumn time. The programme's just been set up. So Food Wave.
Food Wave as in wave.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to look out for that.
Okay. I just want to also mention that in Oldham, I'm from the north of Manchester, and in Oldham, you might not think that there is a lot of places that you can go to create some sustainable food systems. However, we've got something called Northern Roots. I'm not sure if anyone's heard of Northern Roots, but they're creating and looking at investing in eco park and an eco food system and eco farming, which will help to create a lot of jobs within the area, which is a new way to go forward in terms of economically.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I've seen the website for that, and it looks really, really exciting.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's quite online yet, but it's certainly about to do some great stuff. Okay, so it's time to open up for people's ideas. Really, time to have a think about what things are being done differently in the city, what support you need, and what are the big ideas.
Okay, so I mean, we've got a few questions come through because this has been transmitted onto YouTube, and so it's not a Zoom discussion as such, but yeah, people can put up their questions. And one was that you know, there's some great things happening in and around Manchester, and there's also obviously good examples of best practice or like really innovative ideas, isn't there, going on around the world? So I was just wondering, like, what good examples you might be able to tell us about what is going on in other places that Manchester could perhaps take on board, or things that we can shout about in Manchester and say what good things are happening in Manchester that can be sort of replicated in other areas perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's quite a lot of different things going on in Manchester. As you can imagine, it's a big city. And the work that we've done with the agency is to try and support people to be zero carbon. And that's been mainly through the partnership of over 60 organisations. And they have committed to be zero carbon. But there's also lots of individual organisations and just pop-ups going on. So many of you might know about the repair cafes. There's a brilliant one in Levenshulme at Levenshulme Inspire. I think there's also ones in Moss Side and possibly Chorlton. And repair cafes are amazing because you can take whatever you want down there that needs fixing, that you don't need to throw these things away and buy new. You can get them repaired and perhaps donate a small fee for that. So repair cafes are amazing, and there's a growing network, I think, across Manchester. The other thing are friends of groups. So Levenshulme again has a bee sanctuary, a lovely little group who sit in Highfield Country Park, and they've got some funding together to generate a bee sanctuary. So they're growing bee-friendly plants. They've got bee homes that they've made with the residents, and they've got a really great community there, and they look after the park as well. There's also other things across the city, especially the registered social housing landlords work really hard on community engagement. A lot of the work that they do is growing bottom-up grassroots communities that not only helps the communities to build better relationships across their estates, but also supports people to learn new skills. So there's quite a lot of those kind of work clubs going around, and a lot of those are green skills based or gardening based. Another one that we've been involved in is called Green Minds. So Green Minds works out of North Manchester Hospital, and what it is it's a support system, but also a project that helps people with mental health issues. So we're referred out of the hospital to go and get together on a weekly basis and do something really great. So they get together and they have an allotment space, and they grow things, build sheds, build tools. They eat together. They talk about whatever they want to talk about. And it's really helping people. So there's some examples. Rabia, I don't know if you want to give any examples from the work that you've been doing? Because you
Yeah.
work, yeah.
So I currently work with Manchester Art Gallery, and in October, that's just gone, October 2019, I helped to create a workshop. It was free for families to come to during the October half term. It was focused on reduce, reuse, refuse and recycle. And during that workshop, we had a lot of different activities helping to raise awareness about climate crisis within the area, especially with youth strikes that have also happened. We just wanted to continue that conversation and the dialogue, and to not just allow it to stop there. So my practice within creativity was focused in climate crisis, and through my workshops, that's where I heard of the youth board here, and that's how I actually managed to join onto this board. I think another great project that I know about in Manchester is that one of the youth boards called Niall, he is the CEO and the founder of something called the Blair Project. He is, as a Black teenager, he and his brother founded this project, and I think we have this conversation around people of colour and getting involved in the climate crisis, because I know there is a lot of disparity with people of colour around this. But anyway, with his project, he creates hydrogen-powered electric carting, and he provides STEM within this and focuses on STEM, decarbonising cars, looking at 21st century skills such as web development and coding, and also wants to shy away from the elitism in sport. So I think it's a really great initiative that people should look into and feel inspired by through that's happening here.
Yeah, it never ceases to amaze me how many amazing things are going on at grassroots level around our communities in Manchester, and that's why Envirolution was started 10 years ago. This is Envirolution number 10, everyone. Woo!
Yay! Happy birthday!
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it was to really give a platform for all of these community groups who are doing such amazing things in their communities, you know, and there are some fantastic groups out there. I mean, Envirolution has been based in Plattfields Park for many, many years, and so you know, we've had good links with the Friends of group there, and also like Plattfields Market Garden, who have done a couple of workshops for us, and there's loads of stuff going on. But yeah, we've had a couple of things come through on our social media, and so one was about somebody's big idea or big dream maybe is about having no single-use plastics, which is obviously quite a common one, and it's a big thing. It's a big campaign, isn't it? But I guess, you know, where do you start with that kind of thing? There are amazing people out there doing amazing things. In our market square, we've got Lentils and Lather, who are Scoop Foods. Place that's opened up in Manchester quite recently. So, you know, it is starting to change, isn't it? But people still obviously really want to push for it. And so where do you have any ideas maybe about where people can start? Like what could they do? What could their sort of initial first steps do if they wanted to kind of try and drive this?
Yeah, I mean, there are some shops, some of the mainstream shops, I think Sainsbury's, where you can take your own containers, for example, to the fish counter or the meat counters, which is becoming it's becoming more the norm. And I suppose I would say have a Google at some of the independent shops where you can take your own containers to buy things. I came across one in Levenshulme in my research a couple of weeks ago, and they do toiletries, hair shampoo, toilet rolls, things like that. So have a Google. It's in Levenshulme. It's just from a house. Can't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but they obviously use refillable bottles, and you can take your own bottles down there as well. And there are a couple of shops in Manchester and possibly in Chawton where you can also take your reusable bottles, and you can use your own containers. So I think, sometimes it's just a little bit of Googling, a little bit of research. If you need to find out more, it's worth having a look. For example, we've got, we've got 15 actions for a zero carbon city on our website. That's at www.manchesterclimate.com. If you have a look at our 15 actions, there's some information and support there. And one of them is around reduce and reuse and recycle. A lot of businesses, obviously, in the catering industry use reuse throwaway plastics. And 2 years ago, at the GM Green Conference, they launched a plastic-free GM campaign. There is a website. It's specifically for catering and tourism industries. You might have seen some of the straws. They were yellow bee straws, card bee straws. That was the first thing they did. And so that's a campaign for businesses to sign up to. So the university, for example, I think has signed up. Some of the city council has signed up as well. So, for example, if you went to, before lockdown, to one of our outlets, there's one at the Central Library. It's all compostable takeaway cups. But obviously, the best thing is to go in and sit and use a normal cup that can be washed. And a lot of takeaway coffee places are now doing, you know, the reusables when they open again, and some, you know, you can get money off, for example, 20p off if you use your reusable. So there are ways in which you can start to make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Unicorn as well, of course, in Chorlton is a really good one, and they've been spearheading this for a while, haven't they? And they're in our market square as well, of course. But yeah, I mean, I guess I was thinking about, maybe they were thinking more of the sort of like the campaign angle of things, but I guess that's through you guys, isn't it? You know, you're always kind of wanting people's opinions on what they would like to see, and so it's, yeah, one first step could be get in touch with Manchester Climate Change Agency and just be like, this is what we want, you know, this is what we want for our city.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, people doing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So we talk to campaign companies and organisations. So we're having discussions at the moment with one in particular, whose focus has been on recycling and then reusing takeaway coffee cups. So we're hoping to do some work with them for later on in the year, or possibly next year. So, you know, we're always having conversations with people about different things that will support people to do better things. Are there any questions coming through on transport? Because that's been a really massive thing during lockdown, hasn't it? People not using their cars, people walking more, people getting out more into green spaces that maybe they didn't even know existed. So it would be interesting to know what people think the city council should, or the city should be doing around transport and mobility.
Yeah, there was one person who put up a message about, well, they just said they'd like funding for bikes. So maybe it's for like more bicycle access. I know there's obviously the corridor that's been happening down Oxford Road with the cycle pathways and all that kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know if you know have you got any other inside gossip or anything to do with like better cycling provision for the city, or what people can do as far as getting access to bikes, as far as, you know, it might be that some people haven't got they haven't ridden a bike in a long time, so they might need more bike confidence, but also access to bikes and things like that as well.
Yeah, sadly, the bike share scheme in Manchester, do you remember that a couple of years ago? Didn't work well, have to say. Amazing idea, but maybe not for Manchester. But there are lots of ways in which people can certainly start to look at cycling. And one of them is to ask your employer if they've got a cycle to work scheme. So cycle to work schemes would offer money to buy a bike and kit as well. And then you pay it back at zero interest through your salary. Another one is obviously the Beelines project. That is, lots of those are launching soon or have launched. So connecting up to the Fallowfield Loop, for example, and out to other areas of the city. And Bike Friday is a massive thing that's been going on for many years, which supports people to feel safer cycling into the city. And there are, local things like Bikeability. For kids, example, my kids did Bikeability at school, gives children the confidence to be able to bike to school. And I think it's a case of looking out for what's around as well. Go and look at Freegal, see if you can, or thrift pages. I'm a member of my local thrift page on Facebook, and there's loads of stuff there. Lots of bikes going for free. So get if you want to have a go, get on maybe one of the thrift sites and have a look if there are any free bikes. Loads of free stuff out there, actually. It's really great.
What's that last one? Thrift, is that what it's called?
Thrift, yes. So thrift. If you're on Facebook and you just like Google your local thrift, you can normally join a group. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I've never heard of that one before. Cheers for that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There was some come about kind of cycle schemes, and it's unfortunate about the sort of the bike scheme that happened in Manchester and stuff. But yeah, maybe we can try again one day. Who knows?
Yes, I think that would be a great idea.
Yeah. As the sort of movement grows, because obviously there's the critical mass as well, isn't there? That still happens in Manchester.
Yeah.
The last Friday of every month for the first one, but yeah, that happens. We've had one other message about somebody who really wants to ban fireworks, who wants to sort of see those gone. So I guess that's coming down to the plastic waste again, and the sort of the non-reusable kind of waste of things, isn't it? So it really is kind of getting people into that mindset, isn't it? I know Envirolution had the Manchester City Council wanted us to talk to people about kind of the businesses along in Russia around the Curry Mile, about kind of rethinking about the packaging that they're using and stuff, because packaging is such a massive thing, isn't it? So hopefully kind of mindsets are changing with that a little bit. The time's flying by, I'm afraid, but I mean I really wanted to kind of ask you what you ask both of you kind of along this sort of theme. Because the my future planet theme is one thing that we've got with Envirolution as well, which is obviously syncs perfectly with the kind of aims that you are going for as well. So we'll definitely be sharing resources with that as far as what our responses are, and we'll make sure that we get those to you. But I wondered kind of if you had any other tips for what the people of Manchester could do to help this cause, and also as far as like what your ideal scenario would be with all this, and so maybe what your future planet would be. So that's a question for both of you.
Do you want to go first, Rabia?
Yeah, so I think my ideal future planet would be a place that's healthy, green and socially just, somewhere that we can all thrive.
Yeah,
that would be my ideal planet.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think when we talk about climate change, we see the absolute unjust and unfairness in the world, don't we? We see those areas hardest hit by climate change are the ones that can least cope with it. And we see people who are vulnerable being affected most by climate change across the globe. And I think even closer to home in Manchester, for a lot of people, fuel poverty and food poverty is a real issue. And that needs addressing. That needs absolutely addressing. We need to have a fair and healthy, sustainable food system across the city. There are parts of, for example, North Manchester, where there are food deserts, so there's no good outlets for healthy food. It might be that there are lots of takeaway foods, but none of it's really healthy. And I think there are families struggling at the moment to make a choice between, feeding them kids, or do you feed them yourself, or do you heat your home? These are choices that vulnerable people are making on a daily basis. So I think, what we're saying in terms of to the city leaders is we need to make Manchester a fairer, more just place. And we need to give everybody the opportunity to be able to enjoy the environment and keep safe it for future generations. So, we 100% back a domestic energy retrofit scheme for everybody that is affordable. And that goes for private landlords as well as homeowners. So it shouldn't be a barrier to you living in a comfy, affordable, warm home if you rent. And it shouldn't be a barrier if you live in one part of Manchester that you don't have access to healthy food. And I think people need to get in touch with their MP, and they need to write to their MPs, and they need to contact them and say what it is they want. The transport, again, is a big issue, and not everyone has the same access to good public transport across the city as we would like, and that can be a barrier to going to work, to going to the shops, to going to college. And there are some things being done at a citywide level, but I think a lot more needs to be done. So I would say write to your MP, write to your local councillor, and tell them the kind of struggles you're having on a basis, and the kind of things you'd like to see in Manchester.
And don't be afraid to do so, I suppose. Just get out there and make some noise, eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much, you two. Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Rabia, for being part of Envirolution Festival.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah, I'm going to stay on to listen to some of the music.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I'll see you down the front. The main stage.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks very much, folks. You take care, and please do enjoy the rest of the festival. Yes,
thank you very much. And get in contact with Manchester Climate. It's info@manchesterclimate.com. Drop us an email and let us know what big green things or small green things you want to happen in Manchester. Brilliant. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Cheers, Lisa.
Bye.
Thanks, Rabia. And we'll make sure we get that message out on our social media as well to everyone. So yeah, I'm going to hand back over to Judith. I'm going to head to the main stage and meet Lisa, I think. No. All right, cheers, folks.
Thanks, Bob. Cheers. Okay, thanks for that one. So that was that was really, really interesting talk from MCCA. Thanks, Bob, for leading that one. So I've realised we've gone over time, so I'm not going to wait around. We're just going to introduce the next guests, who are from Manchester Greenpeace. So I'm going to get them in here now. So that's Martin and Matt, and then they're going to explain what they've been up to in the Manchester area with Greenpeace. Hi there, guys. Hi, Matt. And I've got you. Got you on mute.
Can you hear me now?
I've got you loud and clear.
Yeah. You there, Matt?
I am, yes. Yeah, I can hear you. Good.
Good. Right, well, you're doing 90% of the talking. I'm just here to put it back.
Thanks for joining us, guys. I appreciate it. I'm sorry we're a bit late. You know how these things are. Like the siren driving past. You know how these things are with festivals, and things can overrun. But just really glad to have you on board. So yeah, if you want to maybe introduce yourselves, and then I'll just hand over to you to crack on with your talk.
Okay, brilliant. So I'm Matthew Connor. I've been with Greenpeace Manchester and then Greenpeace with Blackburn before that. I live in Whalley Range, South Manchester, and I'm a primary school teacher at a school in Hume, which some of you might know. And if any of my students have come on here, hello, and nice to see you, and feel free to put a message as long as it's a nice message in the chat box. Martin, do you want to introduce yourself? We've got a photo of Martin because he can't get his video on.
Yes, I bought a reconditioned computer without a webcam, thinking, who needs a webcam? Only pervs use webcams. I'd be fine without a webcam. So yeah, you're going to have to make do with a non-moving version of me. Anyway, I'm Martin. I'm one of the coordinators of the group. I live in Glossop. As well as the Greenpeace group, I have been part of Fact-Free Greater Manchester. And all we have to do now in Fact-Free Greater Manchester is organise our winding up party.
Yes, socially distancing, of course.
Absolutely, we've got to wait for that to be over then, yeah.
Cool. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to do a talk that sort of starts a little bit in the past and then comes up to the present. And then I'm going to talk about the future. So going to start off by looking at a video, which is what we did in 2019. And then I've got some slides of what's happened in 2020, which you could probably appreciate isn't quite as much as what's happened in 2019. And hopefully you can forgive us for that. And then I've got a presentation just at the end talking about the green recovery, and I've got some different petitions for people to sign and a few other links to share with people. And then hopefully at the end, if we've got some questions, I can answer those questions for everybody. So what I'm going to do to begin with is we've got a video of what we did in 2019. Now for this, I could put it on, but it does that thing that videos do when you're not, Tudor, can I put things in the chat? Can I do that at all? Or
I can.
You can. Okay, Martin, could you? Oh, hang on a second. I think Martin, could you put a link to the Vimeo for 2019?
Right.
Now, I'm going to play the video, but it's not going to have any sound. So, what you can do alternatively?
Hang on. Are you sure? We did this before on the in the breakout room. We definitely had sound.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Well, do you know what? Let's.
Should I play it, as I seem to be the one that knows what I'm doing?
Oh, okay. Well, do you know? Yes, you can do actually if you want. I've got it here ready. But if you want to play it, you feel free. And while people are watching this, you might sort of recognise yourself in some of these photos. You might have signed a particular petition. You might have got some interesting things about plastic waste that you might want to add in. And I'd just like to say before this begins, so we've got some photos of last year's Envirolution, and in one of the photos I'm making a bit of a silly face behind a man while he's signing one of the petitions. And I just want to say to this man, I'm not making a silly face about you, I'm just being daft, so please don't come and see me on a stall in Manchester and punch me in the face for being cheeky.
Right. Can people see this?
I can see that one, yeah. I can see
great. If you see yourself in one of these pictures, what a really big yeehaw, okay? Right, here we go. Roll VT.
Run the show with your rider. We'll lie down beside you. Big full of show.
You're on mute, Matt. You're on mute, Matt.
Damn.
It's easily done. It's
Yes,
not
good job,
the
people
first
didn't hear
time.
that,
It won't be
isn't it?
long.
Maybe they could lip read that.
Yeah, so thank you for getting that to work, Martin. And cool, brilliant. And hopefully everybody heard that. And you know, if you saw yourself in there or you sort of helped support one of those campaigns, you know, nice one. And thank you very much. So now, quite whether we're going to do a 2020 video, we'll have to see. We've sort of only got parts of the way in the year before lockdown. And obviously, you know, it's been very sad lockdown, but it's been very sad as well because, you know, we've had to stop campaigning or at least divert our campaigns online for a lot of issues. We had the climate conference in Glasgow that was arranged for later on this year, and we were going to be doing lots of things that involve that, and also with the Oceans campaign. But what I've done is I've made a little presentation here with just a couple of things that we did this year already. And actually, Martin is going to talk about the first bit for us just here when some naughty people visited Barclays Bank.
Yeah.
Is that PowerPoint showing, guys? Is
Yeah.
that on?
I can certainly see it. Yeah, this is definitely unfinished business. The last thing we did before lockdown. I mean, you're only as good as your last action, so maybe this one should hang around for a while. Well, Barclays, well, I think there's plenty of reasons why you should target Barclays. They are up to their necks in fossil fuel investments globally. So basically, this kind of shows the way that that the Greenpeace activists can organise. So, in a certain amount of secrecy, with wheels inside wheels, and one person not knowing what the person stood next to him was doing, Greenpeace organised for, now then, what are the figures? Just under 100 Barclays branches were visited by...
I think it was 98.
98, yeah, by something like 20 or 25 separate teams of people, probably more than that, who all got up very early in the morning one day and went around. Decorating the front doors, as you can see, to remind any customers of what was going on, and also super gluing their locks shut. Plus 4 lucky places, including Manchester, got the Stop Barclays mobile caravan parking outside themselves. You have Manchester, Belfast, Edinburgh, and somewhere in London, I think. And this was supposed to be the start of the campaign that rolled on through March and April. But it's been paused but not stopped because, yeah, Barclays are still funding the climate emergency. And we want to do something about that. So this is unfinished business. Watch this space. But I think 98 branches visited in the first few minutes of opening on one day was a pretty good start.
Yeah, brilliant. Nice one, Martin. So that happened just before lockdown. And then... so in January, we held an exhibition and we invited people over and we had some artwork that was taken on the Esperanza during its pole-to-pole journey. We also had some artwork from a number of primary schools around Manchester, including the one that I work with, and we gave a talk on basically supporting the Global Ocean Treaty. And we had people come along and write messages to their local MP. And this was something that we were hoping was going to be concluded by the start of May this year. It's something of a bit of a disappointment. So for the last couple of years within the UN, since 2018, there's been negotiations on running about basically having 30% of the world's oceans set aside from exploitation, overfishing, being exploited by mining and the oil industry. So 30% of the world's oceans being set aside by 2030. Now, the UK government actually was backing this, and so, you know, there was some success with this campaign. But like a lot of things, it's been delayed till next year. We've not got a date yet. Well, as far as I'm aware, anyway, for the final set of talks and the treaty to hopefully be ratified. But we're going to have to wait on that. But feeling quite positive about that. But again, we'll just have to wait and see. So the next part of this campaign, because the UK government is supporting this, is to actually look at what's happening within UK waters. And you may or may not know this, but between 25 and 30% of the waters around the UK are actually set aside as MPAs, or marine protection areas. And there's varying degrees of legislation that these are enshrined within. But unfortunately, they do allow big 100-meter long super trawlers to come along, you know, ships that can carry about 1,100 tons of fish and actually fish within these areas, which kind of makes it a little bit ironic. You know, why would we call them marine protection areas if we didn't protect the marine life? So the next part of our campaign is to lobby the UK government to say, these marine protection areas, again, we're just talking about 25 to 30% of the seas around the United Kingdom. We're asking for these super trawlers to not visit these areas. And for those areas, and in the future, you know, far more of the seas around the UK being left for local fishers, you know, these local hard-hit communities that that have suffered for decades upon decades. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to share a little link here, hopefully, and this is actually a petition for you guys to sign here. I'm just going to pop this in here, and you can get a little bit more detail on this. Now, there are, if you do want more details on this, there are actually talks going on around the country. We had one just the other day, which you can actually log on to, which I will share the link a little bit later with you guys. Tudor, how much longer do we have left?
Well, we have, I mean, technically that's 3 or 4 minutes, but I don't know if you, I mean, I'm happy to, I mean, I can let you in about 5 minutes late, so I'm happy to run over by a few minutes if you want to just, if you want to make sure you cover everything.
Cut to the chase, Matt, anyway.
Okay, yeah, well, well, another thing that I was going to do here was I was going to just very quickly talk about the green recovery and just go into the future. So what I might do, if it's okay, Tudor, is just quickly go through that presentation in about 3 or 4 minutes and then finish it off there. Is that cool?
Sounds good.
Okay, nice. So I'm just going to share my screen again, and I'm just going to, in fact, sorry, let me just go out to this, sorry, and I'm going to escape from here. And I will go back into here, and I'm going to share my screen in just a moment. Right, so I said 3 or 4 minutes. It's now going to be 2 or 3 minutes. Don't worry.
Time wasting, and I will be done, Matt. That's it. We won't have to say anything else.
Yes, in fact, let me. Oh, hang on a second. It's here. Yeah, so hopefully people want to know about what Greenpeace has to say about a green future. And let me see, let me just go into this here, and let's just present this. Here you go. I will get this up. Can we see this, guys? Thumbs up if we can. The green future.
Good.
Brilliant, fantastic. So obviously, guys, I think a lot of you will have had lots of conversations with people about this. You know, what's going to happen going beyond this point. It's been talked by Greta Thunberg recently on this area, and, you know, what's going to happen beyond COVID. And really, Greenpeace saying that we've got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make real and long-lasting change beyond the pandemic and the terrible occurrences that have been happening recently. Okay, so when we're battling COVID, really and while this is happening, the climate and nature emergencies are quietly getting worse. And even though there's been a drop in emissions recently, this is just a short-term thing, and deforestation is actually getting worse at this point. And basically, the climate crisis threatens to be far lengthier and far more disruptive than what we are seeing now. And we've actually seen within this that people are willing to make changes, for the good of humanity. And this is something that we're always told that human beings won't do, but we've seen it here. Okay, so first of all, we've got the bailouts here. So there's bailouts and loans going to the aviation companies. And we just want to make sure that these aren't blank checks. And the conditions are put in place for these that protects workers, and the workers, you know, who work within the aviation industry. And that's a separate topic. We see what's going on there, and the planets itself. And we're asking for a key ask that basically internationally and aviation companies, their emissions are actually set within the net zero by 2045 law. And also that the aviation sector is basically puts fair contributions towards public finances and towards a green recovery. Okay, and we want a green recovery package for the economy. It's basically all about creating jobs, attracting private investment, is boosting demand of the economy, but it is compatible with a green recovery and also delivering net zero emissions by 2045. There's a real opportunity here. The redesigning of transport, speeding up of the transition to electric cars by making them more affordable, by creating jobs within this particular area, by boosting investments. I want electric affordable transport around our cities, and also the redesigning of urban transport. And we've been, part of our job is to actually look at cycle lanes and how we can improve getting about Manchester in a green and sustainable way. And then we've got making buildings fit for the 21st century. We want a nationwide energy efficiency programme, new buildings to support net zero future, and to establish a warm homes agency. And this, we want offshore wind, we want a 300% increase in offshore wind, the backbone of the UK energy. We want to support onshore wind and solar, and also we're looking for the government to invest in an upgrade within the electric grid. And as far as supporting nature and the circular economy is to restore and enhance nature, want a strong environmental bill coming out of Brexit, and also looking towards a zero waste economy and bringing industry in with that. And I could speak a little bit more, but I reckon we're pretty much done with this. Except to just leave, I will go out of here very, very quickly. And I just want to leave you with the words of Boris Johnson here, who in April 2020 said, nations will begin to emerge from lockdown and look to fire up their economies once again. When that happens, it will be a duty of every responsible government, I think that includes our own, to rebuild in a way that will stand the test of time. That means investing in industries and infrastructure that can turn the tide on climate change. And it means doing all we can to boost resilience and shaping economies that can withstand everything nature throws at us. So it appears Boris Johnson agrees with us.
Well, he wasn't that thing. Yeah, he may not have meant it, but we can still hold him to it anyway.
You may not have meant it, but he said it now. So yes, we're definitely going to make sure he. Yeah, but hope springs turn and all that. So thank you for inviting us on, Tudor. And,
no, it's been great to hear about what you guys have been up to. Yes, it is a shame we've only got half an hour. It's half an hour of content, and I do feel like there's some questions which we might have been able to ask you.
Do you know what, Tudor? There's a simple answer to that. If anybody wants to come and find out more, they can just come to one of our meetings once lockdown's over. We've been doing Zoom meetings, so you could just go on the Greenwire page or the Facebook page, and people can join in with those. Or when we get back to the Lasagowry and the pubs open again, which I'm looking forward to our first online meeting. We meet first Thursday of every month, 7:30, Lasagowry. So more members, please.
Well, until then, you take care of yourself, and it was good to meet you and yourself, Martin. Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it, and hopefully this time next year you'll be summarising what you did.
Back at the real festival. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool.
See you guys.
Okay, bye.
Okay, so that brings us nearly to the end of the talks and workshops live on YouTube. We've just managed to squeeze in one more talk now from a local campaigner, Ali Abbas, who's going to explain carbon budgets, and then also might squeeze in a little discussion about Greater Manchester community renewables. So I'm going to bring Ali in here because we are 5 minutes later than usual. So should have Ali in a minute. Ali's just joining now, and while he does that, I just want to remind everybody that there's plenty of stuff on the website, plenty of stuff to check out. If you have after this, hiya Ali, how you doing?
Always caught on mute.
Yeah.
Hiya Tudor, you're right. How's it going?
Yeah, good, thanks. How's it been today? Have you had a chance to have a look at the things on the festival?
Yeah. So actually, I was a bit involved in the campaign hub, and that was great. A whole bunch of environmental groups got together and formed a little virtual stall area where people could come and visit and find out what we're all doing. So that was great. Got quite a few people along to join us and had some good conversations. So
great. Yeah, it's been really good to. I'm really glad you met some people through that. So now I'll let you introduce yourself. Well, I know you through many things we've done together in Manchester. Yeah, if you want to introduce yourself and then give a little background about what it is you want to talk about today.
Yeah, very happy to. Thank you. So my name's Ali. I'm a volunteer with Manchester Friends of the Earth. Been involved for many years now, campaigning on a range of issues, but particularly climate change. I've also been involved with the Manchester Climate Change Partnership and some of the work that Manchester is doing as a city to take action on climate change. I think some of you may have heard from the partnership and the agency earlier in a session earlier this afternoon. I guess one of the things that we're looking at is what climate change means for Manchester particularly, and what kind of ambition we need to have here locally. So I was hoping to do a bit of a talk about that now to share some of the background to that, and particularly about the concept of something called carbon budgets, which you may not have heard of before, but is an important way of thinking about the scale of the challenge and what we need to do on climate change.
Definitely, yeah. I think it's an interesting term, which I know from in Manchester we talk a lot about carbon budgets, possibly because we've got the Tyndall Centre right here on our doorstep, and they do a lot of work into that. And so yeah, I've definitely heard the term before. So yeah, maybe you want to explain for everyone, for those who possibly don't know.
Yeah, I can definitely give that a go. I've got a presentation, so I'm going to try and share a few slides. Now, this may or may not work technically, but we'll give it a go. So I'm going to share this screen, and hopefully you'll be able to see some slides. So has that come up now?
Yeah, I've got that.
Great. So there's a little run through of trying to explain a bit more about carbon budgets, what they are and why they matter. So apologies in advance for some graphs, into graphs. I've got a science background, so but I won't dwell too much on them. I guess we've all seen these kind of graphs about climate change before, looking at the increase in global temperatures over time, and that being linked to the increase in global carbon emissions. So I think everyone's kind of probably heard about that and aware of the background and the science on it. We've started to see the effects as well. So this climate crisis isn't just about what's happening around the world, although we've seen many examples of the impacts of climate change happening. These are some headlines from the last 3 years. So looking in America in 2018, from the storms of record ferocity and apocalyptic damage, thousands of deaths in America, to last year being looking at the flooding that's happening in Indonesia and Mozambique, and this year the bushfires which burned for over 240 days in Australia. So those impacts are growing more and more common and frequent and severe, but it's not just overseas, it's also close to home. So here's some pictures from Salford in 2016 and from Saddleworth Moors when they were on fire a couple of years ago. So these issues are all coming to closer to home, and we all know that we need to take serious action. But how much action do we need to take? What does that look like for Manchester? That's where the concept of local carbon budgets comes in. So this picture of the Earth, the blue marble, it's about 50 years old now. Before that, no one had seen this before, and it really kind of highlights the beauty and fragility of the planet, but also the really thin layer of protective atmosphere that keeps us safe from the ravages of outer space, from radiation, from the extreme cold, and we rely on this atmosphere to keep us safe and for the air that we breathe, for the oxygen that we breathe. And so what scientists can do, though, is look at that atmosphere and say, well, how much carbon dioxide, greenhouse gas, can we afford to emit into the atmosphere and still keep global temperatures safe? Because there's a clear link between those greenhouse gas emissions and global temperatures. And so very clever scientists, much more clever than me, have worked all this out and calculated a global carbon budget. That's the amount of carbon we can afford to emit as a society as a whole across the world to keep temperatures below this safe threshold of 2 degrees, and to aim for 1.5 degrees increases in global temperatures. So carbon budget is really like a bit like a pie, and that pie, that carbon budget can be shared out in different ways between different countries and then down to different cities. So the Tyndall Centre, as Tudor mentioned earlier, Tyndall Centre is based in Manchester. They've done a lot of analysis about this, and they've taken the global pie and split it down into smaller and smaller slices and see what our slice in Manchester is. So the question is, what's actually included in a carbon budget? And I think that depends is the answer. In terms of the carbon budgets we're talking about, they definitely include things like heating our homes, powering our workplaces, how we get around on the ground, so cars, public transport. In terms of aviation and shipping, I put a question mark against that, and I'll come back to those shortly. And in terms of the other greenhouse gas emissions like methane from cows, often, and refrigerants, which are other greenhouse gases called HFCs, those aren't currently included in our carbon budget. Our carbon budget is about carbon dioxide, particularly related to energy. So that's kind of scope of what we're talking about. So here's another little chart. Charts are all great, aren't they? What the experts at Tyndall Centre have done is look at the global carbon budget, which I mentioned earlier, for energy, and then split that down into countries and said, what's our fair share as a UK? And that's about 0.6% of the global carbon budget for energy. Clearly, the UK has much more of an impact than that because of all the stuff we consume and produce, that is produced elsewhere. So that isn't included in this budget. So realistically speaking, our contribution globally is much bigger than this, but this is purely looking at energy emissions for stuff that we use for heating, power and ground transport, and aviation, shipping. So this is the UK's budget, and the way that it's split out is roughly half for heating, power and ground transport, and roughly half for aviation and shipping. And that's based on various assumptions about the amount of emissions that will come from aviation and shipping in the future. This roughly half, 55% for heating, power and ground transport, then can be split down to different local areas. And from our local area in Manchester, that's roughly 0.5% of the UK's emissions. And that gives us a carbon budget of roughly 15 million tonnes of CO2. So that's this area here, and that's split between different years. So that 15 million tonnes of CO2 is our slice of the global pie for energy emissions, energy carbon dioxide emissions. If you look at the graph of how that looks, this is showing how those emissions would be effectively emitted over time. So this is showing current emissions, actually from 2017, so it's not quite up to date. We're just about to update this. So currently we're emitting about 2 million tonnes of CO2 a year as a city. So if our carbon budget's 15 million tonnes, that means if we carry on as we are, we're going to burn through that budget in about 7 or 8 years. But the carbon budget of 15 million tonnes needs to last us to 2100. So that means making rapid reductions in carbon emissions, roughly halving emissions every 5 years, and effectively cutting our emissions by around between 12 and 15% every year. So that's quite ambitious reductions in carbon, but we know we can do it. And that's the positive story out of this. That is really ambitious and really hard, but all the solutions to that are out there. So just looking very quickly at what kind of action that means. This has been some analysis that's been done by a consultancy called Anthesis, and they looked at how could we meet this really ambitious carbon budget. And these are some of the things that we'd have to do locally. So if you look at this list, these are all things we know how to do. There's nothing extraordinary here. It's just a matter of doing more of the stuff that we know about and doing it faster. So more solar panels on homes and on commercial roofs, increasing the amount of onshore wind and potentially biomass generation, although there's concerns about that in the future. Making sure our homes are more insulated. Right now, our homes are very leaky, which is a big waste of money and of energy and of carbon dioxide. So insulating our homes will make them cheaper to run and warmer to live in and healthy to live in. Switching our heating from gas to electricity is another big area. Electricity, the amount of carbon emitted from electricity is rapidly decreasing over time as we switch to renewables. That's going to continue changing, and so switching from gas to electricity for heating will be a carbon saving. And there's a few other things here which I won't go into detail to know that time's short. One of the key things to mention though is around aviation. So I mentioned that roughly half our UK carbon budget is allocated to aviation emissions. That's quite a lot, and shipping, obviously. But aviation emissions, this assumes that they won't increase at all to 2030 and then fall to zero by 2075. That's quite an ambitious assumption.
Ali, is it worth just mentioning how those aviation, I know it's a contentious subject, but you can measure aviation emissions in various ways. Do you want to maybe explain how they've measured aviation emissions here?
Yeah, thanks, Jude. That's a good question. So the way aviation emissions are dealt with are at UK level, as I showed a bit earlier, and what they look at is the look at all departing flights in the UK and work out how much of the emissions from those flights for the whole duration of the flight for any flight leaving the UK. The reason it's just departing flights is that there's also obviously incoming flights, but those responsibility for those emissions are allocated to the countries they depart from. What it looks at then is the takeoff and landing of those planes, but also the cruise at altitude. And so that's about the fuel they burn, but there's also additional warming caused by the water vapor, for example, that's produced as planes fly. You often see the contrails in the sky. That creates additional warming. And so there's a factor that's built into this to adjust, to recognize that it's not just about carbon dioxide, but the additional impacts of aviation as well. I hope that answers the question, Tudor.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Alan.
Great stuff. Thank you. A few bits around electrification of cars, buses and railways. Tree planting is really important as well. There's some great ambition here in Greater Manchester to plant more trees, which is good to hear, and also to restore our peatlands. And then also about waste and recycling. So reducing the amount of waste we produce and recycling more of it is really important. So I guess before I finish, I want to touch on a few individual things that people can do. So this is a little chart looking at the carbon footprint of various activities that a lot of us, or some of us may do. So interestingly, one of the biggest things, and that this isn't included in our carbon budget, is about consumerism, about the stuff we buy. And on average, that contributes about 10 tons of carbon dioxide per person. So thinking about what you buy and whether you really need it is a really important part of reducing your carbon footprint as an individual. Flying is another big area. So if you look at that return flight to Australia, that's about 6 tons of CO2. So that's another area where it's important for us to have a think about whether we need to fly or whether there's alternatives we can use for those journeys. Next, third highest in this analysis here is about the amount of food you eat, and especially how much meat and dairy you eat. So if you look at there, a high meat diet, it's about 2.5 tons of CO2. Compared to a vegan diet, it's about 1 ton of CO2. So reducing meat and dairy is a good way of reducing your overall carbon footprint. Car use, around 2 tons is another area. So being able to switch to walking, cycling and public transport is a good way of reducing your carbon footprint as well. Although some challenges now around public transport use especially, but a great time to start walking and cycling if you can. So that's a little indication of the kind of things you can do individually, but these individual actions are quite a small part of the overall equation. And the real thing we have to do is persuade local authorities, persuade governments to put in place the policies we need to make those big scale changes to reduce emissions. And that's where getting involved in campaigning is really important. So I just want to close this little part of the talk around to say a bit about Manchester Friends of the Earth. There's loads of campaign groups out there. What we do is campaign on a range of issues in Manchester, including fracking and divestment as part of coalitions with other groups, so Fossil Free Greater Manchester and Frack Free Greater Manchester. We campaign on bees and also tree planting. So we've got a nature group, a nature subgroup in our Friends of the Earth group. Also do quite a lot of campaigning around transport and air quality, so supporting cycling, supporting better public transport, and campaigning against things like aviation growth, which is currently planned in Manchester at Manchester Airport. And also we've got a little group working on waste and plastic pollution, and looking at how we can do better around reducing the amount of waste we produce, recycling more, and stopping more plastic getting into the environment. Well, as I mentioned, as well as working with others, the key thing for us is about engaging with politicians and councils. So it is, to me, very important that you all out there get in touch with your local politicians, let them know why this is so important to you, and let them know that you want to see action on climate change. The more they hear, the more likely they are to take action and support the policies we need. So that's it for me on carbon budgets and what you can do about it and why it's important. I hope that was useful. And if you've got any questions, then feel free to give me a shout. Cheers.
Thanks, Ali. Appreciate that. Yeah, that was was a good overview, I feel, of the topic. You know, it's as deep as you can go, I think, without having a, you know, in 30 minutes. So it's not an easy topic, is it, to squeeze in with limited time, but, you know, given enough graphs, I'm sure you could explain anything in 30 minutes. So
can't be a good graph. If there's time permitting as well, I would like to say a little bit about one of the projects I'm working on as well, called Greater Manchester Community Renewables. So I don't know if there's in the last few minutes I can say a bit about that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, do you want to carry on sharing your screen?
I'll just switch over to the presentation, if that's okay. So fortunately, my colleague Kate wasn't able to join us, but I'll hopefully be able to fill in for her and be able to do it justice. So let me just get this one up and running for you. So yeah, this is a little project that we've been working on as a group, a small group, for the last few years, and it really came about from inspired by other groups around the country doing similar things, and also a campaign that Friends of the Earth ran about trying to encourage government to support more schools to install solar panels. So unfortunately, the government decided not to do that, and so we took it into our own hands to try and support local schools in Greater Manchester. So a bit about community energy to start with. So what is it? Really, it's a way that we can help the environment and the community at the same time. It helps schools save money on their energy bills. It helps reduce carbon emissions, and it also supports learning about energy and climate change. It's a great link for schools to have a practical example on the school roof about how energy works and what it means for the environment. It also gives local people a chance to invest in clean energy in their local area. And that's a really positive thing you can do if you have some savings to invest. It's also about supporting the local economy. As an organisation, we absolutely try and use local suppliers where we can, and that's a very important part of our ethos. Part of the project as well, which I'll come to and explain a bit more later, is about the community fund that we generate, and that's a really great way of raising some more money locally to fund local projects on the environment and on climate change. And hopefully also a project like this, real examples of clean energy can inspire other people to take action on climate change too. So how does the project work? Well, GMCR is a community benefit society. We are a for-profit, but for community profit, and so any profits going to the community fund I mentioned earlier. We raise money through share offers, and so we ask people in the community to invest in our project. From that money that's invested, we buy solar panels and install them on schools. Those solar panels generate clean energy, which saves the schools money, but also generates income for the project. So schools get a discount of 25% on the electricity that they use from the panels compared to what they normally pay. And so that saves them money on their bills and generates an income stream from the project. That helps us pay our bills in terms of running the project. It also means that people who invest in the project get a small amount of share interest each year. And we also, from any surpluses then, as I mentioned, create that community fund, which can fund other projects in the local community. Here's some pictures of our solar arrays that we've installed. So these are 4 of our sites. So top left is a school in Odsall. Top right and bottom left a couple of schools in the Earlham area. And then the bottom right is a great little shot of the Fuse, a community centre in Partington. So those are some of the solar panels that we've installed over the last 4 years. The story so far is that we've actually managed to raise over £350,000 from our share offers so far, which is really impressive, and really appreciate all the support from local people and local businesses that have invested in the project. That's funded 350 kilowatt peak of solar panels on 9 different sites, so 8 primary schools and the community centre at the Fuse. And so far that's generated over 400,000 kilowatt hours of electricity. So looking at the stat at the bottom, that's enough to make, well, that actually numbers increased now. It's over 21 million cups of tea from our solar panels, which is a great little stat. Not only that, it saved 125 tonnes of CO2 from being emitted. So that's our little contribution to cutting greenhouse gas emissions. It saved our partners £10,000 on their bills. And it's also generated a £4,000 surplus to go into our community fund. And that's helping to fund more activity at our schools around carbon reduction and actually around recycling as well. So this is, I'll say what happened next. This is just a little shot picture from our launch event. It's a couple of schools that are in Earlham, so Earlham Primary and Fiddler's Lane. Got the Mayor of Salford in the middle there, who came to join us. That's me in a very fetching sunshine costume. I've also got our installer, Ben. So a really nice example of the kind of various people and organisations that have benefited from the project.
You didn't fancy wearing the outfit today then?
Oh, I've given that a miss today, unfortunately. So you'll have to wait for our next big event for that to happen. Yeah, it's all good fun. And in terms of what's next, our project so far has relied on the feed-in tariff, which is government support for renewable energy. That scheme's now closed, unfortunately, for new sites, but we are still keen to do more. So we're working with a bunch of partners to identify some more buildings we can install solar panels on. We have to be a bit more careful now because we have to make sure that they're high energy users and they're using a lot of our solar electricity for our project model to stack up. But we are definitely keen to do more, probably aiming for next summer if all goes to plan. So if you know of any buildings, any schools near you or community centres that might be interested, drop us a line. If you'd like to volunteer to help out and help us do some of this work as well, because we're all volunteers and really lovely to come and help out. So just drop us a line via our website, gmcr.org.uk, or we're also on social media at wearegmcr. So thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to share a bit more about our project.
No worries, Ali. That's brilliant. Thanks for that. Yeah, I really appreciate that. I mean, I actually had a question lined up, but it was focused on the feed-in tariff and where next, given that the feed-in tariff has ceased to exist, and I'm sure it's something which you've quite evidently touched on it yourself.
Yeah.
You know, is it the end for community solar projects, or is there light in the tunnel? Excuse the pun.
That's a good question. I think it is really hard for new projects now to get off the ground, and part of that is about the feed-in tariff. Part of that is also about various grants that were available for new projects that aren't anymore. I guess we're looking in a way that we're now established. We've got those 9 sites generating electricity, and that means we've got an income stream. Gives us a bit of flexibility to do some of that feasibility work for new sites. But what the feed-in tariff does mean now, because that's gone, it means a big chunk of our income that we would have had that we do have for our existing sites won't be there for our new sites. And just so for those who don't know, the feed-in tariff is basically a payment for every unit you generate. So I mentioned those 400,000 units of electricity. We get a bit of money paid as a kind of support for our project from the government for every unit, every one of those units. So that makes a nice chunk of income to help us run the project. In future, that won't be there. So that's what I was saying, is it's quite important then for us to find schools and community centres where they're using quite a lot of electricity. And that means that they'll be using a lot of our electricity that we're generating for the panels, and less is getting exported to the grid. And that's important because when you export to the grid, you don't get much money for that. Basically, the electricity companies get it for a really cheap price, whereas the electricity that the schools and the community centres use, that costs a little bit more. It's still cheaper than what they otherwise pay, but it gives us the income stream we need to run the project. So it's going to be harder, but we'll still do it, and we're still keen to do more. So yeah, as I said before,
good to hear. And am I right in saying the cost of installing solar panels, is ever decreasing? Is that right?
That is true. Yeah, that's the other part of the equation. Definitely, that the install costs are coming down. We've seen that over the 4 years that I've been operating so far. There are lots of uncertainty right now, obviously, with things that are coming up. So the COVID lockdowns had impact on the solar supply chain. A lot of the panels come from places like China and Japan, so lots of industry have been locked down over there. And also upcoming is the B word, Brexit. So we don't know what the impact of that was going to be for the import of panels, and whether there'll be tariffs and that kind of thing. So we'll have to see what happens, but definitely the trend is falling panel prices, and that's, again, over time. There is no doubt that the project will be viable again at some point. It's a question of when, and we're hoping this time next year we'll be raising money and getting more panels installed. So touch wood. Yeah,
definitely, and we'll have to keep an eye out for that. And yeah, as soon as we hear anything, we'll sure to share that with our networks. Yeah, anyone watching, make sure you keep an eye out for that one. And yeah, if you've got any questions, Ali, I'm sure there's some contact details through through Twitter or through Facebook. I think the The details are on the slides. I think you showed before. So if anyone wants to find out more, then they can do that.
Yeah, please do. Welcome to get in touch.
Cool. Okay. Well, we're just not on 7 now, so I'm gonna call it there, and wish you a good evening, Ali, and I'll see you again. Soon. I'm sure we'll catch you again. In another light in the near future. So thanks a lot for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, and well done on this. It's been an amazing event. So kudos to you and all the volunteers. Thank you.
Cheers, Ali. Appreciate that one. You take care.
Cheers. Bye now. See ya.
Bye. Okay, so that nearly brings us to the end of the talks and workshops of the live sessions anyway. We're just knocked on 7 o'clock now, and there's a bit of music still going on. I think I can hear it just about. I'll shortly be there at the front row, but before that, I'm going to bring in an Envirolution, a bit of an Envirolution legend, because he's one of the founders 10 years ago today who set up Envirolution. Matthew, he's going to come in and talk to us about how to set up an Envirolution. So without further ado, I'm going to bring him in. So I should have Matt on the end of the line. Hey, Matt.
Hello.
I'm having to go. You don't worry. I think everybody's fell for that trap today. And
yeah.
But how are you doing?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, really good. Yeah, and I've been keeping up with a lot of it today, and it's fantastic. Yeah, so many great ideas, so many great people.
Good. Yeah, it's been good. It's been informative. It's been enlightening for me. This is on very many levels. Learned lots of things, from vermicomposting to solar panels. It's a little bit of everything, which I think is what Envirolution is all about. But yeah, so do you want to introduce yourself potentially, just for those who might not know?
Yeah. So hello, I'm Matthew, and I was kind of there at the beginning of Envirolution. Back in the day when it was actually called Sustainable Manchester Festival. I'm glad that the name didn't stick around very long. Back in the day when not a single person within the project could actually say the words Envirolution. We kind of fumbled through that for about 12 months. And yeah, sort of a veteran up until kind of 2013, and then kind of back for a couple of spells after that. And then it's just been glorious to see how it's kind of been taken forward by pretty much a new group of people with new ideas and new passions, and it kind of it's managed to keep the same sort of spirit, I guess, that we kind of tried to create at the beginning.
Yeah, brilliant. I'm just changing the headphones.
Cool. Is my video and audio okay?
Yeah, you'll come through loud and clear. Look, yeah, that's fine.
Perfect.
So you were there on day one, which is 10 years ago today. So well, maybe not today, but 10 years ago. So happy birthday to Envirolution.
Yeah. 2009 was sort of the year that the kind of conversation started, I guess. Yeah. I mean, it actually started on a bus. I'd kind of just moved back to Manchester. So I mean, like today, I was lucky, and I do feel really blessed actually that I graduated into a recession. So all of the kind of opportunities that I'd sort of been training for were kind of taken away from me. So without all of that sort of that kind of path set out for me, you have to kind of find your own way. And we'd been having some chats, and I was on a bus. And I was speaking to a lady called Faye, and I was just telling her about this idea that I had, and as these things, as they normally work, she said that she wanted to get into events, so sort of the idea of doing something was born. And actually, sort of before that, I'd kind of been active in Manchester sort of environmental movement as a whole, and I think a lot of people that have sort of stepped into this world, I just sort of felt my first big trauma. Like 2008, 2009 was, we were kind of building up to Copenhagen, which we all thought was going to be the moment, the world had woken up, the governments were saying the right things, and we thought this was it. And then and kind of nothing happened from that. And from that trauma, I suppose the feeling that I had was like, how do I become useful? And you know, from that, this kind of need, I guess, to communicate, you know, to communicate better and with more people around these issues was front and center. So yeah,
it's interesting, isn't it? I think you see it a lot with COVID. Is you know, the bigger the challenge, the more people rise up to it. And I think it must be true with you know, with you, you know, facing the recession and facing you know the uphill battle. You know, it just sort of empowers people to work a bit harder, which is encouraging. Definitely, I think we're definitely going to need all the strength we can get in the current climate. So,
I think it's that. You know, I think everyone gets kind of trapped into a pattern, whichever pattern they have, and you know, whether it's coming from the education they've had or the parents they've got, or just you know the kind of the peers around them. That the path is almost set out for you. You know, for me, it was graduating. I was in the city. It was getting a job, and that was all kind of just swept away. So, you know, it freed me up to sort of say, well, you know, what is going on in Manchester? And as you know, anyone who kind of lives there knows, Manchester is a glorious city. There's so much going on, and you know, you don't have to work very hard to find your way into a kind of a group of passionate people that are really, you know, putting their whole lives on hold for an issue. You know, and these pockets of these people are everywhere, and particularly the sort of work around the call to real action, which was Manchester's kind of climate action plan. Like all of these groups started coming together. And I think for me, like, you know, the first lesson of how to create an Envirolution is to piggyback on what's already there. And the call to real action, they had their kind of method of engaging with people. You know, friends meeting house, call a meeting, see who turned up, do something with the people that turn up. So that's exactly what we did. And yeah, I mean, I don't think this would have happened if that meeting hadn't happened and Bob hadn't have come along. So lesson 2 for how to create a Envirolution is find a Bob.
I remember that meeting very, very well, Matt. It was the room was full of people, wasn't it? How many people do you reckon we had in there? Probably about, there was loads, wasn't there? I'm going to say 100.
It was only that first little room that was kind of in there as well. So like, you know, it was you know, 20 plus people, and it was too big for the room. So, you know, you can't really ask for much more than that.
Yeah, absolutely. But it was finding those right people, wasn't it? I just happened to be there because, you know, that somebody had told me about it. Somebody had told me about this crazy guy and this crazy idea. And it just sounded intriguing to me. And so I wanted to get involved and see where it went. But from all of those people, it kind of whittled down, didn't it, to the sort of, you know, the core number of folk who we needed. And it was having those right people in the right places with the right kind of passion for the movement to make it work from there.
Yeah, I think that's number 3 in kind of how to create an Envirolution is that it's really a story of people. And, you know, the sort of people that kind of you find along the way are the ones that really kind of help to kind of adapt it into you know what it becomes. And I think that, you know, I think looking back, I mean, it's been a really, really beautiful couple of days actually, being able to kind of look back at you know, kind of what we've done, and you know, and try and sort of put some sense into, you know, into how it was created. And you know, I think a lot of these things, when you look back, you kind of almost see the patterns as you know, our master plan. But in fact, I think that what we were really beautiful at doing was just sort of stepping out of the way of sort of saying that, you know, to create this thing that you know, none of us, I don't think, ever could really put a finger on what it was we were creating. That we just knew that like it was going to be people that come in that kind of made it into something. And I think what we were beautiful at is kind of removing. Well, I mean, I don't think any of us had any kind of big ego anyway, but I think removing that from the whole process was key. You know, and I think the response we got from particularly sort of the early Manchester University volunteers was that they were coming in and like from day one we were asking their opinion on, you know, something that was going to define the next festival, and you know, and I think they really stood up, you know, stood up to that challenge.
It's that co-creation process, I suppose, isn't it, of, you know, making people feel like they're part of it, and so, you know, their opinion is valid, because we are all in this kind of battle or kind of challenge or whatever we want to call it together, aren't we? And so it's, you know, a lot of the things that have come up from these talks today is like, what can I possibly do? Like, what can I bring to this? And it was really good, especially the, you know, the talk we were having with Andy Hughes, who was talking about creativity. And what did he say? He said something really good. He said about never underestimating the poetic. And so what he's talking about there is the sort of what he found was his way of creatively expressing it. And so he was using photography, and he was using what he had. And so that's a real kind of a real good lesson for us all, isn't it? And think about what our strengths are and what it is that we can possibly do.
Yeah.
And pick
and I think that's it. I think that's why I see it as a story of people, because, you know, because at each kind of level you look at, you know, in each festival or each kind of stage of it, you can pick out and highlight key individuals that brought something that was desperately needed at that time, you know. And I think, you know, I think so, like Faye on the bus, you know, if you know, because the idea of doing an event to me was just, you know, it was completely unknown, and it was to her too, but the difference was is that she was like, oh, okay, I would like to learn about that. So it kind of like, okay, well, I can help you learn about that. And then like an event didn't seem that scary. And, you know, like meeting you and, you know, kind of even that conversation about like, you know, what would we even do there? And, you know, you've kind of been doing this for so long that you were like, well, I know this person that can do that. Oh, they'll play there, here, you know, people will speak up here. And you're kind of like, okay, well, that kind of ticks half of the boxes in a meeting. And then we find Joseph, and, you know, he came and kind of designed the logo for us. And, you know, what was his name that I was working in the bar with that came up with Envirolution and as a name, and you know, just all these beautiful people. And then I think, you know, I think that because an event, particularly a yearly event, you know, takes so much kind of effort, and there's such a big high before the dip, you know. I think that then the kind of new wave of people that come in, like, you know, finding Dawn and all of her energy and you know, and her passion and her kind of, you know, friend group and network outside of it, and, you know, and the challenges of the kind of fiery kind of debates that we had with people like Agatha, and, you know, and kind of bringing her passion, and hopefully we've still kept some of that into what we do. And you know, and then for me, sort of settling into it in that middle period, you know, of like me, you, Dawn, Paul, and the kind of beautiful Plattfields Park family that was created around there. And, you know, it's just like, you know, it's like interweaving tapestry of people that, you know, you just sit here and just be blessed to be part of.
Yeah, both, buddy. Yeah, well, I mean, it's been interesting. We've kind of asked a few people who've been on talks, like what the sort of turning point has been. And so I wondered if you wanted to talk a little bit about that moment where you were just like, actually, you know, something needs to be done about this, because you were originally studying business and that, right?
Yeah,
so I mean, if you want to talk a bit about how you sort of views have changed and things. Might be useful.
It's quite interesting actually. So, you know, I'm now part of the Happy Food Co-op, and that's sort of, you know, right near the very beginning, and we're, you know, we're just setting up as a cooperative, and a new group has come together. So we're kind of finding out and learning about, you know, ourselves and each other there. And Josh is 19, so, you know, like he's not experienced a lot of the world yet. And I kind of look back at like my 19-year-old self, and you know, I just it really encourages me how much further ahead he is than I was back then, you know, and in every part of it. And, you know, I've always kind of been very opinionated, and I've always kind of liked to challenge people's sort of ideas, and you know, but I was lost for a long time. You know, I went to university to study business because I just read Richard Branson's autobiography. You know, that was literally it. I only went to university because I realized that actually, what's the alternative? Getting a job. And, you know, it was just, and my A levels were so bad that it was like, you know, I got offered to, I think there was like one university, which was Manchester. So I went to Manchester. You know, there was no sort of plan to any of this. But I guess the first real kind of touch point was when I went traveling, and I ended up in Peru, and I ended up in the Sacred Valley, and there was something barren about it. And if you listen to any of the stories about the Inca civilization, like, you know, for whatever the sort of you know, kind of slave-esque mentality they had to build all of that, like it was vibrant and it was abundant and it was beautiful. And yeah, I was in the heart of it. I was in the valley that fed 90,000 people, you know, at the heart of the Inca Empire, and it was barren and it was miserable, and it was, you know, it was desert-like. And there was currently 3,000 people that were struggling to feed themselves, in, you know, on the same bit of land, and it kind of, you know, over 30 years resorted to slash and burn, and it was just like there was kind of nothing left. You know, there's no culture left. There's no sort of food. There was no kind of food culture left. There was no vibrancy left, and there wasn't any. There wasn't any sort of almost like accountability left. You know, they'd almost kind of given up, and now they were just like touting on tourists and, like, you know, waiting for handouts, and there was just something about that sort of, like, you know, flourishing 90,000 population like hundreds of years ago, and then what it was like now, and it just made me kind of feel that, you know, there's definitely something better, and it kind of sent me on this path of searching, and thankfully sent me back to Manchester, and, you know, finding people that were kind of asking the same sort of questions.
Yeah. And I mean, that kind of leads on to what I wanted to chat to you about next, which was happy food. And so what you started now. So do you want to give people a little kind of roundup of the amazing things that you're doing down in Norfolk? Yeah,
well, I guess, I mean, so I guess one of the things I heard today, and I'm not sure who said it, because there was that beautiful kind of back and throw between Andy Hughes and Chris Hines before. But one of them said, like, it's all been said before. And I guess when I got back down to Suffolk, and the 2 years before that, when I was living out in Kathmandu, you know, that was the feeling, is that, like, you know, pre-Envirolution, like at Envirolution, like the conversations were sort of the same. So I kind of didn't want to come back and just, you know, carry on being stuck in a kind of loop, I guess. And I suppose one of the things that really, one of the transitions within Envirolution was the idea at the beginning we were really desperate to reach hard to reach people. You know, it was all about, like, how do we get into the hard to reach communities? And I think that for me, looking at it, one of the things that we got right round the middle time, 2013 was a beautiful festival. And I think it's because what had come around us is lots of people that wanted to be part of this thing, this Envirolution, and they brought all of their fun and their energy around it. And what was beautiful about 2013 was, because of the bank holiday weekend, because of the weather, like, all of those hard to reach people were there, and they kind of fell upon Envirolution, and, you know, all of the things that we kind of thought would happen if we'd managed to reach out to them, it kind of happened. So that idea of sort of, like, not sort of getting stuck in a cycle, and, like, and not focusing on trying to reach the masses, kind of led me to think about, you know, what is it I want to do, and, you know, being on the land growing food is just it's just a beautiful thing. And you know, I kind of touched on it in Plattfields, getting involved in the volunteering side of it, but really, you know, coming down here and just jumping onto some land, and, you know, and putting some seeds in the ground and just watching it flourish is it's special. So the idea was to pretty much, you know, I call it my Envirolution 2.0, is, you know, find some beautiful people, you know, have a beautiful dream, and and just sort of make it happen. And so we're just setting up as a worker cooperative. Same as Envirolution, it's got common ownership, so it's there for the community, not for us. But yeah, I mean, making farm work pay to kind of fund people being back on the land is a very important, beautiful part of it. But yeah, it's just, for me, it's the same. It's the same thing that's all been said before, but it's like, it's just a new way of communicating.
And to a new crowd as well, because in Manchester we've got so many different kinds of people, haven't we? And yeah, those people that we really wanted to reach, like in 2013 we were lucky enough to reach them, weren't we? Because it had been raining for what, 3 weeks before the day, I think. I remember you being on the park with a fork trying to get some drainage in the grass. So the rain is soaked down, and then on that weekend, on that day, the sun came out and it was beautiful, and everybody came to the park, and like you said, everybody who wanted to be there came to the park. But down where you are now in rural Suffolk, you've got different challenges, haven't you? And so it's taken you a bit of time to kind of learn about the situation, I suppose, and break those down. But I don't know if you want to talk a bit about that.
Yeah, well, I guess so I don't know if there's a Dutch philosopher called Rutger Bregman, and he's just brought a book out called Humankind, and I was listening to a quote that he was using about how Einstein said that all we've done is we're standing on the shoulder of giants, and he says that actually what it is that we're standing on the shoulder of like lots of normal sized people. And I think for me it's that. I think it's like, and this is kind of the way that I see the way the farming is. It's like, I don't need to do anything there. I just need to let nature come back and do its thing. I don't need to, I don't need to sort of like invent beautiful food, or I don't need to sort of come up with the next new vegetable. I just need to kind of let it all happen. And it's the same with Envirolution. The beautiful thing is that every year it sort of it gets stronger just from being there. Like more people get involved in it, and that's the way that I kind of see the farm, is that it's about finding that group of people, finding that those people that we can tell the stories of, and just holding on to them. Like getting the 4 of us, the 3 of us, the 10 of us, whatever the number is that kind of cling on to this piece of land, and kind of making them happy. And figuring out, how we want to kind of commit to it, and then the rest of it will just happen. People will find us, wildlife will find us, like, the food will find its way out to the people that want it. So yeah, that's kind of what we're aiming for at the moment.
So over the kind of the times that you've been starting it up, since you've been down there's been lots of kind of ups and downs, I suppose. And like, what's kept you going? What's been your kind of mantra? Maybe you've got other books or other people that you've kind of found inspirational that you might be able to tell us all about.
Yeah, I think my my mantra is always, and I think I found this somewhere, in the last 10 years in Envirolution, is like is find the thing that you want to do kind of forever. The thing that you want to, the bit of it that you want to kind of, that you would do regardless, like, how bad it gets and the crises we could find ourselves in, if in your mind you'd still be doing what it is you're doing now, or, if there's no money available and you have to do it for free, you're still doing the thing that you're doing now. Or if, the other side of it, like if we end up in a wonderful place and, money or whatever it is that we're trading in is like, is abundant. If you're still doing, when you picture that, if you're still doing the thing that you're doing right now, then it's working. And like for me in Envirolution, it was like, the festival itself was never. It was something that I like. Managing the festival was something that I could do. So that being useful was important, but being part of that group was something that I would want to do, whether we'd want £1 million to run the next festival, whether, like it had all gone wrong and it was just, we were going to do a little one in someone's back garden. Like, I'd still want to do it as part of that group. And and it's the same in Suffolk. Like working on the land and growing vegetables is the thing that I found that I want to be doing, you know. And whether the you know the business fails, or you know whether you know whether like I don't know, let's say Ruth wants to move to Kathmandu again or whatever, like, I mean, growing vegetables it's the thing that I want to do now. So I think if you can find that, and if you can picture yourself doing it in all of the circumstances, then I mean that's the thing that for me to keep you going.
I've just got a bit of news just in. We've just been donated £1 million. So if you want to be back on board, then no, you're always a part of the Envirolution family, Matt. You know that.
Well, no, I mean, for me, today is kind of yeah. I mean, this has been beautiful, and like, you know, I think because it's the first one, I think probably the same as many people, like understanding how it's all worked and like where the conversations are going on has been like it's been difficult, but like just sitting there and just being part of it, and I, you know, and this is something I can do. Like the thing about Manchester is like it's almost like it's almost like a trauma that I can't live with sometimes, you know. Like I have to kind of turn myself off from it because I can't come and be there and do it. So like that's why I've you know, I felt like I need to have that bit of distance. But I mean, you know, if you're doing more of these, then nah, this is fantastic. Then I'm all in, £1 million or not.
It's definitely been a learning curve for us all as far as putting on an online festival. It's a lot different than putting up tents in Blackfields Park. Instead, it's sticking in YouTube keys, figure out URLs and all kinds of crazy stuff. But yeah, I mean, we've got a couple of minutes left, so I just want to ask you what we've been asking everybody today, and it's kind of like what, perhaps for you, but also for, why not, for society in general, you know, what would be your future planet? What would be the ideal scenario for you, but also realistically, because obviously, you know what you're talking about. So like, what can we hope for and what can we strive for realistically to be our future planet?
I think, well, I think so. The caveat that I'd put on that is that, like, you know, I think there's enough going on now that we can see the changes beginning, you know, and I think that the most important bit for me is that, like, is that more of us now would flourish in the future that's not this, and there's more people now that are kind of willing to let go of the stuff that's trapping us in this sort of cycle that we're in. So I think for me, like the change has begun, and I think that so many more people now are sort of ready for it. So I think that's the starting point. And I think the lesson from Envirolution is that to celebrate and not sort of protest and campaign. I think to kind of flip that and really get into that mentality of sort of celebrating life, celebrating all the little victories, celebrating like today, you know, celebrating everything. And like, you know, I did some gratitude work on food, and I'm not very good at this sort of thing, but I made myself do it. And like, you know, it's kind of like you know, sitting down and being grateful for you know the carrot and the ground it was dug in, and you know the predators that kept the flies away, you know, all that sort of side of it. And I think for me it's about like, it's just about celebrating everything, and then I think the future that comes from that is one that we're all happy in, and I think that for me is the beauty of it, is that we're all happy in it, like regardless of what it looks like, you know. Because I think even if when we get to this beautiful new world, like there's gonna be some huge kind of casualties to it, you know, like the Great Barrier Reef, or you know some other sort of, you know, beautiful things that we're gonna have, like, you know, videos and images of, and that are not going to be there anymore. So I think that, you know, the trauma that it's going to be, but like the celebration of the journey there, and when we're there, we're going to be happy, and it's going to be beautiful wherever that place is.
I couldn't think of a better message to end on, closing up the talks and the workshops area today, mate. That's beautiful. Thank you. Judah, thank you so much for doing all these talks and workshops today. You've been an absolute legend with all of this. But yeah, I mean, anything else you want to say to Matt?
No, I mean, I've just been writing some notes now because I'm going to try and cover everything that's gone on in the last 7 hours. But I think Matt, you really did hit the nail on the head when he said, and it just struck a chord to me that, you know, we do all this stuff for the environment, but at the end of the day, it's the people that we do it with that make it worthwhile at the end. And of course, yeah, we do want to improve the environment, we want to improve society, but you know, it makes it so much more worthwhile if you're stood next to people that, you know, you really get along with. So yeah, that was really struck a chord with me. So yeah, thanks for that, and yeah, no, thanks to you, Bob, for giving us the opportunity to put it on today, and yeah, just thanks to everyone who's been able to tune in and listen.
Yeah, I think there's a lot we can take from all the talks today. So yeah, cheers, Matt. Thank you very much. Love to Ruth and to Grunge. There's a big thank you to Paul down there. It's his birthday.
Yeah, love you all too.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, it's always good to see you. But yeah, always good to have you part of Envirolution as well. Oh, there he is. There he
is. Hello.
Okay. Yeah, there's still loads going on around Envirolution. So we've got bands still on, and it goes on into the night. So I think that's about it for the talks and workshops for the day. That's right, isn't it, Tudor?
Yeah, that's the end of the live talks and workshops now. Obviously there's the pre-recorded videos which you can still view. Anything that was live today is going to be chopped up from the big long video that's been going on today, and then that's going to be on the YouTube over the next few days. Other than that, I think it's about time everybody went to head over to the music stage to see what's going on there, and that's where you'll find me anyway.
Me too. Thanks very much. Cheers again, Matt.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Take care, Matt. See you then.
Bye bye.